Okay, so this thing looks like it's pretty fast. Let's see. I suppose I can just move the screen. Looks like it's 3 seconds delayed. That's excellent. Okay, I will actually have to do it in a more accurate manner, considering it's so fast. Okay, 30. Oh, what's that? 4 second delay. Okay, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Okay, that's pretty good. Oh. Okay, wait. Let me try again. Turn that. And 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so it's 4.5 seconds, 3 seconds delayed. That's really good. So hopefully it can. Oh, there's the problem. Did it get it? Yeah, I see. So then it's gonna jump back. You're gonna have to keep on pressing live. Oh, Starlink. Okay, in 3, 2, 1, I'm gonna press live. Oh wait, 3, 2, 1, live. Okay, did it actually catch up? Is it too clever? It is. Alright, this is really good. The mic's a little bit too sensitive. Let's go. Adjust that thing back to near. What does that sound like now? And if I breathe out, just a little bit better. What's my volume at? 30. Okay, let's put that on 90, see what else you guys can hear. Fan going. Ooh, so you guys can hear this fan. Dun, dun, dun. Am I gonna have to jack this thing up? Yo, good day. Rec lady. Sorry, dude. I'm just doing a temporary stream. I'm wanting to start live streaming scalps, but what's up? Thank you for the back. Very kind. See, I'm wanting to live stream, but then now it's not live anymore. You're gonna have to press update on the bottom there. It becomes 5 second delayed. So next thing I'm like, short here, 10-cent move. And then I'm like, okay, I'm out. But the move's already happened, you see? So those be the problems. Those be the problems. Sorry, okay. Let's close up some tabs as well. I really want music going now. Make it on 360. That's very loud though for me. Anyway, ideally, what I'm going to be looking to do for Solana, if the stream is cool, I'm gonna definitely live stream tomorrow with whatever the price of Solana is. I'm gonna just jump in with one, get my feet wet. So more than likely see me lose. I don't really mind if I lose whatever it is, like $10. I'm gonna try a whole bunch of different strategies, like aggressiveness. So I can like super aggressive, and then as you can see, it would be the perfect plays would be buy this line, sell when it comes back in there or whatever. But buy that white line, expecting it to go to the blue. If it fails the blue, expecting it to go back to this white. That would have been at least the last few plays here. Then yeah, you can see shit go green, you can see stuff go red or whatever. But yeah, so tomorrow I'm going to battle test with one soul. My different types of aggressiveness that I'll be able to trade. So that's like super simple. That's just like super simple targets that I would like to obviously take action at. Any one of these lines I'd like to be taking action at, just need to be fast enough. And then it can get a little bit more complex through here, so that would be the super aggressive stuff. So I can do that on Bitcoin quite easily on 0 fee. So I'm going to try to do that again on Sol. Last time I tried, I got fucked up. So I just couldn't grasp it, but now I've been staring at it for a few weeks. So I sort of figured it out, been able to figure out a risk. It's going to be about 3 cents. I'm gonna buy long, expecting to get like a 9-cent move. That would be at today's rate. So if I'm gonna buy, I'm willing to risk 3 cents for 9 cents. Obviously, I can give off quite more. Ideally, I'd be looking for a 20-cent move at these price actions, 10 to 20 cent move. So yeah, that would be hyper aggressive, like hitting a line, taking profit, seeing come back down, taking a high risk trade here because I was able to take that scalp, knowing if it's long, it will be long here. Bang, try get that extra 20 cents out there. So one will be try and go from HFT to HFT level, trading like an HFT. The other one will be trying to use the HFT level to then hold it into like a hedge fund level, then into a trend trader level, back into a hedge fund level, back into a HFT area. So there's a whole bunch of strats, but I really want to get the hedge fund to hedge fund kind of ranges. That's just an easier place to see it. They'd obviously do it on the way down. Try grab something from like just before the breakout to not all the way before the dip. Just lock it in. So see if I can capture that range. Ideally, I'd feel most comfortable just trading how I feel natural, and that would just be scalping the living shit out of it. Just going in a general direction. I know I can scalp here, bang, get 80 cents. Oh shit, I might lose out 20 cents there, but I know I can get another 10 cents here. I just know that I can always collect cents on the way up. So I just like to do that. Then I can beat the market without any anxiety. So that's what I'm going to be doing tomorrow. Right now that play is pretty much trying to come up in here. How much long until this 45-minute moves? I think it's soon. So it's 20, 30, 15. It stayed in the same place. Or is that the 45 or the 4 hour? 20. Oh, it's the 90 minute. Okay. So that's trying to validate on the 90 minute, at least for Sol. A target up there. Just go and look at a time frame. Let's go 90 minutes here along until that prints. So 45 minutes time. What we got here? A little bit of negative drifter, I suppose. Its break is 680. At least to try and push again for $8.04. Home base $10.21. That's if it gets up there. That would be the line in the sand on a 90-minute for me. Anything below that, expect a range back down into, I suppose the next print would be a little bit higher, around about 105. 105 to 10 cents, I would expect. I'll just call it 105 to 105, 10 cents. Pitch range downside. So that's on 90 minutes. I'm not getting too much luck there. Let's see if the 45 minutes. Trying to push it up. Sort of in pump mode there. I like the 15 minutes more than the 30. That's in the pump mode there. Sol's taking quite a while to actually push through on the pumps on the 15 minute. I would have expected it to have moved $2-3 from that print, or at least $1, bro. Fuck, it's been expanding for when did it sort of expand in this region? Yeah, I'd have expected it to be up more than this, $3 if it's got an expansion like that. Sort of. Anyway, oh, sorry. Trying. So this is a 1 minute here. If you see all these things match up, that's a 1 minute, 2 minute, 3 minute, 3 minute. Momentum, not momentum, volatility indicators. Direction of volatility with the rules. And these will be momentum oscillators on the 3 minute. So that's positive drift on the 3 minute. Trend it's not really your friend. A positive drift means price go up. 3 minute momentums are looking like they want to sort of turn over to the downside. So then we're going to go look at like the 2 minute. Okay, 2 minutes in expansion mode, but it's not really it's in pump mode, but it's losing correlation. So we'd then go look at a level, be like, usually I'll just use a JMA for the 2 minute. Hold above pretty much when it turns red again. But I think, yeah. So you've got to hold above 75, 06, 106.75. And you can look for that thing to try and hold a pump mode at least. This thing's in positive drift, but it's not in a friend is your trend. Positive drift would mean initially people are lifting their sell orders. Then if you're going to be aggressive, you're going to be an aggressive taker. You're going to buy up as the order book shrinks. As the order book liquidity starts to get pulled from the upside. That's how that bot would work. So that's in positive drift. Oof. I think a little bit more reaching here. You can see on the cones. What's that? 107.27. It's about 107 up here. 27 is halfway through. Looks like she's sort of trying to die off here now. Let's see, volatility flashes. Yo, thank you. Do I have to update my cone? Not yet. That nearly was. Zero volatility. We're going to look for a new move to the downside. Initially, what would I expect? Momentum oscillators are pushing to the downside. We're just waiting for that sneaky dump mode on the volatility, and then you would yes, you're a little bit late. What you'd want to look for is if momentum oscillators and this thing triggers dump mode. It looks like it's looking for a friend to the downside. We want to go check these other ones. It's all 50-50-ish, all 50-50. So it's just the momentum oscillators trying to push down. Bots on the algos are just throwing limits either side. They'll make their mind up once the direction of volatility has made its mind up. There is a bull div trying to form here. Some momentum traders are coming in trying to put in a bull div. That's pumping itself into the bot, saying a dump mode on the 1 minute here. Where it was at 50-50. So yeah, it's still gray area. Yo, I'd have to retrace quite another like 5 cents, maybe put that into pump mode. Let's see if these guys are triggering. It's negative drift. It's still in dump mode. It's still trying to push down. Maybe just maybe put on 30 second. I suppose that would have given me this lead. Let's see. Now that I have it. Anyway, I'm just checking the stream. Hopefully it's not lagging, dropping off, or anything like that. AVAX, scalps from fringes, Monday range, casually being set, yeah. AVAX, long holding. Okay, I'll go have a quick scalp, quick sneaky poo at AVAX if you're still here. Just give me like 3 or 4 minutes. That one's off. I need this one off. Just load up all the shit here. Oh, it's not shit. It's my favorite shit. Gang gang. If I didn't have it, I'd shit my pants. Okay. PB. Oh. V reversal for which time frame? And is that for AVAX? Or are we just talking overall? Sweet nectar on the 32nd on Sol. Oh, yeah, we're looking for a new cone. Just chill. Let's get a new cone. Let's chill, guys. We want a new cone, man. Suppose 30 seconds got a new cone here and we'll be fighting it. So what would my general observation be? The black hole for Sol on the 32nd is 106.63. Hold above 106.63, goes to the upside. Get below 106.63, goes to the downside. That's just at least for the 32nd. As it's just printed. I suppose it'll be there for quite a while. Maybe updates every 15 minutes to 20 minutes. Okay, let me load up AVAX for you. I'm gonna do AVAX USDTP on Binance. It's got the longest look back. And time frame though. 24 hour. Let's just have a scouty poo on the 24 hour. Oh gosh. Hour 1. Okay, cool. Let me just see if I can find some 24 hour. Just base some levels off of, just to see where it is in a distribution on a way higher time frame. Because the 1 days could be a pretty good lead. I'll just add relevance. So what kind of move are you looking for? If this thing is about $16.80, are you looking for a dollar scalp? 1% was about what? $1.50, $1.70. Let's go 500. This is like 600 days. So this is unfortunate, but if you'd want to keep on being live, I think you have to keep on pressing live on YouTube every freaking 2 minutes. Otherwise it starts to get delayed by a couple seconds. think it'll buff at like a delay of 5 to 10 seconds. Okay, what's that? So we're coming back into the cone there. So it's obviously busted out of it. Way high term. It's been caught up in a high term time frame cone. But we'll see if this one has a skew to it. Paste. So I'm not going to do the 1 hour. I'm going to do... okay, let me ask this question. What's a 1 hour time frame to you? A fast time frame or a slow time frame? Yeah, if you heard that, right. Ragleti. Is 1 hour considered a high term time frame or a low term time frame, or a fast time frame or a slow time frame to you? Because I either want to put it on a 45-minute or 90-minute. So with what you say there, slow. I like 30 seconds, 10 minutes. Okay, so it's slow. Alright, then I'm gonna bump it onto like the 45-minute. Okay, so this cone, it did print. Did I put it on? Oh, it hasn't loaded yet. Okay, oh my god. That's wow. That is fucking crazy, dude. This thing's saying top side of the cone, $3. Just call it 70 cents, I suppose, if it was to go there by tomorrow. This one is saying bottom side of the cone, $4.40. You're bullish. I'd really, like, if this is long term, I'd look for a bullish bouncer at $13.50. $12.35. But ideally, if it can hold above this pink line, it's, to me, everyone has their way to define a bull trend. But it doesn't matter what cone I'm looking at. So we'll go for 1 minute cone, 30-second cone, daily cone, weekly cone. If it's above the pink ones, it's technically still in a bull market. The moment it gets above the pink ones, it's in a bull market. The moment it gets below the pink ones, in a bear market for that time frame. So currently on the 24 hour, it's above it. So that's like the only hopium I generally have for it, if it was to be long-term bullish. I suppose there'll be a lot of other coins I would say that. What I would like to see, but it's not going to be in a perfect world, and it's not to shit on the coin or anything, but I would like to see a pullback. Oh, this thing stopped. Okay, sorry. Thing looked like it dropped a stream there for a minute, for a second. Anyway, on the 24 hour, what I would like to see is just a pullback into that 1350. If it does get a bit crazy, because it is down there 1230, and if we can put in a bounce in this region, then I could see it trying to get all the way back up to like $24. Over here, it's a bit awkward, because if it does get up to $18.85, this is just on the daily, right? So I'm going to go put the 45-minute cone on now, and then we'll be able to just define that. I'll actually put these in. I'll just put the pinks to see if the 45-minute matching up. So we'll do that one blue. Do that one pink. Did that one orange. Because I don't even know if the 45-minute cone will be there. So we'll just see. If it's not, then I'll jump to the 90-minute. And then with these horizontals, we'll just see if that 1 hour observation that I would play is there. Sorry. So the only thing that's technical about this is just validating your stuff. So it's in the non-skew cone. Those are levels. Alright. It's where I'd like it to be. Tough fight if it does get to 1802. That's just on the daily outlook. If it does bounce from here, it's going to put up quite a bit of resistance. But if it does get up there, it doesn't matter. Blue line to blue line, right? That's the goal. Okay, let's go to the 45-minute. See if we got a target there. So close. Here. Hey, give me the text, bro. Where's the text box? Oh, fuck. Okay. Okay, non-skew cone on the left. This will be 45 minutes. General observation. Pink didn't hit these blues. Got stuck up in here. As you can see, if it does get above the pink, it's a bull market. Okay, so then you'd expect from pink to pink, it did hit our blue, so from pink, that would be to the next blue. And it sort of got stifled out just below here. Because you'd expect your next play would be from blue to blue, obviously, and then any one of these levels prevents it going from blue. Same thing here. Any one of these levels can slow it down. But yeah, usually when you do get up into here, this is like 95 percentile plus that you start reversing. So that's -1 off of the highest probability of like start looking for a reversal. Here breaking down, so as it breaks down from here back into pink, we sort of touched pink. So if I was bullish on it, I would expect whatever next happens in price, I'd expect it to have at least, I would like to see it go to pink. From what I can see, it's touched pink twice. I'd like to see it go to pink. As it starts failing this pink, obviously we start looking for a blue line. So we got failed here under the mean. Okay, so the move that I would imagine if you were bullish hopium, at least on non-skew chart, is from, sort of needs to get above 17 cents. $17, just call it 4 cents. Then the next move would be into roughly $17.80, 83 cents. Holds there, wants to get back up into the 1 day probability region here. That line up in here, there's some now matching probabilities, $18. So that would be quite, I'd only sort of, says on the 45 and it's not on the 1 minute, but I would really get hopium. If it was a hopium bull, I would imagine it there. Otherwise, if it's gonna be an aggressive bear, I would imagine he's trying to fill anyway from here to down there. But I would expect a touch. If it's gone from blue, I would expect a higher probability touch, at least for another try above here. 17.5 cents. Okay, let's see what our other cone is saying. Alright, so this side is not so much a high probability because it's not a colorful line, but the one on this side is askew. So long story short, you can see it bounced off of probability on the left. Yes, there was a probability here. So there's a blue line on the non-skew. There is a line here on the skew data. So it is a probability. You can see there's 2 probabilities in that region. Anyway, so I bounced off that probability. A little bit hard because it's quite a big move here. It's like 10 cents. So we'll give it 10 cents in this region as well. So blue to pink is up there, but it's pretty much gone from blue here to pink here, which would mean if it does carry on closing below this pink, you're going to get a drive of hidden bear div. I'd imagine on like a higher time frame, like a 4 hour, if you do start closing below 1710. We'll put in the bear. If it was to be bullish, I would expect something else. Well, if it was to be bullish, let's see what else we got. If we bounced off here, okay, so that's fine. If it was to be bullish, a little bit longer term. How many hours we got left? We got 3 hours, 20 minutes till the new daily prints. I'd imagine if it's to bullish your ranges, hold 1652, bounce to 17.96. Sorry, $17.19. I'd imagine that'd be a range to keep it bullish. Obviously, if it breaks out of here, back up in there, if it starts to break below here, 16.27, and then more than likely 14.803. Well, it's a little bit lower than that. Before 14.803, I'd expect a retest here. If it does break from red, just to keep it simple, keep probabilities in the play. Let's see what's saying on the 1 minute. H4 closes in 20 minutes, we find out. Let me duplicate this one. So I would use a 3 hour, so let me just read you the message. I'm going to put it on the 1 minute. I'll go put a 1 minute coin up. See if there's anything else that matches up. Okay, so the 3 hour closes in 20 minutes. I guess that's about matching up there. Okay, so I'll go with the 3 hour. I'm not going to put a coin on, I'm just going to see what the direction of volatility is saying. 50-50, a little bit bearish. You see 50-50 volatility. Very correct. This next 4 hour print on your side, or 3 hour print for me, would very much dictate what's going on here. Failing means round about here. Yeah, that's quite a... Yeah, this thing could be put under a hidden bed div. Let's see if there's one on a 6 hour that maybe wants to form. There you go. Let's see if the 4 hour might match up. I don't really use the 4 hour for these tools. Yeah, you see the 4 hour saying it's got, oh, that's the 4 minute. The 4 minute saying it's got a little bit of a hidden bull divvy here with a pumpo. What's that thing saying? Same, 50-50 on the 4 hour, same like the 3 hour. Looking for the general, the slow algos and stuff for trying to buy it up. 6 hour, 4 hour, 3 hour, 90 minute. Let's see. The smart algos are now coming in on the 90 minute, at least for the next 16 minutes. Just trying to trim off as much they can. Try to get filled at a better short. Let's see if the 45 minutes got anything to try to kick that around. 45 minutes trying to actually blast into a bit of a pump mode here. Alright, so that's in 15 minutes. Let's go see what the 15 minute has to say. Is this thing in pump mode? It does. Okay, so in the next 48 seconds, we sort of need AVAX to close, to open and pretty much stay bullish. So pretty much get above. Let's see what would keep that. Yo, this might run hard if it was. I think if it runs, it's going to try break the highs here. Let's see, have I got any other data that I can... Yeah, okay, that's perfect. So I do think if we can just hold this trend that it's in, let's see how this 15 minute prints. BTC up, and it's sweet. I changed the BTC chart to the AVAX. But yeah, I would imagine they all go together. It's just leverage. Trading an ounce is pretty much, if you trade at spot, it's just leverage, or 1x, it's just leverage trading Bitcoin. Okay, let's go see some 1 minute stuff. So this isn't Solana. Sorry, I see there's a lot of guys. I'm just battle testing here. I want to scalp live. AVAX. Oh, we are in the 1 minute. I want to scalp live. and I have my Starlink updated. So the only problem is I'm not saying I'm gonna give signals or anything. You'll hear me. I'll be saying stuff like here I'd be out, and that would usually just mean like I'm getting out. Like if I'm in a trade, I am getting out right now. Right? I'm not advising anyone else to get in or out. You guys are gonna have like a 4-second delay or something like that. So first off, that edge is gone because that is sort of the edge. Is having 3 to about 15 seconds worth of edge on the market, and then I know if I can just press I'm in, I'm out, and the next 3 to 15 seconds should go my direction. But that's for me. It doesn't happen all the time. Alright, so I'm going to try to do that with Solana at least. I'm just talking shit here. I need to be talking shit and looking for an AVAX cone. So then on Solana, I'm going to try to do some live streams. And I see that the stream sort of drops a bit. Hey, what's up, Black Gold? Long time no see, bro. I hope you're well. You still bearish? Which coin, dude? I can do a whole analysis on any coin. Anyway, let me get this coin loaded here for the home dogs. What's that, 350 I'm guessing? Yeah, which time frame would you suggest though? Because like for me, the 21 day was bearish when Bitcoin was around about $95,000. It just takes a lot of balls to have that thing play through. It's more of like an investment thing for me that I do. I'd look for alts that are reversing on a 21 day. So like that thing was bearish all the way up there. So if people are like bearish down here, we'll go have a look on a 21 day. This is so far away. I think XRP we could go back to 83 cents. I have some shit loaded here for you. I'll finish up with this 1 minute AVAX thing and then I'll bring up some XRP targets. As I said, I meant to do a XRP stream, but to be honest, I've just been chilling, dude. I'm trying to find exchanges to partner with and stuff like that. So, but on my terms. And then they're obviously gonna make it hard. But I think I can. It's on my terms, and they can make it hard as they want. Okay, so that's fucking like 100, dude. Why does it look so close? Damn. Sorry. Yeah, because you've been helping the community for a long time now. Oh no, did I just do it out of love, man? The people that taught me how to trade, the people that have, the knowledge I've gained just in my life, bro. Fuck knows why people spent the time to tell me, man. And the least I can do is be like, I don't know, bro. This is how I drive a fucking car. You know, I'm not dead yet, but this is how I drive a car. If I drive a car like this, well, come join me. But like, yeah, man. I'm not doing it for my benefit. I want to partner with an exchange and have zero fees. And then I'll grow my capital and stuff like that. So I'm looking into Binance, but I shouldn't have said that. I think I've jinxed it saying that. But we'll see how that goes. Okay, so this is 1 minute AVAX. If I wasn't fucking around, we would have had a lot better observations here. Okay, so general observation here for AVAX. It did clear the pink. It's holding above the orange. If it holds above this blue, we look for pink side, $17.07. Non-skew cone. Skew cone broke into the pink, hold above the pink. Try to come retest it above the weekly. Broke out of its mean. Same here, broke out of its mean. Is the mean by the pink? It is roughly by the pink. Okay, so if it was to retest, it would be a retest now at about this red, just down here in the pink or what? If there was to fail, fuck, I need to do this side. Okay, so if that orange line is now this white line. If it was to retest, I would expect a bounce here at 16.83 cents. Okay, but if you're going to be a hyper bull, let's say there are aggressive bulls right now, I would look to try and sweep the bears somewhere here, but only for like 30 seconds. Just try get in, get out into that, get out at that blue line. But you see, that's why I want zero trading fees or limited trading fees. I suppose if you're using KEX, you do have 0 trading fees, but you only have 100 trades on spot, or 0.001, whatever $8 variance is. Take an order on Bitcoin right now, $8.50, whatever it is. If you take it in, take it out, you gotta make sure that Bitcoin moves $16, and then you can take profit. Okay, here, not looking too favorable. What's that time frame? 45 minutes. Sort of 50-50, 45 minutes. Let's see if there can be something that can try hold that 45-minute bounce. How many minutes left? 8 minutes left till that 45-minute closes. Fuck, if it was to fail here at the blue, maybe retest the 87 here. And then if it was to fail 87, we're looking for 81.15 again. Now those are just bounces for the way down. That's just how my brain works. And then if I was to try and scalp this now, let me just do a measure move before I speak out of my ass, because I'd obviously need it to be more than 0.2% if I was to say I'm going to buy now. So let's just see. Oh no, that's bars. Fuck. The measure move, 0.1, 0.2, so it needs to move 3 cents if I was to say buy. Take it in, take it out. Okay, so let's go load those orange things. Now I don't have to speak out of my ass. So if it does want to break out, another 10-cent move, 3-cent move to the upside, matching up here, retest here. Let's see if there's a quick bullish play. That's a minute left. Try, if it holds above this orange, scalp back up, try to long it back up at least up into here. And now it all depends on your risk, right? At this rate, I would imagine if my stop loss would be, if I needed to move 3 cents, my stop loss would maybe be 6 cents here, and I think that's already too high. Like if it goes 6 cents against my entry, I'd be out. 6 cents. Is that 6 units? 6 cents is stupid. That's if you're trading on like Coinbase or something. I needed 0.2. Okay, so I'm gonna say units because I'm on 3 decimals. So it would be half a cent. Not a half a cent. I'm just gonna say 3. It's gonna be 6 units. So it went from 76 units to 80 units. If I was to press buy at that perfect time and press sell now, I'd only be a profit of 1 unit. So I'd just have to look for more relevant targets. So I'd like touches at the actual lines themselves. I wouldn't want to get ahead of myself, especially on like AVAX or something like that. Depending on your volume, you're throwing in more than $1,000, $1.5 grand, and depending on your exchange, if you're doing it on spot, variance will be, the spread will shit, but you'll sort of, I don't know, for me, throwing in $1.5 spot every 3-4 every 30 to like 90 seconds, they're gonna figure it out. So I'd rather just take a chilled one. Like here, I'd start to look for a long, try to give it 3 cents against me. Not much. High risk target to the downside if I was to get long is at 84.48. So if I was to press buy anytime here, I would want to make sure I'm out by the time it fucking gets here. Okay. Here, I would look for maybe another entry that's in a dump mode all the way down to this other side of the curve. I would imagine, hey, let's see if there's a retest here at 18.15. Let's AVAX 16.801 on AVAX would be a good buy. 16.801. Fuck. So that was a long time ago, dude. I'm long from 15.30. 15.30. Is that in? Let's see. This is just a 1 minute cone. So 15.30. You're not in the skew cone's probability. The non-skew cone. 15.30. Okay, so 15.30 is like down here on this -2 daily VRE, that yellow line. Then the red line is -1, this is -2. So you're in at 15.30, which would maybe be a bounce. If it was to get very bearish, could be a bounce down here. As I say, I'll just keep it simple. right now on the non-skew cone, this is its safe zone right here, and when it gets to that safe zone there, it's neither bullish nor bearish. But on the skew cone, it's bullish to set lower highs, if this makes any sense. Okay, so in this sense, you can see there's a probability here at $17.15. You could just say it's bullish to set lower highs in that sense. And then there's a weekly up here as well, which now is two different math models, but that adds to the idea of $17.19. So lower high. So that's that 4 hour, I'm guessing, hidden bear div. I think we found it here on the 6 hour. I don't really want to change the cones again, but I think there was a 6 hour hidden bear div. So that would be more than likely trying to check itself up here sometime in the next 8 hours. I don't know how wiki or volatile AVAX could be, but that would be like my suck the thumb ultimate prediction if it was to be bullish. I'd be bullish until there, then I'd start questioning it. Over here, it's next hopium bounce 16, 17, 11. All right, which 16, 17, 11. Yeah, so it's still in a range. The range is pretty much back all the way down to the weekly. I'd imagine $16.60. So the two pink lines sort of merging here at this weekly level. Top side of the daily, that would be a hopium bounce. I wouldn't say get absolutely bearish, but just know like that would be the range. So initially you could say the range is 50-50 when it gets to this point. Anytime it's above it, it's bullish, even though it is going down. It's 50-50 when it gets here. Unfortunately, it's under a negative skew over here. So it's more than likely going to, as you can see there, iceberg or rain or something, get slowly melted down. But then I'm sure when it does get bullish, it's going to just send like 30-40 cent moves on a 1, 2, 3 minute time frame quite easily. So it's going to get killed down. I would like to maybe see a potential bounce here. That would be a safer trade for me if I was to try and front run it for a scalp. Let's see what's building up here. I'll do the XRP one now in about 5 minutes because I have them all loaded here. And I'll do all the time frame. What is that indicator? Which one? So I'll just say there's a cone, which is this thing. Which is just this indicator here on the left. So that's just the cone. Then there's other lines here, which is alpha trading. Oh, so this is the alpha trading PB2 cone on the price distribution. This is the alpha trading VRE, volatility range index, if I recall correctly, is the acronym. And then the sources here. Okay, cool. So here's the idea, man. So we're building a black hole here. We have to throw new probabilities on. Just say if it holds above 16, 18, it's going to push back up to the upside. If it closes below 16, 18, 15, it's going to push to the downside. These probabilities I don't really want to get into right now. Obviously, you're scalping it. But I'm just going to use the old ones, which is very wrong of me. But I'd imagine it's going to try to push back up into, let's just say, a max position of $17.20. If it can hold 1681. And if it does get there, obviously it can do way more. Higher probability, $17.08. Okay, let me jump into the XRP thing. If it fails here, down $16.62. All right, this is the midpoint of the weekly. This is a good place for a good volatility expansion. I'd imagine it would get to go up because it's expanding up right now to carry on quite high up. Okay, let's jump into that XRP thing, man. I like the probability. Yeah, the cone, there is probabilities to them. I changed them up a little bit. Please load. Thank you. Oh, and there's a crazy, let's see that 1 minute. I would explain it here. Which one's doing it? Okay, there's not much. It's not a crazy skew. So sometimes you'll see, if I just use this chart on the left, the blue lines which is just call it like 0.1% of the distribution from this candle. I'm forecasting this candle off of that candle being a black hole because it's zero volatility, as we've just got a new one here. So this code's invalidated. I have to put a new one on, but don't worry about that. It invalidated at the mean, as you can see perfectly. From black hole to black hole, the black hole's in the same place, nothing's changed, which is actually very rare. Anyway, so I'm projecting that black hole. So let's say you throw a stone into the black hole. The higher probabilities are the colorful lines on the cone. And you could imagine, because this data is actually in 2D when it's supposed to be displayed in 3D, but it's getting thrown around this black hole's line. So it's, if you look at the black hole, let's just say right now it's going to the left, then it's gone behind the black hole, now it's coming back to you, so it's gone behind the black hole, you'll see it pop out on your right, and then now it's coming closer to you. Anyway, then as it starts to reverse back, then it starts to get closer to the black hole again. So it's like a moon around a black hole. It doesn't ever go into the black hole. The only time you wouldn't know if it goes into the black hole. The theory, you wouldn't know if something goes into the black hole or behind the black hole until a duration of time. But in this case, because it's 2D, I know it goes into the black hole. And then once it gets shot out either side. So that's what that orange line is, just being depicted. Anyway, I want to go to the XRP. He's been here a while. Daily open is in 3 hours time. Okay, so do you want to give me a time frame there that you want to look at on XRP, bro? Because I've got some crazy targets. I'll just put this one back. Oh, so I'll throw the 7-day cone on. I'll just use the cones. I love the cones. It calls the top on a lot of shit. You just gotta have patience. But if you're scalping it, it's quite nice. It's like, oh yeah, that was a 7-day top. Okay, so this one is completely broken. I know I had to look quite hard for the XRP cones. 4-hour cone. Thanks, mate. No breakfast. Good stuff. Yeah, I need to eat dinner. Let's see, 42, okay. So we're gonna look for a 4-hour. I don't think I have anything down there on those cones. Is a 4-hour time frame a long-term time frame or a short-term time frame too? Black. Okay. Out V. That should be in a distribution. I'm surprised it hasn't been tagged. So I'm going to use a 6-hour, just because I don't use the 4-hour. So it's a long. Okay, then I'm just going to see how the 6-hour looks here. See if the data set is in it. If it's not in it, then I'll go look at the 3-hour. So this is on max spot. It's not on perps. $1.66. Good one, dude. Did you catch that today? Oh, beautiful. Fucking killing it, bro. $1.66. Wow, you cleaned it. Yeah. Dude, such a good trade. Well done. Well done. So what's your target? Like, what's your next target before I get into that? So this is the 6-hour. As you can see, it does what's holding us up, right? What's putting in the fucking dojis is, 6 hours played a good play here. We can go look at the 3-hour, but I do like this. It comes to the edge of the cone, and then on the 6-hour, it wants to rebound. Ideally, this is a very hard trade to get right, because it can touch the cone, front run the cone a bit, or it can just blow through the cone. It high risk trade here, max return. So that skew there, yeah, if it did blow through the cone, you'd have lost 10 cents quite quickly on a 1 minute time frame to about a 3 minute time frame if you're trying to scalp it. But it's a beautiful scalp here, long, 6 hours, more like an investment to me. But that's a good buy. Where would you like it to be? I just sit here and watch the charts. Yeah, I don't watch TV. Well then, we should do the same thing. Then you should just say, hey, live stream, because I only go to bed at about 4 hours from now to about 3 hours from now every day. Then I wake up about 12 hours from now to about 10 hours from now. Okay, I was negative for a while, but we started pushing up. So you're long in 166. That's very good long. Where would you expect this thing to go though? Like, what are you looking at? Because it's sort of really like cleared the initial targets up here at $2, $2.02. In order for it to stay bullish, I would imagine it has, well, I'm not saying I would imagine, in order for it to fucking not go back down to dollar, pretty much your entry, $1.67, it needs to hold above $1.92. And if it holds above $1.92, 202 would be the next target that I'd worry about if I'm watching the charts all the time. Are these pinks in the same place? Ultimate move, blue holds blue back into pink here at $2.30. We got anything up here at $2.30? Only a -1 of the pink, so it's close enough. It's close enough, especially because this thing does jolt around 20 cents quite easily on a 6 hour time frame. So yeah, my line in the sand would be, I would look for bullishness 92 cents into $2.20, $2.02, hold above $2.02 if I want to be bullish. $2.15, yeah, $2.20, $2.30. I don't know how long you would usually hold a trade for. Range, if it does fail, would be that. So I would look for a re-entry again down in that $1.67 region. I'm not saying that means I'm not even here to give financial advice, but that's what I'd do. If it did fail here, I would look for another re-entry down there. Obviously, there's $1.83 coming into the play, $1.76. But I think maybe another retest at $1.76 could be in the books. Maybe build like a little W. I'm not saying trade a pattern or anything, but maybe like another little pit stop there, and then try push up. So $1.76, because it did fail. It hit there, it's failed there. Yeah. 192. Fails 192. 176. Bounce 176. 192 will more than likely break for $2.02. That's how I'd look at that. My stop loss, dude, that's good, man. $1.77. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. You're getting a 10 cent on it. It's a little bit unfortunate. So you get 77. Which exchange are you using? Because on MEX, on spot here, your stop loss is like the perfect re-entry for a high risk long to get it back up into like $2. So yeah, that one's looking pretty good. So the 6 hour might help. I'm on max. Yeah, okay, cool, man. So yeah, then you're seeing it here, $1.7736. That's on the 6 hour. Let's go see if there's anything. You didn't tell me what you wanted. I want to see XRP to $2.38. Yeah, so there's $2.30, and then if it holds $2.30, that's if it holds $2.30, that's immediately telling you that it wants to push for $2.66. On this side, because you were saying up there $2.38, so $2.38, if it holds $2.42, then its immediate target is trying to do $2.80. So let's just try keep these colors together. So I'd imagine we've got any colors touching nearly here. So I'd imagine a $2.60, $2.70 if it does get above $2.42. But as I said, that's into the bullish thing. If you wanted to, if you do believe that XRP can be bullish, because you did say down to like 85 cents or something. Where was that? I would imagine it fails below these pinks here, $2.71, $2.71, $2.90, or like that would be if like the panic, like oh my god, good news, but you know it's still bearish for a lower target on a way high time frames. Fail to 80, but initially if you're gonna speed that process up, and I would imagine a failure at 230, and then you're gonna push fucking outside of this cone on the 6 hour here, which is sitting at $1.50. This side here, $1.52. As soon as you get out of $1.52 to about, I suppose, $1.47, let's call that in the next 36 hours. If it does get there, I need to jump into the higher time frames. Is this one actually legit, or is this cone? Please tell me. Please tell me this 24 hours might be in the play. I think, if I remember this chart, because I loaded it last week, I think this one's telling us it's coming back into the cone. Might have been broken back into the cone. 491. So this is not on the daily time frame. But yeah, so the 6 hour I'd run like that. I can't trade XRP. I already tried. It's too efficient for me to scalp. They just know how to bleed me out. Okay, yeah, okay. So if it's bullish there in the skew, getting into the nonsense, yeah. So the last time I looked at it was in about this region here. Okay, so we broke down $1.44. So you're looking at, I think it was 83 cents, right? I'm short on blow from 244. 244. So yeah, Blowfin and Max will be about the same, about 3 cents up. 244 over here. Okay. Okay, so for a couple, maybe like a week or so, 10 days, last 10 days you've been short? Short on Blowfin. Yeah, so that's quite a good entry, dude, I'm not going to lie. I don't know how long you'd want to hold it for, but I would expect XRP, which is ironically now matching up with the 6 hour time frame. The $2.03 target over here, it's $2.04. Any closes below there, I'd remain bearish. Any closes above there, maybe a squirt to the upside quickly, but it would be maxing out again with about that 6 hour cone in the $2.70 region, $2.75. It would be, it's XRP, so a lot of shit can happen. But anyway, here, if I was to be bullish or bearish, if I wanted to be bullish, I wanted to close above $1.92 to push up to the upside. And then if I want to be bearish, so if it does 192, initial quick scalp maybe for the day, that's the day or 2 days is into $2.17. But we still have to cross that $2.20 mark. So I'd look for a range quick scalp of $1.92 if too long, and close out at what, $2.06. If I was bullish, if I was bearish, I would have wanted to be bearish a little bit sooner. But yeah, any failures below here, maybe if it does come up there, if you got the balls, you short it again to 4 cents. Fails that blue, it wants to come down to this blue. Fails this blue, it wants to come, so fails that blue into $1.44. $1.44, fails that blue all the way back down to this pink, 88 cents. Roundabout, I think the target you're saying. On the skew bounce, you're looking at about $1.20. As long as it holds above $1.20, XRP is still bullish. On non-skew cone, holds above 88 cents, still bullish. Safety zone 62 cents. Safety zone 83 cents. Hidden bull div 73 cents. Hidden bull div 54 cents. 62 cents, 73 cents, about a hidden bull div if it's good hopium. But yeah, so the model sort of gets broken for me when it breaks out of $2.70. After that, I'll just go throw on VREs. And this is on the daily, so what's that? That's a weekly, weekly 2, weekly 3, weekly 4, $2.85. Monthly 1, 2, 3, monthly 3, $33, sorry, monthly 3, $3.43, $3.86. And then if I'm going to do it to that side, I have to do it to the downside. We bounced off a monthly here at $1.66. Next monthly is $1.22. We was buying back at 4.270 when you were streaming XRP last. Good shit, dude. Hey man, and I did say it, hey, like, okay, this is on max. Something went wild here, but yeah, I think that was towards this time last year. I mean, we were sitting in this stuff over here, man. We're sitting in all that fucking XRP chop, and you know, I say like hopium targets because, like, come on, let's be honest, man. We're sitting in this region, hopium targets, all the way up here. We broke the model into $2. I think the other one is a little bit higher, $3, but that didn't print then. If we were looking at it in this region, $2.50. Max bug, where did it go, guys? Like, you know, let's just quickly super zoom in here. It bugged out on max, and you come and show me someone who has a model that sits flat, that was out on the bug by 0.003 units of XRP, like 0.3 cents or something. All right. Anyway, here again, nice path, 24 hour. Yeah. I don't know. I hope you guys were able to capitalize. I was busy scalping Bitcoin, and I was able to actually capitalize a bit more. So let's just say I had, what did I start with? I said I started with 589. So I'll just do it here, because I treat my dollars like XRP. The 589, and I think I pulled like a 400% move on the public show face, and then at 502% or 521% on the other, yeah, on the other one. So we'll just go 510. Yeah, I got about the same returns, but with a fuckload more work than just holding for literally 14, 20 days. That was in 50 days worth of work, but it was within my control. Every trade was within my control, because my limits were only $8 on Bitcoin. So I was very happy to be in control of the trade. And I did sort of beat it. Maybe I matched it. I actually think I matched it, which is all right. I learned some valuable skills, and I wouldn't have been able to actually snipe perfectly up here. I wouldn't have even traded it, but yeah. So I matched the returns, at least in my Bitcoin scalping challenge, in way before then. So it was April. I started trading it in April, about this time last year. It was, just call it, only 50 days. Yeah. So if I was wise enough, that's the only thing I didn't do. I was looking for other zero fee exchanges. I didn't take I turned, just call it $595 into, and I wasn't greedy. I gave some away to other people, but just call it $4,500 in about 54 days worth of trading, and I was banned for about 90 days worth of trading. So just shy of 2 months, 500x that now. Yeah, so I'm happy with that. I should have, because I did that. I thought I was going to try and scalp with other zero fee exchanges, and they fucking locked me up, and then the pump sort of came through. This was also on like Bitcoin. I got locked in at Bitcoin at 72. I was scalping it. I got locked in at 65, I think, and then I got unlocked at 72, so it was quite a decent amount. And then I traded again, and then I got locked in round about there again, 72 to 78. Got locked in, and then I sold again at 95 2 weeks later, or a week later, when I got unlocked. Yeah, so that was it was lucky returns, to be honest, but I at least caught the investment cycle. That's why I was happy to like just trade until I got locked in, because I knew general returns were going to carry on pushing up for about a week, 2 weeks, which would be my ban. But yeah, I need to get back into XRP. I really do, and I'm not going to like change anyone's opinions or anything like this, but I would really like to just reaccumulate here again at about 55 cents, 60 cents, 90 cents. I really don't want to buy it above $1. But I know that I promised myself I'll buy it from $1 to like $5. But this is fucking now. If I start buying up here, it's like 5 years, 10 years worth of investment. I sort of fumbled the ball when it did start picking up, because I wanted to scalp Bitcoin on all these stupid exchanges. It would have been nice. Been a good trade. But I wasn't in the frame in time to be holding trades. I was here to scalp 30 seconds, 90 seconds. Anyway, so yeah, initial, it's still bullish, technically above $1.20. That's all I can really say. Fails $1.20, drastic bounce here, fucking mad hopium at 88 cents. Natural flow of things. Same thing that happened with Bitcoin, 108. I'm not going to say XRP is going to do the same thing, but a lot of people got complacent over here. And then this would have been about Bitcoin when it was at about 92 grand. Was it made 108, and then it popped up to I think 105, and people started to get complacent here, and then it ended up at about 88. Ironically matches up here. $88,000 was my like thing for Bitcoin. So similar region, people getting complacent here. Bitcoin's currently here. If this was the Bitcoin chart, it would be over here with regards to XRP in the coin. So XRP is actually stronger than a lot of the other coins right now. But I would like a bounce. I would like just a long-term retest. Just come in, retest down here, the $60, $90, 60 cents, 90 cents region. I would buy it again. I would like to buy it there. I'm not saying it's hopium, and a lot of shit can change, but I would expect that. I would genuinely expect that, unless there's some drastic news or something like that to change the narrative. Doesn't matter the news, I got the lines. So if the news is good enough to get it above $2.80, then I know, fuck, okay, my model's just about to get broken. I have to account for this news. Can you check HNT, please? Was buying at 45 to 70. What? Oh, shot. Can you check HNT, please? Give me the time frames you'd like me to look at. I'm going to swap the AVAX one. So we'll do HNT, USDTP on the 1 minute. And then we'll do it on the 24 hour. HNT, USDTP. Mexico border. Or 1 hour and 6 hour. Okay. So I'm going to do 45 minutes and 6 hour. So there. Oh, nice. So you guys printed. Nearly. Okay, let's get that on. Why are you not giving me the text? You stupid thing, man. Why are you not giving me the text? My cry. I'm OCD as shit. And I don't want to, because I usually just type 45 minutes. Oh, it's fine. Okay. Not like I look at it too often. I'm guessing it'll be about 85. Let's see. How long we got? 20 minutes. First 45 minutes. Ooh, that's not too good. Okay. Absolutely broke the model. This is no skew. Broke the model 67. Not saying it's irrelevant, but you'll go and use a different time frame. So we'll just double check on like the 6 hour. So hopefully the 6 hour gives us a nice scoopy point, or blue or pink, depending on how far out it is. Buy. And then I'll just see. But yeah, the general idea is it does want to get back into here. Volatility isn't contracting, so sometime it does want to get back into $2.70 HNT. Wow, it sounds like it's XRP. It does want to get back into $2.70 there, but we'll just have to confirm that with a bounce, maybe on the 6 hour. Okay, let's turn that off. Ooh, this one's also broken, hey? Okay, $2.76. Model broke, as you can see, it breaks quite nicely. And then you have to go look for a different time frame. So we'll use the 6 hour. Oh, 6 hours in here as well. So 6 hours been broken as well. So I'll just move it over. Guessing it's about 9. I don't know. 3, 8, 10, 9, 8. Okay, so this is okay. So you can see like the same idea that I was talking about here, how it wants to come back into the model. Sort of what you're experiencing here. For H&T. So come on. I'll load all the other stuff up now. Just want to see what it looks like bare bones. Okay. You got any other time frames? Oh, you're mining. Nice. Is it like on the same mining machines like graphics cards and stuff? Or is it on like a Pi, Raspberry Pi kind of setup? Okay, so let's see H&T. So if you're mining it, then you don't necessarily give a fuck about the price right now. I don't know how long you've been mining it for, but usually that means you're quite invested in it. So we can just see, just on those time frames you wanted, we've got one coming in here at $2.70. Initially this 6 hours been targeted. Any time that I would look for a reversal would be if we can hold $2.59. But I'm going to be a little bit more accurate. I'll say $2.60. I will start to look for a long-term reversal, which would be literally to the other side of the coin, $3.17. Okay. If it gets into the coin again, that's the upside target, $3.17, $3.20. I would look for a lot of fighting or good pivot and price action at $2.65. At that price, I think you're going to get a longer term play, so it might be for like 10 days from about $2.65. So you can imagine if it holds above there, it's going to be bullish. Closes below there on the 6 hour, it's going to be bearish. Let's go look for the 24 hour. Now they have two devices you can buy. Have you paid them off? How much are they? Like $100 devices or something? And how long have you been mining that? Sorry, I just need to have a sip of juice. I'll be right back now. Just let me know about the mining devices. I'll be reading the comments. I just need to put the mic off because I'm gonna cough. I got them and it was a really good deal. So if you made your money back just in mining, and like mining, selling, now it's just mining for free for you, pretty much. Are there like USB devices? Or do they take less than like 12 watts or something? I'll be right back. Sorry, I'm gonna cough. It's pretty good. How long have you been mining it for then? We'll just put HNT on this time frame here. I don't know. I'll just put it back on Sol for a minute. Hopefully this thing's all in the same place. I was supposed to do something with the phones and the Wi-Fi. Dude, don't you think that that's like the... I think my mate's doing it with helium. I don't know if it's the same thing, but I think helium was the one that my mate reminded me of. Don't you think that's like for just use it for Indian scam call centers? They're just using something like that, you know? And that's quite dangerous because some of the scam centers go to like 150 SIM cards. Do you have to worry about SIM cards for this thing if it's got something to do with mobile? And you don't, on your mining rig, you don't have to worry about changing SIM cards or anything like that. You know what a SIM card is? I don't know if you're in the States. It's a little chip you put in a phone to get Verizon or AT&T. Usually your guys' phones come with, I think it might be a prepaid plan, but I think most of your phones come inbuilt connected to the network already that you've bought the phone from. $20 a month. And just out of curiosity, how much data does it use in a month? My device just hooks up to the internet. And then the SIM card is a different thing. Is that the other device, I suppose? I suppose I can also just grok it, bro. I'll just use grok. Oh my word. Hello, good sir, Michael. Long time no see. I hope you're well, dude. I hope you are well. Nine. Can't speak like that. Sorry, I need to just let the HNT going for my friend here. I'll be right back. I'm just going to leave this on a Sol 1 minute. That's a 30 second. Do you want on the 1 minute or 30 second? Christ is here. We'll show it. Don't worry about this one, Christ. I'm not going to delete it. Don't worry about that one. I'll be right back. 3 minutes. Oh, cut out. Are you trading anything, Christ? Are you trading crypto? I'm holding 3 short positions. We'll take profit prices. Yeah, black one. 3. So you got HNT, I'm guessing. And you got XRP. What else are you short on? Okay, let's see what's happening here. We want to give 24-hour HNT because we did say you are mining it. Damn, on max, this is going to be hard to find. Rare event then, when it does flash, so the levels will be, yeah, so flash multiple times here at $1.30, I'm guessing. What's that, $1.40? Flashy flash. 0 distribution, still hold 0 distribution. And that was our last flash on the daily time frame. XRP BTC Sol. Okay, well, I'll just load this mining one up. I'll do my 5-day and 3-day. If you guys want, I'll do a Bitcoin analysis for you guys. But I just need to I need to find the right coins. It's on the 3-day or the 5-day or the 7-day. So that's going to take like 10 minutes to figure out. Okay, let's load up this HNT for the homes. When was this? September. So this is going to be like 200 days ago. September, October. Not loaded. Oh wow. 2025. Sorry, I thought it was. Let's go 365. Let's go general thing here. To double that. 440 and go. Fuck. Play chase the cone, dude. I should have just used the measure move back, but it's a bit late. I'll do that for the... Why is that door creak? Things getting cold. I'll do that for the Bitcoin ones to speed it up. Sorry, I've got more efficient ways to do this. I do forget. Yeah, I'll do the XRP. I'll do the BTC one for you guys. Because I've been meaning to do that for a while. And if you are here and you're just watching this silly stream, I'll try add some value. And I don't really have to do it and give away my targets to a lot of people. But yeah, I've got a lot of things to say about it. Okay, so HNT fell back in. Where's this going? Ooh, wow. $1. Got a bounce anywhere at $1. Ish. Okay, non-skew cone still bullish if it holds above $1.87. In order for it to try and carry on back up to the upside, maybe start a new trend. It's on the 24-hour, $2.88. Yeah. Bit dirty. Natural magnet is it always does want to try pull back into the other side of the cone, and the other side of the cone where's its probabilities. And if it does pull back to touch this cone, there more than likely be a bounce in this region from $1, let's just call it 78 cents. But it's going to be very drastic wick or something like that. It's not going to be fucking 5 days. It needs to hold above $1.74 to just stay range bound to $1.85. And if it gets above $1.85, still bullish. But that's off of this bounce here. Worst targets this thing. Does it have a 0? It's got 7, 8 cents. Mean until the next part prints to 28 cents. 56 cents. 76 cents. It's dead if it closes, if it gets below 40 cents. It's holding on for dear life, but now that's that whole mean reversion back up to $5, right? If it does get there. But that's how you do get to the $5, but that's if this doesn't flash again. Okay, so we're gonna move. Fuck, don't buy the dip. Gonna keep dipping. 183, dude. I'm not gonna say I'll trade it or anything, but if it was a long-term thing, I'm not. To scalp it is a completely different thing. If we're looking for action today, it's a completely different thing. A long-term hopium would be if I'm bullish on it, if it stays above 183. Naturally, if I'm quanting it, it wants to pull back into $1.46. Naturally, just come back into the cone. Ironically, it actually wants to blow outside of this cone. So just if I was to, lucky enough to catch the short and try to get it to 143, I'd start to get worried at 183 if I was holding a short. If I was holding a short and I was to enter right now to try and get it down there, I'd really start to worry at $2.86. So the kind of play I'd sort of look for if I was to short to the downside is maybe look for a long into this region so that I can cover it, which is now the lower term time frames, the 3 hours, the 45 minutes, the 15 minutes. Look for a bounce into there so I can try to cover that 10 cents or something, just a small one, so I can cover it here with 10 cents worth of stop loss. Just try to get it in and then put the short in here and then hope it gets to 85. But that's not financial advice. That's just something I'm saying I would try and do, but I realistically wouldn't do. Because I just trade the whole fucking account on the 1 minute. Okay, so we want to do some Bitcoin. We've done the XRP, so this will be BTC USDT. Hey. Okay, so this is going to take a while, gents. Just please bear with me. This is sort of why I don't really do a lot of analysis. Because if I was to do the whole analysis, fuck it. It'd take me like 30 minutes to do the whole analysis, just setting it up. I'll just give some daily targets. And I think the 12-hour was actually in play. But I want to put that one on max, sorry. Max, 24-hour I want on max. Is that got the top? Poloniex was a little bit delayed. Well, it wasn't delayed. Their orders were just more in the white area than in the area that they were supposed to be in. Okay, 3-day. Wow, the last time I looked at that was a while ago, eh? Maybe it's changed. Ooh, let's just make it simple. So who guess that's 210? Guessing. Looks like 60. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Okay, reset. Top side of the cone. Who's the 3-day? Paste. Okay, yes. Outside of the cone. Yeah. Ooh, wrong one. It's a new one. This is the 5-day. Give it 70. Oh, okay. Let me turn off these things. Yeah. Sort of like HNT's problem. Why don't you have a 7-day? You marked there. Gonna guess 200, maybe 300. Oh, come on, Shimura. So I'm gonna more than likely play action on the daily coin. Okay, so 7-day. Ooh, fuck. Alright, if you want to be bullish on Bitcoin, it needs to be on the 7-day. If you're going to be bullish on Bitcoin, on no skew. So this is maybe people who use linear mindset. If you no skews, linear indicators, 95,000, just call it 800. It needs to be above there. And once it's above there, you can do a stupid target of fucking $330,000. Initial target $128,000. If it gets above, it's going to be actually a bit higher. So it really has to start clearing, just call it $97,000. Then into just call it $128,000. Okay, keen on 300k. I'm to be honest, I'm more keen for the downside, but I don't see why Bitcoin can't hit 300k. It's in my probabilities here, and they're colorful lines, so I'm not going to disagree with anyone's statement to the upside. Just currently right now, I would like a little bit more downside. But okay, so if you're then using logarithmic, you're looking for a logarithmic breakout at about pretty much, ooh, this will be interesting. Okay, what, this is 7-day? So by April 18th, I think, how many days? Where's this thing printing? 7-day, that's 10. What's the day? It's 9th. Oh, it's 2. That's 3. That's 7. That's 10. So by April 17th, Bitcoin will be allowed to make a new higher high. By April 17th, it is, to me, how I look at it, is it's allowed to make a new high. That's on the 7-day. All right. Obviously, you need to get above $82,000 if you want to try seriously break a new high. By the 17th, I would expect it to, if what I'm saying is, to me, how I see it all tick in. Anyway, why I say that, because the pink line, the distribution, will cross the high in, just call it, say 10 days from now. Then once it does that, the probabilities say that it can set in a higher high, all right? And it'll look like the pink line has broken through the top of that candle, and that will immediately tell me that that is now in order, at least for a reversal candle or whatever it's doing. It will try and push back up there. It could be for $500 move, $1,000 move, I don't know, but I would say at least a 1% move on that day to the upside. Oh, very easy to say, I know. But if it's going up, expect it to go up an extra 1%. If it's going down, expect it not to go down an extra 1%, is what I'm saying on that day. Whatever happens after that, I don't really give a fuck. Okay, but then, so it needs to hold here, 73,200. Let me stop waffling, get into the flow. Okay, so it's currently in dump mode, in a trend to the downside. Hidden bear div. These guys are failing. Alright, if you are a bull, you're looking for hope here and back up here at fucking 82,000. Ideally, I would look for a pullback down into here, 63,000, and 72,000, 73,000, 63,000, 63,000, 73,000. $10 variance, $10,000 variance. Okay, 5-day. If you are bullish, which is, let me see, it's 83. Okay, if you are bullish on the 5-day, which closes in 3 days and 3 hours, on the logarithmic tools you may be using, you'd look for a bullish play, anything above 80k. The most idealistic perfect world play is ironically breaking new higher highs at $111,000. Magnet is 103, but range to range initially I would expect from 80 grand to about a 91 trade to a 98 trade, depending on how drastic it gets. It's still bullish. So here, Bitcoin gets bearish if it's below 80 grand. All right, that's your bullish opportunity. Bitcoin's bearish, and it's bearish to just call it $58,000. That's the probabilities. Then you look for a bounce at 62,800, 68,600, 74,300. Obviously, we sort of try to put that in now. But on the logarithmic stuff, you're bearish. Anything below 80 grand, just call it 200, you're bearish. On your linear tools, you're bullish if it carries on holding above 68, but as the probabilities are, blue to blue, as you can see here. This one caught the high perfectly. Caught the high, so it goes from blue to blue. All right, even though there's a lot of noise, you do expect it to touch the blue. It was a little bit front run here. Maybe something stupid happened, blue to blue. Tried for the blue, didn't really get it. Nothing much up here. Caught that one. It might be on the 24-hour. But yeah, got back to this blue, failed this blue. As soon as you know you start getting below this blue, we do want to look for this pink. All right, same thing here. You start closing below this pink, we do want to look for this pink. Same thing here. You close below this pink, we want to look for that blue. Alright, where's this blue down here? Just out of curiosity, is below this mean over here, which is actually a negative skew. This is why I like this coin. So the linear, this is a good example. Linear data set is, obviously, it looks like it's even, right? Even though it's been bullish, but ever since it started here on the 30th of April, 2024, pretty much, sorry, the 5th of May, so pretty much 320 days ago, or more, 300 days ago. So since it started from there, it's always had a negative skew. So it hold these pinks, it holds the pinks, one gets the pink, hold the fucking pink, want to get to the fucking blues. Alright, fail the blues, want to get to the pinks. Now, even though it did go and set new highs amazingly at 108 grand, it's under negative skew on this occasion here. This is actually, it's not necessarily conflicting, but this side is under a negative skew and it always has been. This side didn't start out under a negative skew immediately. Alright? And yes, everything is pumping. Oh, why do I know it's a negative skew? This light blue line here is supposed to be a plus. This is a +1 probability. And that means it should be above the orange line, but it's below the orange line. Over here, yes, this fucking mean is going up. It's positive, how do I say this? If you're a math guy. On this coin specifically, what I'm going to say next, sideways and down like last year. This is on the 5-day. Just tell me sideways from where. So this coin here on the right, if I was to tell someone who's like pretty into math, the Laplace distribution has a positive skew in the data set, but with a negative drift. And now they can put numbers behind it, and they can actually figure out the variance, you know, but my numbers behind it, not as perfect as theirs would be, but it would be from that one to that one, then that line to that line, or that line back up to that line. But like that would be the range of risk you take between the probabilities. So they can do it live. They'll be able to do it live all the way down to the 1 minute. Anyway, but yes, that's enough waffling there. Any closes below 80 grand, I do look for a downside. Initially to 57, man. I'm not going to be the bearer of bad news. Did it hit the blues up here? It didn't hit the blues up here. So we'll try match it up. So it's 1, 2, 1, 2. So I'd look for a touch at 68,000. All right. Why am I saying that? Because I'm taking this blue line here that you can see, and I go, okay, it didn't hit that one, so I'm going to go -1, and it hit -2. And if the skew is equal, I would go, okay, so it was -2 there. What happens to the one side has to happen to the other side. So it's +1, +2. And ironically, that's matching up here at 68 grand. So there is that probability of a 68 grand bounce. And if it does hold 68 grand, it's bullish. If it does get drastic for a while, I would expect a 63 wick, but I would imagine this happens quite fast. Some shit like this. What's that? It's about a 5% move. What's this already? That's 10, that's 4. So it's about the same kind of wick that you would experience here. And try pull back and hover in. That's what I would say there for the Bitcoin on the longer term time frame. So that's the 5-day. Okay, the 5-day has been quite nice. As I said, it did help put in the top here, get this variance. So I'm very much dialed into at least the left-hand side. So it performed very nicely, the pink lines and stuff. So I'm very much dialed into my bias being the more colorful lines on the left-hand side of the chart. Here just helps me know that, okay, this adds to my bias to the downside. Obviously, I'll know I'm wrong. If it just gets above 80, then my bias will have to start pushing maybe up into like 91 again, or where it failed from 86. My bias would have to be like, fuck, okay, 80 to 86 matches up about here, 80, 87. Fuck, we're back in that range. Okay, try push back up in. But yeah, and then if it does hold this pink, we are trying to set new highs. But I'd like for it to touch this pink down here, ideally, and then try pull back up into where we are here at 80k, and then make a whole new range all the way up here to like 120, pink to pink. So dip down into here, rebound back up, and then try look for new highs. I think it'll look quite nice. Quite a nice play. Yeah, would like a bounce here for a longer term play, to be brutally honest. And yeah, we will know that we're right or we're wrong at those lines. So make our decision. But there'll be another bounce here at 48 if it does get drastic. What's this one saying? 57. Yeah. If it does get drastic, I don't think it will try and break these lowers. So what did this one do on that day that it came in? So here's a good example of what I was saying on the 7 date. Sorry, I'll maybe have to put a plus sign. So like, yeah, I look at a lot of things. I know like this shit might be like so confusing to you guys, but every single tool I treat in the same manner. Or I look for confluence, and I'm only ever like, there's a reason why these numbers are the way they are. Okay, is that it? I'm gonna try I'll put it down here on the wick. Okay, this one was a little bit delayed. I think it was 10 days too late. Let's see, 15 days too late. 20. Okay. So this probability, all right, this pink probability came, not that it was ever outside of the model, but now it's being pushed to the limit on Bitcoin. At least this is the new black hole. Now, we always know that there's probabilities in the book, but you could imagine every time it goes, because these are big, you can do it on the 1 minute as well, but it'd blow your brain out trying to keep track of it. But your eye will eventually pick up like, okay, this is here now, what's happening to price? Okay, price, that wick matched here, and then you can see the probability came through in the book, all right? And all it had to do is to deny this probability, hold above the pink line. If I hold above the pink line, I don't go into this wick down here, and hold above the pink line. So here, we're gonna do the same thing. This one is a little bit late, not so good. But as soon as it came into the book, what happened? That probability came into the book. Next few candles do follow through to the downside. And this goes the inverse of it. All right, let's, as I was telling you on other chart, there will be a blue one that comes in. on this side here somewhere. I'm not really going to get into it, but there's a blue one that will come in, I think, on April 17th to the upside. And you'd naturally expect maybe 21 days worth of push to the upside from about April 17th. Just started guessing, not really holding the prices or whatever, but okay, next 17 days I should expect a push to the upside. I've seen that it's enough as long as you keep explaining it as you go. I can follow pretty good. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I've tried to put a lot of effort into explaining this in layman's terms, because I'm not gonna say I'm like a math genius or anything, but I learned some probabilities first year, second year, statistics first year, second year, factorial science, and some other things. So like I learned the words, and then I learned like the letters and the numbers and the funny symbols that come with it. So I can look at the equations and I can read them like a sentence, but I'm not necessarily going to say I can figure them out like 100%. Like I'll forget some rules in math or whatever, but like I can read the equation like a sentence and go, okay, so it's a range estimator at this many probabilities, at this many terms into the future. It's taking this many terms in the past, and it's averaging it with this equation, and it's throwing it out with that equation in the future. Like I can read that in a sentence. That's what I've pretty much studied to do here, was figure out the cone so I can explain that. These are probabilities, not that I really want to say what kind of probabilities they are because they are my age, but they are they're the highest probabilities, are these pink lines. That way I don't have to figure out or like count them all the time. I just know, okay, that's like 99.99% going to reverse, 99% going to reverse, 95% to 98% is in this region here, depending on the code now. And then here is like 75%, all the way back down to this number here, which will be 0%. So when it gets here, then it's zero probability anything's going to happen. But then there's a 5% probability there, there's a 5% probability there, there's, how do I round that down? It'll be a 2% probability there when it does get here at that perfect time. So you go, okay, I'll go the 5-minute probability on this time frame up. But anyway, so it's just, but yeah, on the 1 minute, I'll load a 1 minute chart for you guys. Okay, so the 3 days out, I now have to load the 24-hour code. I think the 24-hour code will give us a little bit more guidance from that 80K mark. Let's see if we can catch some variance. Was it the 5-day on this side? At this mark. Let's see if we can find some variance in the 24-hour cone that will hopefully help here at this 80 grand mark, if we can figure out if it's going to be bullish or bearish. Currently I'm leaning towards bearish on the 5-day at 80K for the next 3 days and 2 hours. It did wake up quite a lot, but as long as it's below it, it's still triggering trend to the downside. We're looking for continuation. A little bit of exhaustion on this side, but not as much yet. Tiny bit of exhaustion, but continuation on the more professional indicators. Okay, so let's just go to 24. Sorry, I'm waffling here. Just wanted to reinforce that 80K. We are looking for 80K. So if I can't find on the 24 hour, I think I'm gonna have to find on the 12 hour. No, okay, so 24 hour is here. Okay, I thought it was well far back. Yeah, so 24 hours 98K. Black hole formed at 98K. I think that'll be 45. Okay, no, it'll be like 90. So then, like, if you guys are looking at this, sorry, I need to cough. If you guys are looking at this, I know it's all choppy and shit, but I don't really want to explain it. But if you guys do see me doing this stuff and you see all these things here, I don't know if you'd even be able to see the numbers that they are. But every time you see like these vertical lines is when volatility hits 0 on a time frame that I would put a cone on. So this case is a 1 minute, I put a cone on, a 15 minute, I put a cone on, 90 minute, 35 minute, 90 minute, 3 hour, 45 minute, 6 hour, and 24 hour. So here you could say it's a 45 minute, 3 hour, 90 minute, 0 flashes and volatility. just so you can keep track. Oh wow, 0 flashes in volatility from below the mean to here. Okay, so then we're looking for expansion in volatility. So here we're gonna look for an expansion in volatility on any fucking time frame from 96,500. So the expansion in volatility in this case is to the downside. Then again we had it here, the 15-minute. This isn't really gonna make a difference, but in this case, at this time, let's say I was just trading here, it would maybe been only been 3 days worth of candles max on the 15-minute, but at that candle we knew, okay, zero volatility. Obviously you can see it would more than have likely had zero volatility on the 24-hour cone around about here at 81k. I'll put it up when I get there, so I just need to remember that at 81k. But anyway, and then we're looking for expansion volatility, but I'll delete these ones because they're not as relevant for jack shit right now. Here, so that's the 24-hour. That's not really, it's sort of in no man's land here on this cone. Let me just hide that. That is correct. Sort of in no man's land. What would I like? 68k sort of popping up here again, like it did on the 5-day. Alright, 68k is that pink one. Oh shit, that's the 3-day. So this is 68k on the non-skew side. Oh fuck. This is a dirty trade here, man. Okay. It's giving us the same target. I'm going to delete the 3-day. It's got nothing to, it's not helping me shuffle through. So we got here at 80 grand. 80 grand. If we can get above 80 grand on the 24-hour cone, it's saying if we can hold here, as you can see, is on the outside of the cone. And usually these are the fucking most high risk trades, but it wants to go back into the cone. And you can see like 80k, next target 86k, next target 92, then straight out into new highs. 113. It at least, if it can hold this 80k mark, it wants to do 93 to 113. And that's today. It can obviously, that will be the candle body close if it does get there. That'll be the candle body close if it does get there. As the time decay comes through, we will know, okay, let's say tomorrow it closes above 80 grand. If it doesn't, it's quite fucked. So it goes back down to 68k. More than likely a pit stop at 73. But let's just say tomorrow is bullish. We want it above 80k. Into 86. But if it's going to get to 86, it's definitely going to try push for 89. Because it's so far outside of the cone here. But yeah, so then if there's no zero flash and volatility, obviously you can see it wants to try flash a few of them all in the same time, but there hasn't been. So let's just say it is bullish. Until it flashes zero volatility again, which would be a very rare event. It's 140, Jesus, 160, fucking stupid numbers, not 200, 250, 300, because it hit the side of the cone. You're looking at 350 if this volatility doesn't reset from here on the skew cone. I know it sounds stupid, but this is how I do it on the 1 minute. And if my strategy is correct on the 1 minute, it's gonna be correct on the 24 hours. So that's how I'd exactly trade that. Obviously, I wouldn't have the patience, and I would believe that I could beat the market if I do have zero fees. I believe I'd be able to beat the market from here today. It's only a 200% move, 100% move. I do believe I can do 100% in the same time it takes to get that. More than likely try to do about 200%. Beat the market, but it's going to be a lot of work to do it. But I know it's in my control the whole way there, trying to push it up into that region. If it does hold here. We started using the AVP indicator on Friday. Okay, so these, Yeah, dude, it's stupid numbers, man. But I set it for XRP. I've set it for Dixie to 118. I'd like there's. It's just the probabilities to me, man. I can't bring a narrative, a news narrative to it or anything like that. I just can't. I can't. I can't. It's just the fucking numbers. Follow the numbers, dude. Follow the money. And that's all it is. So I know some of these targets might sound stupid, but I don't give them every time I do a stream. I'll try break it into like 20k range on Bitcoin, you know. Unfortunately here, it's quite a wide range, but if I was to like put the limits, if I was to make a video tomorrow, I'd put the limits, ironically, we like perfectly at the middle of it. Hold above 78k, look for a push to 89k. Close below 78k, look for a push to 68k. And ironically, it's a 20k range, roundabout. So that's 10 to the upside, and that's 10 to the downside, right? Like that's generally what I'd leave it off as. In this case, you hold 80k. I'm looking at 92. So I'm a little bit more bullish in this case if you do get above 80k for a 12k move to the upside. So yeah, and yeah, a good bounce at the 68. The 68 region is here, man. So let's say it does pull through here. I would look for a 92 short, you know, like naturally, like as you can see here, it does get up there, it does pull back. So I would look for a 92 short. I would like a 68 touch. Then I can trust this thing for a long time. Then I'd like 88, this 80 region. If it does break here, like I'm saying, for like a long time in the sense of like holding Bitcoin and having hope in Bitcoin getting to those 300 grand targets in like 5 years or whatever it is, like sounds stupid, 10 years, 300 grand. I would like this 68k. Like if it hits there, then my heart would be like, okay, fine. Yes, then it's like hopium, bullish, fucking people sort of believe in it. Where here I feel like it's a little bit of a front run. If it does get above 93 and breaks highs, I feel like it's a front run to me. 88 was my initial one. I was like, if this thing holds above 88, which I called to my mates, all laughed at me. This was when you had like 104k. I was like, 88, I want an 88 touch. We got the 88 touch. And yeah, that's all I wanted. I would be like, okay, fine. But that was just like unrealistic. I have to come to terms with fucking trying to understand Bitcoin against all my stuff. But the strategy hasn't changed. My hopes and my feelings and just what will happen in price action is a lot more beneficial at 68 than it is from here. Breaking highs. A lot more beneficial bounce at 68 than a push through here at 79. I don't know, should we put Bitcoin on the 1 minute? I can then, because if you guys press live, yeah, dude, I want to keep it pretty simple. Just keep it there on the 24-hour and the 5-day coin. Yeah, that's don't. Okay, let me before I go there to the 1 minute. Do I want this on spot? I want it on spot. I feel like the real players are playing on spot now, the guys that are holding price. Okay, so I've already summarized it. If I was going to go to the 5-day and the 24-hour, I'm looking at that 80k mark. Very important for long term. 80k holds above here, nice range back up into previous highs. Realistic. Okay, realistic. Fails here, 68. Realistic bounce back up into 80k. That's what it's going to try to do. If it does go to 68 and fail 80k, fuck, bearish, 46k. All right, so I want the 68k because then I know that we can really play it. This little bit of a front run. Right now, if it was the front run for the next 5, this is 3 days. So if it was the front run for the next 20 to 25 days, 30 days, 36 days. 40 days. If this was to hold 80K and it front ran it on every single thing you had, 45 days from now, you better hope that if it holds 80K, 45 days from now, you better hope that it's above $113,000. All right, and in 45 days from now, I'd feel a lot more comfortable with it hitting 68K and then at least trying to be halfway to here. So just call it back to the mean at 100K, 98K in the next 45 days. I would feel a lot more comfortable in that move. As soon as we get out of here, I'd feel like it's a front run, like you front run this pink thing, given it's put in so much time and effort, basing, candlesticks, and wicks. Just put so much respect on that pink. I think it would be stupid to think that you're going to outsmart it here again. So, and in the same sense, this pink. This one's had a lot of variance, you see. Let me just make it big screen. I don't know what screen you guys are looking at there, but see, this one, it did help in the early parts of the distribution. It helped out quite nicely. But as soon as it left this pink, it didn't really help out. Like, gave the blues, but the other one was giving nice pinks here. You check. It's giving that nice, way cleaner structure. So this one's a little bit wishy-washy. Here, above it, a lot of wishy-washy. Here, I could imagine it's going to be wishy-washy by at least -2. And that gets us back to 68. Okay, now I'm sort of talking shit again. But I'm just trying to bring it around loop, 5-day, 24-hour. Obviously, what can happen on the 15-minute and the 6-hour. This shit, I'd be looking at 80K to there in 24 hours time if the 6 hours to get super bullish. 80K to 86K. Yeah, that would just be the direction I'd want to try and scalp. So let's go put this on the 1 minute, on MEX, on... If you guys want me to like look at analysis or whatever coins, you must let me know. I'm given like there's not a lot of people on here, and I appreciate that you guys are on here. That's sort I wasn't planning on this thing turning out into a Starlink test, but I'm glad that the connection isn't really dropping. I'm sorry if the quality sort of goes from 180p to 720. But yeah, it hasn't disconnected the stream. It looks like it's 5 seconds delayed. That's sort of all I was wanting to do. And then, yeah, man, it's a community thing, and I'm glad that you guys are here. So just feel free to ask anything. I'm wanting to trade live, so this is a battle test for that. And my usual trading session is like 8 hours. So I'm not going to lie, the longer that I am on here, thanks, bro. Much appreciated, Black God. So like literally, like just ask me whatever assets you want to look at. Give me time frames. You know, give me some price levels. We'll see if they match up on the cones or the VREs. Easiest way to validate your stuff with me, like I'm not giving signals or anything, but you can throw a fucking random number out and give me a time frame, a random time frame, and if the cone is there, or there's a yellow line there from the VREs or a yellow magnet there from the VREs, then that random number you threw out actually has a decent probability, you know. So you can joke about it or whatever, but I mean, anyone that's watching can also just learn there. So I can throw up the 1 minute code. If you guys want me to look into any other things, you want to look into Q&T. Okay, so just give me some time frames there. Do you want to do this? Whatever time frames. Cheers, homies. I'm going to head out and start my slave day. Have a great day, peeps. Have a great day, Christ. Much love, dude. Much love. Stay strong. Hope to see you back. So Q&T, which time frames would you like, Black God? Okay, have I got cigarettes? I do have cigarettes. I have juice. HNT, so we'll swap HNT with QNT. 1 hour, 15 minutes. I'll do this on 15 minutes. QNT, USDT. I'm going to put it on the perp. There will be less gaps in the data. Okay, so that's a 15 minute. This is 6 hour. 6 hour. I think it's on there already. QNT, USDT, P, Mexico. Okay, I'll try set up both cones first, and then I'll explain them. I'll go from 6 hour to 15 minutes. guessing it'll be 100. I don't know how far away that is. It's right here. It's gonna be like 45 maybe. Where'd you go? Alright. Okay. Sorry, I'm gonna have to cough. I'm just gonna mute. Okay, 72 looks like it's a magic bingo number for the 6 hour. There's 72, is that correct? 72, 72, 72, 72. Okay, 6 hour bounce blue, perfect. So I think it's looking. Who the fuck? This looked like the actual one we were looking at earlier. HNT or something on the 6 hour. And this is the 15 minutes. Oh shit, this one's gonna go back. So it might not be in the cone. It might. Yeah. Yeah, this might catch nicely on this 15-minute cone down here. I'm guessing it'll be like a second blue. A second minus blue, the furthest out side of the cone. Okay, so let's try put this at about 180. Light a cigarette. I tried to short QNT, but that was not giving me no love at the price I was shorting at. Where did you try and short from, and how long ago? I think this is a 15-minute cone from the 5th of April. About 2 hours. Sorry, yeah, about 2 hours before the new daily. Okay. Okay. 15 minutes. Oh wow, it actually broke outside of the cone. Straight back into its safety. So this is the kind of price action we would expect. Where's that Bitcoin cone? This one. So you see this shit. Gets to the outside of the cone. And I know it sounds stupid, but this is on the 24 hour. Alright, but this is its natural reaction. Goes to the outside of the cone, immediately want to look for mean reversion. And on Bitcoin's case on the 7-day is 161. But here on the 15 minute on QNT, you see it gets outside of the cone. Immediately as it makes it back in, it wants to go for the orange line. Alright. So that was like a 10% move. 60, 66. Bang. You know it wants to go to the orange line. Right? Obviously, you can take profit at any one of those colorful lines, but your directional trade is back for the mean reversion. Same thing here. Gets inside of the cone. Boom. A little bit higher, a little bit better of a target. So you had two safety zones, about $1 away from each other. Boom. So, same thing applies to the Bitcoin chart. Under the pretense that it doesn't print 5 flashes in a row in volatility, aka make a new black hole. That's the kind of thing you're looking here on this cone. Given its sorry, I'll try to cough away from the microphone. Hopefully you didn't hear. Given it's only one cone, so I'm only going to put the probability to 92, to be brutally honest, given it is one cone, not all the way back up here. If it was both cones, beep, send the rockets there. Highest risk trade, most reward from outside of the cone back into the inside of the cone. if this was a 1 minute cone, HFT firms from here to here, hedge funds from here to here, investment houses sort of entering in between the hedge funds, opening and closing, and they're carrying it. Investment house is going to try to carry it from that blue all the way up into this blue here, 260. That's the investment house. So they're trying to do like 100x here, 150x, 150%, sorry. HFT is just trying to pull maybe 10, 15%. Hedge funds trying to maybe pull 20, 25%. And then they'll put the short on again there, but they'll more than likely miss out the range into the mean reversion. Anyway, this is the HFT bot area, at least on that cone here. Sloppy Joe, I just like the 68 to come quick. But yeah, so QNT, sorry, we could just see that with that boom. Any holding above 64, look for upside into 66.20. So we'll just keep it from your range. 64 for upside needs to hold 64.11 and break out from 64.80 back up into 66. Just call it $66, 66. If you're lucky, 66.21. And if it does hold there again, you're looking for a push up anywhere into 66.93, 67.50, 68.41. But that really only stops happening from here if you are bullish. If bearish, I think it would be quite hard. If I was to be bearish, I would initially wouldn't want to short here. I would want to try short here, like if I was going to be aggressive-ish, like maybe trying to short for a 1 minute pullback, trying to hope that it could turn into like a 45-minute reversal. I would look for a short at about 64. In this case, how much risk would I put it on? It would be very small. Times 3. So let's say it gets into, maybe I'd want to break it up into 2 orders. I'll try have it at the pink dots if it does get here. I'll try not risk, so I put half the count in at about 67, looking for a quick short, 64.77 cents. And then the next order where I would initially have my stop loss, the other half of the order would be at 60.80. Then I would maybe give it to 60.83. 60.83. But even that's a little bit risky because now I'm quite half down. I'll look for a short in there. 64.77, 64.80. Wouldn't want it to go more than 6 cents against me, to be brutally honest. And then if it does start breaking below there, I'll try brave on, try make sure that it's not. If it does get back into that region again, I'll try put the short back on again. Hoping that it will carry on closing below 77, trying to get a 50-cent move to the downside. Let's see. Yeah, there. So there, 50-cent move to the downside. It might be a bit more. Yeah. So about a 65-cent move to the downside. But I'd really only want to look for a short there. Here, I wouldn't really want to touch jack shit. I'd have to look at what's going on in the 1 minute. But if you were long, or if you do have a trade, doesn't matter if you're long or short. But in this case, if you're long, you want it to hold above 64.12. If you're short, you want it to break below 64.12. The hidden bear div is 64.78. The bullish breakout is also 64.78. So like those are the exact prices. They all happen at the same time, but you'll see, let's see if we have some VREs that'll match up here. A little bit higher. A little bit higher. Okay, let's go now look at the VREs on the daily. So that's your daily mean reversion. So it does sort of want to get up here in the next 90 minutes, I would imagine. So it opened up, dumped. Okay, I think tomorrow's target is sitting again here in the 6380 region. Same where the comfort zone is this yellow line. There's always a daily magnet, right? I would imagine off a move like that, it's actually sitting down here at 68, 6280. Just where it wants to be drawn to. If it can hold above there, given it's closing below it now. Fuck, where do I see this thing in the next 90 minutes? This is on 50 minutes. I can't really make my mind up. But anyway, if it does break below here, sometime in the next 90 minutes, I would look for a push down into 62.60. And that might be 115 minutes worth of price action from now. I would expect it to be down here because I'm expecting the daily magnet to be here. As soon as it prints on the 1 minute, it'll pull down there. So that's sort of what I'm looking at here. 720. Okay, so you got into 720. Are you short? Yeah, you're short. I remember saying, yeah, you got 3 shorts of it. 720. 720, 720, so a little bit higher. Wow, so you've had this one for a couple days. 720. Fuck, dude. 7020. So around about here. Huh. Not a bad play. Yo, I was just a bit scared. We've got an untouched weekly mean up here, which was last week's one. We touched this week's one. Okay, so sometime in Q&T's future, even if it gets to $1, if it just goes to $1 from here, sometime in its future, if it doesn't get delisted from all the exchanges, it will want to touch $72.57. Could take a day, it could take 100 years, but that target is programmed to be hit. It's just a matter of time. That was last week's target, so it's sure. I would have expected it to get there by I would expect it to try and get there by today's Monday. Yeah, I'll try. Let's see if that's above the. Oh fuck, that's far away, dude. Yeah, it's not. If it wants to get back up here, it's not gonna be like a slow bleed up, man. It's just gonna. It'll pick up insanely fast, but I would imagine there would be a beautiful short to be had in here at 72 to about 73, 63. Beautiful short. All the way back down into this region here, 67. Here, you're part of banks. Lower my leverage. So you're short though. I'm lowering my leverage. I had the damn thing on 50x and I didn't realize it. Fuck. What? On which trade? This one looks like you got into it a while ago though. And you'd been blown out if you're on 50x, surely. That needs to move 2%. Yeah. No? Is it? 2 times 50 is 100, yeah. On the Q&T trade. Did you get in at $70.20 and do 50x short? That was insane, dude. What the fuck? Have you taken profits? Like partial profits or something? That's insane. 5 is 400. You have? like just out of curiosity, how much profits have you taken off the bag? 50% of the bag, 25% of the bag. That's insane. That is insane. I had to add more when the price pushed up. You're adding to the short. I took 75. Okay, yeah, dude, flip yeah. Good one. So you sort of got a free short. And where are you wanting to close out? Like where do you start losing money? Or on that 25% that you closed out on? I don't know if you closed out, then you've held it for quite a while here. So I don't know what is you shorting it, so it's perps. I don't know what's the rebalance fee thing called? Interest rate, whatever it is, every 4 or 6 hours depending on the exchange. I don't know if that beat you up holding it for so long. At 50x. 0.4 every 4 hours or something, 0.2. Maybe 1% of the position. Or if it was spot. Made it out alive. One of the better trades this year, or have you got a better trade than the QNT one? Maybe this month, I don't know. I have 50 deft on my margin fund. Oh, dude. Super chilled. Super chilled. So it's sort of free trade. You've taken your profit and I'm guessing you left your initial in. Yeah, buddy. Perfect, bro. Well done. Well done. So you obviously just don't want it to roll above 720. 70 units, 20 cents. Yeah. It's still a far off observation. If it was to do that on the 15 minute, remember that over here we'll just see a super zoom here because there is a lot of lines happening. I don't even really worry about it for like more bullishness to the upside. If it gets above 66.20, I'll be like, oh, okay, fine. I'll retire the range. Either it gets here and bounces all the way back down into these blue ones. But if it does get here, you're realistically looking to just sucker up to 68. You are looking for that move. And then when it gets here, if you are bullish, given you'll still have about another $2. What? About $1.80 left worth of juice on that trade when it does get here. If it does get here and start breaking up, man, I don't know, just try to get out with 20 cents to my name in profit. If it does want to break up there, if it does get into here. So you're at 70. Yes, it's blowing you out. I just try to get an extra couple dollars there. No need to give it back. You should have reversed a long time ago. If you're making that decision, you would actively want to try to look for the reverse back into where you'd close it out. If you don't want to put too much effort on the table, try to leave that 25. How do you feel about the crazy price calls? I got some crazy ones. What kind of prices are we talking though? Because like I have my theory, which is ironically what the fucking old lady is now matched up to. But anyway, she worked out in a different way. I worked out in the actual correct way, from what I know. 10,000 coin, yeah, it's David Schwartz, all those guys. My mate Digital Lemons. Hopefully one day I'll bring him on here. I really love the oak. He's such a good oak. Apparently Digital Lemons is convinced, and I don't disagree with him, that bearable guy is David Schwartz. I've always had that idea, but I'm not like really clued up like Lemons is when it comes to the XRP gang. He's like met these guys and stuff at Davos and shit. So he's like really does have a passion for XRP and the people behind it. If he spends the money to go and see these people, and I admire him for doing that. Anyway, so he thinks that David Schwartz is a bearable guy. I've always had the suspicion that he is. Yeah. So, Bearable Guy, he has his predictions, and I think that was a $10,000 one. I do also have that number ironically built in, but that's when you're moving. I think it only triggers when XRP does derivatives markets, or they have to do every single Forex pair that does Dixie, that builds up Dixie. And I think that's 55 Forex pairs. And then, depending on how they do it, but they need each Forex pair, maybe like 4 or 5 different brokers or exchanges trading it, maybe 1, 2, 3 cents spread, because not every broker is the same. So yeah, they've got a lot of juice to do to start pushing into those high power numbers, because then it starts to do burn rate. I think what a lot of people sort of miss out on. I don't like that it's centralized. I sort of got rid of the video, but my first video on YouTube was an XRP video. Sorry, this is gonna make some noise here. Was an XRP video, and back in the day, you could go onto something that was called the XRP Ledger, XRPL, and you could get all the IP addresses of the validators and the nodes. And now a lot of the validators and the nodes, about half the network, about 250 of the ones that I did find, were run by Amazon Web Services, Amazon HQ. So Amazon, I'm guessing, has at least 100 nodes or validators. The more important one, I think, it's the validator, because the validator can then also be a node. If I recall correctly, maybe things have changed. But yeah, so there was a lot of the Amazon Web Services, which technically means, and this goes for a lot of things that use the internet to mine, if Amazon goes down, you're fucked. Half the network's down, because half the network is using Amazon Web Services. And this goes for Bitcoin as well, huh? That's what people don't understand. Whatever server that you, like, depending on how you mine, whatever server you're using, so those pools, let's say you mine in a pool, whatever server they use, might be Amazon or Yahoo, I think, or another one. If that fucking company's servers go down, bro, you're centralized. So everything's centralized. Doesn't matter how far back you go and look at it. That's what people forget. It's not centralized if there's like a miner on Mars, a miner on Jupiter, and the delay is like, there's no delay. That's true decentralization. But centralized in the sense that everything's being mined on Earth. We're all fucking centralized. It just depends on how much you want to zoom out. Yeah, you can't run away from that fact. But I do agree with you. There's a low amount of validators. There is quite a few validators that are done by Amazon, but then I found a few more. I found like Department of Defense hosting a node and a validator. I found a US government Bitcoin mining farm that was hosting a validator. I found Microsoft hosting with Department of Justice and Department of Defense. Together they were hosting a node. Microsoft, Google, I don't actually have the list on me. But there's some really cool names. Some really big names on there as well. So yeah, like, I was pretty confident. Like Verizon, but now I don't know if they do web hosting, but there weren't a lot there, so I'm expecting that they were hosting their own things. Because to host a validator is like $5,000 a year, right? So these guys, and I think my analysis was done. What the fuck? Is XRP? I've got XRP chart here. It was done a long time ago. In the 50 cents, 30 cents, after it smoked the $1 for the first time. Very long ago. I think I've been on, as long as I've been on YouTube. So if you just go click on my profile, made the profile, I think I released a video 2 weeks later after making the YouTube channel. Because it took about 2 weeks to get through all those things. Anyway, there's crazy shit. There's crazy stories. I found IP addresses. Found one for Department of Justice, which was an armory, like a fucking weapons armory, because I would look at them on Google Maps or Google Earth rather. And it was an armory, and they were hosting a validator. And I went outside to have a cigarette. I was like, oh fuck, this is crazy, dude. I saved the pages. I was using pages at the time. Saved the IP address, like everything. I'll show you guys the list one day. Or just ask in the Discord, I'll post it. And when I came back, my MacBook had switched off. And it didn't save like the 3 IP addresses. I couldn't find them again. I went back to the website, and they had been now making them blind, because I'd been pinging them. I have a friend who's like anonymous, and I asked him, I was like, bro, what do I use to like track down websites and see who the fuck owns them? You know, because I know like you can use a basic one that's called who.is, who.is. You can type in a URL and drop it in there, or copy and paste the URL, and it'll tell you information about that. And then he told me another one, Aaron.net, Alpha Romeo Indigo. What's N? Fuck, I forgot N. I'll just say night. I forget it. Anyway, so Aaron.net, and those are the guys that actually host Who.is. You get some fucking hardcore information there. That's how I did it. So I got some good advice on how to get it. And then, because I was pinging them on both Who.is and Aaron.net, pinging, because who's pinging, why is a laptop pinging a validator IP address? Oh shit. And then I lost those IP addresses. And I was pretty pissed, man. I was pretty pissed, because it was the first time because it was a pretty decent Mac. I think I've had it for like 2 years. Didn't really do much with it. It was the first time it ever shut down on me. It was plugged in, battery was good. And I started to shit myself. I thought people were going to come kill me. Not out of paranoia, because I was doing drugs. Like, I don't actually do any hardcore drugs. Maybe smoke a little bit of choof every now and again. Weed. When I'm in South Africa. But yeah, I was a little bit freaked out. And then I was applying for jobs, and then a fucking Andrew Bustamante thing happened to me as well. Apply for jobs, say, hey, government's wanting to get hold of you. If you don't apply for this job and you wait 2 weeks, we'll get back to you. And I can't remember if I clicked that, or if I was a bit more desperate for a job at the time. Not that I could have a job in South Africa anyway. But yeah, anyway, that's enough waffling. I've done a lot of research into XRP. I really dig it. Anyway, I don't really like going down the rabbit hole. But yeah, I just feel stupid. I sold my biggest fuck up in trading. I broke my rule. This was a long time ago. I think XRP got to like 90 cents or something. So I sold around about here, 23. Did it get there again? I think I was a little bit pissed. So I think I've had NFTs for 3 years now. I sold. Oh, this thing. Fuck. Anyway, my biggest fuck up was one of these regions. I think it's the last 2 years. So it's 23. So I think I've had these things for 3 years. Anyway, I sold XRP at 70 cents and it went back down to 30 cents. And I spent maybe like $8,000 to $9,000 on NFTs. I bought some NFTs. I don't really want to shit on them because they're good guys. They haven't rugged, but fuck. That opportunity cost of, because I also sold some vet, but that opportunity cost of like 5,000 to 6,000 XRP. It sucks right now, dude. And then I did stack some for a bit. A little bit, like 100 here, 100 there, 100 there, trying to manage it back, but I didn't have the patience to hold it for something like this, because I always have a set number in my head that I'll never have anything less than this many XRP. But that did hurt, because that's quite a lot of money right now to try to get back. It's like 10 grand, about what I spent on the NFTs, and the NFTs are maybe worth try guess in the comments. How much do you think the NFTs are worth if I spend $10,000 on? This is only on Solana NFTs. Okay, only on Solana NFTs. My Algo NFTs are actually in a profit. But yeah, only on it. But that's about $1,000 worth of investment, maybe 3x. But I don't need to sell them. I use them for my thumbnails. But how much do you think if I spend 10 grand on Solana NFTs? How much do you think they're worth right now? I will answer when the clock strikes 55. So in the next 3 minutes. And remember, I lost. I didn't make money. And that was my biggest mistake, was swapping my XRP to a chain I didn't fucking like, but to the coolest project I've seen when it comes to the NFT space. It was a business plan more than an NFT, but the NFTs also look cool. By popular people that used to manage Justin Bieber, Ariana Grande, made like a G6, feeling fly like a G6. Yeah, that's a good guess, Blackguard. We'll see if anyone else is in here willing to comment. That's a very good guess. I might have to do the math. Okay, good guesses, good guesses. I'll just do a quick calculation now. Do the floor price. My boys will definitely fucking fetch a little bit higher, maybe 10% higher than floor on a bad day. One of them maybe 100% above floor, but I'll just do floor. Because that's the only fucking way I'm not gonna sit around. If I was to something like, fuck it, I'm out. Okay, Catalina. But yeah, I only buy NFTs that I like, and that was my problem. Look at if I can hold something that I regret buying because it looks like shit. As with any NFT, whatever project you look at. Okay, so it's 1.3 Sol, so it's about $135 times 2, so 270. The bubble geese times 10. This is Carl Jones, Bubble Goose Ballers. I'm just saying the NFTs I'm in. I'm not saying jack shit. They actually kicked me out of the Discord for Bubble Goose Ballers. $7, $70. Oh fuck. This is terrible right now. So that's 50, that's 420, $440. I spent it 10 grand. If I was to lie, maybe 11. And then I maybe made back nothing. I didn't take my bonk profits. I had 156 million bonk when bonk was at 0. And I took it when it was $200. I had a thing in my head I was supposed to only sell it for $8,000, $10,000. But I fucking took $200. I rolled it back into the NFT project. I was able to put 300 Solana worth of volume on a sub collection in about 7 days when it was quite dead. And then those things, that $200 is maybe looking like, I have 7 of those tickets, they're maybe looking at like $14 on a good day. Yeah, so I got smoked. So more than likely below $400. 400, 420. Got smoked, biggest regret. And I also bought maybe like 50 Sol at $7 when it was still listed on FTX. This is the other problem. A lot of people are giving Sol predictions, but they don't have FTX's charts. And FTX's charts actually go back before the crypto index, you see. When you go on TradingView, it goes back way before. Because Solana was like 50 cents. I remember buying it in $1, 50 cents. And I sold it like $4. Same with the FTX token. $1, sold it at 4. But yeah, I saw the $7.50ish, $7.60 move. It was the bottom side of the blue cone on a weekly time frame. I stacked 50. I maybe held it to like $18, $19. And that was not using, that was like money, not NFT money, not selling an NFT, making that move. It was just trading cash, reducing the XRP account, making back something there, adding back onto the XRP coins. Yeah, it was maybe the only best thing I was able to cover out. It was like 50 coins, maybe 100, maybe like $400, $500. But yeah, it's fucking stupid. Oh, maybe I'm too far away. Or the stream has gone off. Maybe I have to pull the mic closer. Let me open Motive Mix. I did put it on. Okay, I'm going to put it on far now, so it might sound a bit different. Let me just go back to that. Okay, just double checked everything. Let me know. Just double check. Microphone is on there. Let's see if the stream off. Let me know if you guys can hear me. I'll go live. So I can hear myself on the stream. Okay. Let me know if you can't. Maybe reload the page. I will double check to see now. Okay, let me not just say that just right now. Have I had any drop off analytics? Not analytics. I need to know stream health. That's the one. Okay, so warning at 57. Yeah, okay. So the stream did die at 57. Yeah, okay, cool. Sorry, I didn't have stream health up. But yeah, about at 57 it did cut. Minute 57. Okay. Are there any coins you guys want to look at? To be honest, I'm a little bit down on my VeChain. So I took off the trading challenge. I made sure to put in another $1,500 into VeChain. I usually like to have about, I don't really want to say it, but like 100,000 to 150,000 VeChain. But now I'm not too happy on the project because they're not fucking doing the logistics thing. They're trying to do a stupid social media platform. So I'm a little bit bummed about that they're not keeping on their normal directive. They're making more bullshit. I'm a bit pissed off about that, to be pretty honest. But VeChain, I think I bought 10,000 coins at 50 cents, 20,000 coins at 30 cents, another 10,000 coins at 27 cents, 2 cents 7. Sorry, that's what I meant to say. So it's 5 cents, 10 grand, 20 grand at 3 cents, another 10 grand at 27 cents. And then I think I threw another 5 grand on, or 6 grand worth of coins at, was it 21? I didn't, because this was way before it went to 17. 1.7. I would have actually had limit order sitting at 1.7. I just lifted them. I just wanted to get it over and done with. Like, fuck it. Because I've been holding VeChain for a very long time. Yeah. It's treated me well. It's my opium coin. If I have 100,000 of those things, then gets to $1, I have 100 grand. Africa, it's a lot of money. And if it gets to $10, well, I can retire my family and we can maybe go to a restaurant every second or third night. Not a fancy one, but a nice one. Ooh, no. But anyway, so that's just me waffling off a VeChain. So I need to add up another 5,000 VeChain. I would like to maybe make some money off the scalps I'm wanting to do live off of Solana. So I can take some of those profits, bump them into VeChain, have a 100k account, and then, because I'm not going to trade to lose, and then just try de-risk, try make another $1,500, double the account. Trading, scalping Solana. So that would be the idea, de-risk that account for making a little bit of a silly decision, because I didn't really want to go and put 3 grand in if VeChain did start to break above 5 cents. I really wouldn't want to do that. So I'd rather just deal with the pain to the downside and still have initial capital to play with than be locked into VeChain just to meet my forever requirement. Anyway, so for Solana, I'm wanting to just try pretty much scalp 20-cent moves. That would be perfect for me on the 1 minute. Ideally, I'm looking for 10 cent scalps. I'm going to be looking to enter risk 3 cents. So that if I do press sell, Asia's trading now. Which coin would you like to look at? Well, so it's just opening up. Asia, okay, cool. So they got the Asia open up over here. So they're an hour before Bitcoin prints a new daily. But anyway, so just talking Sol here. As you can see, it can get quite drastic. So I really don't want to be holding trade for so long. You know, like I'm here for like 10 cent scalps. 23, that's 7 cents. There is 10 cent scalp here. Here, I'd only really get it if I had the limit order there. And I don't think I'd be fast. I don't think the exchange would allow me to be fast enough to get it in. So if I did get in, be in here, 6 cents, I'd be feeling very panicky. I would have wanted it back up here, 23 cents. Just get out. Maybe only make 2 cents. But that's 20 cents if I'm trading 10 contracts. It's $2. I might trade 15 contracts. So just go up $1, $2 every trade. Hopefully every 15 to 45 seconds. And if I can get 2 or 3 candles on my way, I want to get up by the 90th second after I've entered. Max 120 seconds after I've entered. Looking at Sui now, Asia's trading. Okay, let me do Sui. Anyway, so yeah, QNT, as we said, this is where we'd initially look for that short. It actually didn't get to the pink, so I wouldn't be happy with it just because it's an altcoin. But this side is respecting it, so you can look for maybe a pullback for 40 cents. If it gets above 62 cents, it's just a very dirty range. Alright, quite a hard short to have it. But yeah, if there was to be a short here, I'd look for the downside. It is still to be more pushing if you are long on it, 75 cents. Short again, short for 60 cents. That would be a more comfortable short for me. And it's giving me a bigger range, 50 cents or something like that. But there's a short here. Okay, let's go look into Sui. Need to add more Sui to Sui has really good interest rates in South Africa for staking. They finally listed it, and it's like 8% a year or something. I stake my coins and shit on a bunch of different exchanges. So let me just go have a quick look. Because I was looking at Sui. See, I look at a lot of things. I'm aware of a lot of things, but I take limited risk, believe it or not. I take the little amount of risk when it comes to what I do. Yeah, and maximize profits. So I know it might sound crackhead, but like I can do 1,000 trades in a day, but I'm taking the little amount of risk as I can. If I'm risking $8 on Bitcoin, if I'm trading a whole Bitcoin, but I'm not. If I press buy, it goes against me $8, I'll get out. That's 0 fees. I want to get out. But if I press buy, I'm risking $8 to ideally make $40 to $80 every single time I'm in a trade on Bitcoin. So that doesn't really matter the price. Even at 60k, that's the initial push I'd be looking forward at. When it was in 100k, it was a bit too much for me to actually grasp. It was moving so fast, and the variance I wasn't used to it, but I got used to it at about. Instead of looking for $40 moves, I just started looking for $120 moves, $160 moves. Now that becomes a little bit out of my nature. Anyway, it's a little bit of a waffle there. But yeah, so I needed to learn how to adjust to that. Obviously, it's double the price, look for double the variance. But fuck, $160 move on the asset is at 60 grand, 80 grand when I was trading it. Wow. That was like the creme de la creme. That was the bonus. I was juicing it. Felt like I was gambling on 100x, squeezing out an extra $80 on a 1 minute, 2 minute scope. Obviously, I have all the stuff to tell me to keep it in, but I can. If it's zero fee, I can take my profit. Okay, next corner, in out. I can do that. I don't care if I take profit, moves $5 against me, I'll immediately be able to see I can chase it for another $50 or $2. Yeah, I'd never 100x, but that's what it feels like. When I was trading at that 100 in the 100 region, 100k Bitcoin, because it would move $100 on a 1 minute candle quite easily, or like $80, like $60. I'm usually just scalping for $40 to $80, $60 usually the sweet spot. Just keep on sinking that with a $2,000 account. A grand account, you're making like 50 cents, $1 a trade. You just stack that shit. Do that 400 times in a row, you got $200. That's in a perfect world. I'd maybe have to do 800 trades on a good day for $150 at a $2,500 account. 40% to 30% of the trades will be open and closing at the same price on Bitcoin. Okay, so Sui. I don't suppose that is the 15-minute cone. I don't really want to put a 15-minute cone on Sui, to be honest. I think it's just going to be a fucking ball ache. So these are not true lines, you see? They are not correct. Even though they can look correct, they are not correct. Do not be fooled. Okay, Sui, what we got? We got another 40 minutes. 40 minutes daily magnets here. Suppose initial magnet's going to be low at like $1.90. I'm long on Sui right now at $2.03. Okay, so you're kind of long in this region. Where's your stop loss? 20x. Oh fuck, you can't let this thing go against you more than 1.2% or something. Fuck, dude. There. Oh shit. Where's your take profit? What are you looking? $2.10. How much cents you trying to look for the scalp to the long side? Whoa. Stop loss 16. 016. Oh my gosh. It's in the juice where I would have a high risk back up to the long. This is on Max. This is on Binance. Sorry, let me go to Max, dude. And we're trading perps. Sui USDTP. It'll be a big difference. Okay. Okay. Yeah, a little bit of comfort there. Yeah, a little bit of comfort there. You're looking for 5 cents. Yeah. That's a tidy little go, dude. I can agree with that. On a 15 minute. So I'm guessing this is a low time frame scalp for you then. I've been using the alpha trading AVQ. What time frame have you been using it on? If you're looking at my screen, you could just relay the AVQ to this one. How? The rules you would learn to trade the AVQ for contracting volatility And then the Pearson correlation, 1 and 5 minutes. This is on the 1 minute. And then I also have another chart here. Which one? This one. I shouldn't. No, we'll leave those in the black. Doesn't really matter. I'll just make it all black so there's no lines anywhere. So no one gets confused. I don't have to care about price. Okay, so in this case, this is the 1 minute, this is the 2 minute, this is the 3 minute. 1 minute, expanding volatility, looking for a trend. Initial cool off, losing correlation. 2 minute, looking for a push to the upside. 3 minute, just about off. Now is in pump mode. 2 minutes in pump mode. If you want to look for an extension, because the price would have already gone up a little bit there. This is full sol. I'm just looking at the same screen as you are. Here the pump will continue, whatever price that is, where it's at. The price will continue to go up if it holds that price. And then as soon as this one goes red, you'll go look for like this target up here, 108. What's that one? That one's 106, 108.68, 108.71. If this one holds that signature, 71 to 82, be the same there. Right, so like it's the same thing. Let me just put it back on that SUI chart. It's the same thing, contraction, positively correlated. Contraction is positively correlated, but it's losing correlation, which means it does still initially want to go to the downside a little bit here, just for the 1 minute. I'm not saying for anything more, just how to read that candle. It's the same thing. So that's what you would look at as negative drift. Now it's sort of 50-50, but yeah, we'll see. That's not a bad pop, dude. That was not a bad try. It's a little bit sad that but you did get in at 3 cents. You know, it is worth a try. So you're risking. You got in at about 3 cents. You're trying to do 1% up to risk 0.6% down on 20x. It looks like she wants to come down. Yeah, a little bit, eh? See if we're getting flashes here. Volatility is increasing. Yeah. My loss would be 30. But I'm guessing you've made quite a bit today. So I'm guessing it would be like 10%. Your loss would be 10% of what you made today. Or off of those trades. The one where you got $50 left in your margin. 50, would it be like 20%, 25% of what you made today? Yeah, I don't know, I think 20x is a little bit wild, eh? I think 20x is a little bit crazy, dude. I'm not gonna lie, but I'm not you. I have friends that trade with 50x and stuff like that. I'm fucking scared. I really don't want to push it more than like 7x, bro. Fucking 3x, and I'm like already shitting myself. I'm fine with 1x, bro. Tighter spreads, usually cheaper fees on the perps. So if you, sorry, I'm muted for a bit. So if you guys want, I don't know, if you guys want me to hang around for 45 minutes or more, I don't really mind. I might be on for like another hour just to see how the first 20 minutes of the day plays out. I'll do it for you guys because I'm usually awake. But if you want to see the daily prints, the yellow lines, the daily VREs, where they're gonna print, just put your coin down that you would like to see, and obviously the exchange you trade on, because that will just give you, that would help me just show you like, here's a cool thing like the VRE. There's an 80% chance that it's gonna be at the yellow light sometime in the fucking day, right? And ideally wants to close at the yellow line. So we can, if you just put down there the coin you want, obviously I'm going to do the per pair, the coin you want and the exchange that it's on. That way when in the next 40 minutes or something, H bar and max, okay, I'll get that one up. H bar and max. Okay. H bar max, that's done. We'll have to load that VRE on. Okay, so H bar's monthly VRE is at 2 cents. 2 cents. 02. Oh, 20 cents. 20 cents. Just call it 20 cents. Sorry, I thought that was 2 cents. Okay, so monthly mean reversion up there at 2 cents. I would expect most things, even those SPX and shit, traditionals have things up there. So I would expect those targets to come back into play. Okay. So there's that one. We've got H bar loaded. We'll get a 1 minute, yeah, because we'll have 1 minute there. I'll do the perp for Bitcoin as well on max for you guys. I didn't put a 1 minute coin on that one. Okay, so we'll just have those guys lined up and ready. Is there anything else? Let's do Sui. See, guys, stop loss $2. Okay, so we'll do Sui on the 1 minute. We'll bring that guy into that radar. So we've got Sol. Yeah, I think XRP will be a good one as well. Just for curiosity, we'll do it on the per pair. A lot better spread. So it'll be a better magnet. Okay. There. Okay. Yeah. I can show you a trick that I have been using for my scalps. Because I was only trading spot, 0 fee, so I could only be long. And how I'd lose money is trying to, I can scalp a bear market. Like I can scalp this shit on the way down, price action on the way down. You know, just collect $10, $20, $10, $20. Do that 10 times. You've made $100 on the way down. And then I could do that, and then I'd lose. I just fucking hit a losing streak. So I'd give back pretty much all that hard work, but quite quickly. Is what time frame do you use to look at it? So I'll just load that up here. So this is XRP. I want this VRE on here before I run away. Just want to look at the new one. So we got that one on. I'll load the USDT there. Okay, so it's all the way up there. Okay, now let's do USDT. I was using the 15 minutes. Sorry, D. I was using the 15-minute direction. So yeah, you're on the 5. I did look at the 5. But it would, I can make let's say the price action was Bitcoin. Let's say the price action is coming down on the 5 minute. Like I can make a lot of money in, let's say, something like this. So this would usually be dominance on the 5 minute fucking around at a level or something like that. And I can usually do this move. So this would be, just call it 780. That's a big move. So that's $100 move. I'd more than likely clip $60 off of there. Maybe another $20 off of there. Pull back in here, high risk trade, maybe try clip another $60. And I found that was on the 5 minute, was like just fucking around. And it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And I'd usually find when the 5 minute and the 15 minute print together, bang, I got way better direction. So then I just moved it onto the 15 minute, the US dominance. So I could capture these ranges, at least on zero fees, it's worth it. If you're trading on Binance or something, you spread it, you're going to put a takeover down and it has to move $80. And that's only one side of the order. So technically it has to move $160. So it depends on where you're trading, obviously. But anyway, so for me, with zero fee or something where I can maybe do kicks, which I'm also going to look into, if I don't succeed with Sol Perps tomorrow at zero fee, I'm going to go just take $1,500 and go trade spot again there, because I shouldn't lose more than 1%. I'll know immediately if I can pull it off. But I think I can. I'm getting the feeling that Bitcoin's variances, I just got to be a little bit more patient. But it's got good $8. Like I need $16 moves. So I just got to be a little bit more precise, a little bit more patient. Something entering down here, instead of trying to get it in here, closing, re-entering here. Just 642. You see, that's just unfortunate. They said it does go up. It's just unfortunate. Anyway, so I'll just go back to US dominance. What am I looking here at US dominance? This fucking thing. So we have the RO, but more realistically, because you're going to be using the AVP, I want to make sure that I'm not, if I'm long Bitcoin or any shitcoin, but more specifically Bitcoin, this is what I was trading, but Bitcoin, if it's expanding and it's in a pump mode, I really kind of just don't want to be too aggressive longing Bitcoin on the 1 minute, right? And how would I put that? Okay, I want to be hyper aggressive. There's two ways to look at it. I either want to plan two kinds of trading strategies. When I see this signal being like expansion and volatility, positively correlated pump modes, there's two ways I go about that on a Bitcoin chart. I either want to be really fast with my trades, 15 seconds, buy here and sell, fuck it. And that's more than likely where my order would have gone in 1 second later. So I would have bought there at 42, just get out at 68. I know that the half-life in the pump is severely decaying because of this US dominance being in a pump mode. So on the 1 minute on Bitcoin, I know that this is severely decayed. Whereas if it wasn't in pump mode, if it's just sideways, that I just need to swap them around. Fuck. Whereas if it was sideways, if this wasn't in a volatility pump mode or like contraction phase, I know that this candle would initially have maybe pushed for an extra $40 up. Anyway, that's the 1 minute Bitcoin candle. On the 15 minute, I would really just sit on my hands. The safest thing for me to do would be just to sit on my hands because I'm trading spot long. But if I can access both markets, so that's obviously what I'm going to be doing tomorrow with the perps and hopefully with Bitcoin as well, I'll be able to access these shorts. And I'm a lot more patient on my shorts because I can see very clearly. Like I can be hyper aggressive in my longs, but I can see very clearly like, bro, it's going to be less stressful. Just try catch the short and ride it out. You know, like don't give a fuck about Bitcoin's price. Just try, let's say I look for the short when it comes into here. So that's 1 o'clock. That's also, where's 1 o'clock on the 1 minute? Up here. This is sort of building into 1 o'clock. Not really the best timing, but I could see that 15 minute was wanting to curl around, you know, on a whole bunch of things. You could see it wanting to curl around, contracting, negatively correlated. So even at the 30 mark, it's just on the 15 minutes. Let's find the 30 mark. at the 30 mark, we could start to see that the bears were starting to show up, at least just on the volatility. And now that's 30 minutes later, it goes, sets in a new high. But yeah, it's a bit of bullshit. I would want my 1 minute coin on. I should actually load it for that. But so I don't even want to say hindsight, because it's not hindsight. It's just exactly how I trade. You ask me what I'm going to do right fucking now, I'm going to press the green button, dude. I'm going to press the green button. Oh, where did I press the green button? 7:14, and it's already against me $40. I need to get the fuck out. What am I going to do again, though? I'm still going to press the green button, but I'm going to try to look for the green button down here. That's all I know how to do, is press the fucking green button. Okay? And then if it gets to the red line, I'm just going to take profit, because I already got my ass dick punched. $40, unfolded. As soon as I sold, I went up 10. Just fucking bang. I messed up, but I'm here for a green button, bro. I can see what's going on, right? Like, if you do that with trading fees, you will kill your account. That's the only problem. But I think I can get away with $8 spread. I just got to be a lot more faster. Yeah. So I don't know how many trades you guys do in a day. I'm not here to shill an exchange. I really want to partner with an exchange. I'm not going to lie. Like, I think my Bitcoin challenge, 0 fees, could be like really beneficial for everyone. And I don't make money. Hopefully my whole contract with this is, I don't make money on commissions, bonuses, referrals, whatever the fuck it is. I just want 0 trading fees. And I also want the guys that use the link to also have 0 trading fees. Now, I can't promise that they can give me 0 trading fees with how big my YouTube channel currently is. I'm only like 300 subs, fucking 1,000 Twitter people. But what I've been able to figure out is, like, my volume is stupid in the day. It's like 5 million volume on like $1,500. It's like $3,000. I can push it up to like 8 mil. And you know, like that's like VIP, like halfway through a VIP level for the month in a day on any exchange. On 50% of them, it's like 30 mil, and you're in a very high ranking. You know, and then you get into stupid numbers like 500 million. But you can imagine, from doing 8 mil a day, that's 80 million in 10 days, 50 million in 10 days, you know. Anyway, so the whole deal that I'm trying to strike is, I'm not here to show fucking link, but you gotta rub their back, they gotta rub your back, and the perfect rubbing of each other's backs, like they sign my boob, I sign their boob, would be, I get 0 trading fees, and 0 trading fees for taker. The people that use my link also have 0 trading fees for taker, because that's how I trade. Okay, now obviously the exchange mustn't have a spread more than fucking $3, because if it does have a spread more than $3, it's already hit my risk, where at these current prices it only risk $8. Yeah, it really is. So tight spread, so like MEX is good. Then there's another one called KCEX. If you don't KYC there, their spread is, their order book is MEX's order book. So you can trade KCEX. It's like MEX, but with a K in front of it instead of an M. It's exactly the same as MEX. So you can trade like 30 trades a day there without KYC. I think I did level 1 KYC, and I can do about 100 to 120 trades from Monday to Saturday, and then I get banned for 24 hours. Just for 24 hours. But now I get 120 trades. I'm not even warmed up. I'm usually like warmed up at about 120 trades to 150. But because I have to be cautious with those trades, I make stupid decisions. So that could be an hour and a half worth of trading, but I feel so much anxiety when I'm in the trade. Whereas if I just traded how I trade, like on MEX, it would be like 30 minutes worth of trades. Just warming up. Just like hit, get $8, get out. Hit, get, just build it up. First trade, I hit it, I want $8. Next trade, I hit it, I want 16. Next trade, I hit it, I want 24. Next trade, I hit it. Okay, cool. I'm into my $30 to $40 region. Next trade I hit it, I want to be sitting in that $30. $30. And obviously lose a few, but then I'm like, okay, I'm in the groove now. Now I can be 5 seconds, 10 seconds more patient to grab the extra $20, the extra $30 pump that could come off of the candle. So, but anyway, yeah, you kill an account. If you're trading with fees, the way I trade. And to be brutally honest, I'm not going to say, like, I'm profitable in 2 terms. I'm a very long-term trader, so I can take, like I'm building out an account for 2 years. Like, I'm building an account out this year for next year's probabilities. All right. So any decision I make today, I'm sort of like making a decision for a line that I see is somewhere out in 365 days from now. So I'm pretty good on the long-term stuff, at least for the alts. For Bitcoin, I don't really give a shit about it because I scalp, but for the alts that I'm invested in, ADA, FET, not that I give a fuck about it anymore, VET, not that I actually give a fuck about it anymore, XRP, still pretty good on calling that, and VeChain, Doge, Litecoin. But the Doge is decent amount of portfolio. Litecoin is maybe like 1%. VeChain, don't really want to disclose because you'll be able to figure out how big the account is. XRP is currently working out to about 40 to 30% of the account. It would have been about 80% of the account. I break rules. I've been watching VeChain for 3 years now. Yeah, dude. Okay, so we've got about 27 minutes there. So there's a US dominance. So US dominance still pushing up. You check. Bitcoin's just gonna fold. If you're looking for the long, just wait for the AVP to start contract then, and your PCs to maybe like lose correlation off of this pump. I'll throw VeChain up on that one. That very wap. I'm watching like a hawk. You watch VeChain. You like the VeChain. I like the VeChain. VeChain is my hopium. Is discount hopium out of poverty for me. Not saying I live in poverty, but like if I just have 100K of them and I never sell them, and hopefully one day they hit the stupid targets that I think they hit, like I'm a multi-millionaire in South Africa. So just put it in the bank and I'll beat inflation. It'll just be beautiful. So that's what that trade is, and it always has been. And the reason why I like VeChain, so ironically, my dad, not that I want to give away too much, but my dad is like one of the best logistical managers in the world. So he's ranked like 2nd and 3rd. So he's done things for Nike, Toyota, the 3rd biggest sugar mill in the world. He helped establish DHL in South Africa in the 19 footsacks or something, early 2000s. He's very, very regarded in the logistics world. Anyway, so I've always grown up with this logistical knowledge. And then I saw VeChain, which I think at the time was called VEN, VEN or something. And I saw the idea of this thing. I was like, okay, blockchain, RFID tag or whatever, fucking barcode. And I was like, because I was also dealing with products at the time, like excluding trading. We do other things. Oh, this is VeChain. Okay, let's maybe put it on a 7-day. And I just saw the beautiful idea of like, makes sense, RFID things, but then I also did the costing. And you can do your own RFID things, but it's not on the blockchain. So you can do it as a private business, but it's not on the blockchain. But yeah, I've got 1,000. I used to have a fuckload of these things, but I let them off. But that's why I always say, like, I don't know, dude. I would have maybe had like 1,000,000, but I would have let them off because I was a naive investor at the time. I was very much into XRP more than I was other things, so I would have got into things at a stupid amount because XRP would have been the prices I wish I bought at. So I would have seen that. I'd been like, okay, how much does it cost to be a millionaire in these things? And then you'd only make whatever it is. It's not that much to be a millionaire if it's like fucking less than a cent. So I'd maybe make a couple $100, put it back into the XRP, and then always have a set amount of numbers that I say, I can't get lower than this amount on the account. And yeah, so I have 1,000 VChain from the bottoms here. And that's still one of my better trades. That Doge, fucking smoke Doge. But I don't have any Doge. I don't run an account. When I got into crypto, my mate, he couldn't get access to it. He was like, fuck it, I'll send you $1,000. They're not letting me from my yacht account send money to my American account, whatever they're fucking listing. He says, just sent to my South African bank card. I bought a portfolio for him, matched my same one at the same ratios. And yeah, so exactly the same ratios or whatever it is. But like for Doge, I rounded it up to how much I would have because it was cheap at the time. He's got like 10,000 Doge. So that's already paid for itself. And I think that was maybe like $100 investment. Litecoin is pretty much flat. He's got TRX, that's paid for itself. He's got XRP, that's very much paid for itself. 3 times, 4 times over. I think I got him only 4. Dog, Light, XRP, TRX. I think I left him with 4. So he's quite happy. I think I've 10x'd. Because he holds, the money means nothing to him. But I think I've about 5 to 10x his account on any given year from when we entered. And that, yeah, that beats any return he's going to get where he invests his money for the next 5, 10 years. Anyway, so yeah, send money to my buddy so he can trade. And how's he doing? Is he winning? How is he doing? Okay, I'm maybe I'd, okay, so this is the VChain one. Yeah, I'd be quite disappointed. I have a very bad anxiety. I think it's like 0.7 or something, 0.07. But it's alright. I've made more money off of this thing and it saved my ass and I've invested in it. So, yeah, I used to have stupid targets for that. I really don't want to share them. So don't tell anyone. 0.00562, 0.008. Those have been giving me a lot of anxiety for a while, especially when we start getting into these 2-cent regions. So yeah, that'd be it's been some years. He made 5 good trades over the weekend. Has he sent you the money back with interest? And so I really wouldn't want it to get there, but I would buy it. I still have 1,000 coins down there, so I might buy 100,000. And then I have 200,000. But then I've given up like $3,000 worth of liquidity because that's like it's fucking minus 90% or something on that account. Because I have 96,000. Yeah, dude, to just give up. 50,000 were bought here. It's 0.17. And then I got both of these. Sell, averaged back in, used that money then to do the trading, the challenge. And then I did buy some there, then I did sell a little bit here. And I panicked a bit, and I bought 10,000 at like 5. I think I sold at 55 and I bought again at 50 cents. So I made 10% there. Just trying to DCA it down. I can't. And then, I realized I fucked up. And I was like, it's all right. I'll just try to target again down here, 30 cents. 3 cents. So, I think I slid in one at 21 to 23 cents. $100 in this region. It might be 22 cents I might buy. It was not this week. It was a few weeks ago. So I got another one there that was about $100 order. I got 5. I've got to collect another 5,000 VChain, and then I'll be happy. I'll be happy if it goes up, and I won't necessarily be upset if it goes down. Okay, AVQ looks like it wants to bounce off the second standard deviation. AVQ. AVQ. I don't use the AVQ. But I do know what you're looking at. Yes, is bounce off so it's bouncing off the red side. -2 on the red side. Which time frame? Sui. Time frame on Sui. Yeah, there's a daily VRE bounce here on the 1 minute. So if you are looking at perfect. That would make sense. It would make sense. This is trying to bounce off here. It's trying to hold above. This is a max perp. Hold above $2.0084. At least a push into 00183. I suppose you got stopped out of your trade here. This would be the trade I'd look for, that long back up into that target you were targeting. Hopefully you're in it. I would get cold feet. I really wouldn't want to be in it right now. Good man. If you're trading perps, this is something that I'm going to put into practice. Not that I do. Try and make it a risk-free trade as soon as possible, bro. I see my Lemons friend doing that with his perps. He risks 1%, maybe 2% on 10x. But I see how he manages risk. He likes to take partials. He's got a lot of patience, I'll give him that. But the lesson I learned there is, as soon as you can make it a free trade, make it a free trade. Stop loss in, then you can let it run, take profits, then you can let it run back to wherever you entered and you maybe made 25%, whatever the fuck it is, however you want to get across that bridge. I don't know, I'm going to try to figure it out as well. I've got some good guidance. Try to start off small, then add on. Okay, so how many trades are you trying to do that first observation? Are you trying to do it in 2 trades? I have a mate who does it in about 3. But I don't know. See, if I was to take that route, I don't know if I want to do them in take a mode or make a mode. Because I'm always 100% confident. So I gotta really refine the fucking adult way of trading. I can't just trade like just smash green. Yeah, went my way. Okay, press red. Make money. I can't trade like an orc, a highly sophisticated orc. And I love trading like that because it's instinct. Everything is telling me everything. And it's just like I've watched this for so long. It's just fucking instinct. Bang, buy, bang, sell, bang. Look for the buy. Is there buy? Is there buy? Someone's here. Oh, quick, risk it. Buy. Let's see. No one's there. Take profit. Oh, close at the same price. Fuck. Right. Just trade like an orc. You just know the flipping motion of the ocean. So Sui, dude, Sui did get to that initial target. And dude, what you expect? Yeah, interesting. So one of my friends today, I don't know, you guys in my Discord, I should maybe do more live streams in the Discord. But anyway, I join a friend and I'm trying to learn options, and he's one of the guys that actually trades options. And I've gotten to figure out how he trades options. It's completely different to me. It's a 15-minute breakouts from the daily. So daily opens. He maybe gives it 15 minutes to 45 minutes. He figures out the direction. Then he'll maybe take a 40-point move, a 4-point move on one contract on SPX on options. I don't know, 40-point move might be a lot for him, but I think he's comfortable with a 10-point move, 20-point move. Very good day for him. And, well, not very good day for him. He's just like, that's the number he wants for the day in profit return. He's very happy with that $500,000 a day. So I've been looking at SPX for a while now. So yeah, I've got my own Discord, but I don't really, these scammers I'll tell you this much, guys. If you want to join a Discord off YouTube, make sure that, hopefully, I would imagine most YouTubers, like me, I don't pay for Discord, right? Okay, I'll post the link here, but then I'm going to delete it. I don't want it in this chat. I'll explain why. And it really doesn't save my face, but someone was like, oh, you're a scammer, I'm like, bro, I'm not a fucking scammer, I've got nothing to hide. If you want to see my order book, you want to see how I trade, dog, I've got nothing to hide. I'll show you what I'm publicly doing. You can track on the blockchain, bro. Fuck you. I'm not going to show you everything else. But he was telling me, oh, you're a scammer. I was like, how? He's like, you're posting scam links. And I checked. I was like, he's like, you're posting Discord scam links. I was like, I know they invite people here. I know there are like people that are trying to use my profile on Discord, like the same name and shit like that. Like, you'll get it with anyone, man. Oh, fuck, not inspect, man. Fuck, paste. Since I've met you, I've never... Dude, I'm only blessed to be in the position that I am. So, I don't know, dog. Where I live, my life is worth less than like fucking $200 on the wrong street, dude. So like, why the fuck am I gonna try to scam someone? That's how I look at it. Like, unfortunately, in Africa, your life is cheap. Maybe $10,000 if you're fucking important. But yeah. So like, I don't want that shit. And I also want to travel Africa. I love Congo, so it's sort of why I have a mask on. Like, I love Congo. I want to live in Congo. And if you want to live in Congo, you don't really want to know that, like, oh, this face owns crypto. You know, like, if I have kids and shit like that, like, because I want to go experience all these cool places. Anyway, there's the Discord link, but I'll tell you now what happened with the Discord. Is this okay, man? It's like, you're posting fake Discord links. Like, can you... I was like, can you just please post the link or prove that I'm doing this? I can't figure out where. And he didn't post the fucking link, so it pissed me off. Alright, so he just started accusing me. He's like, bro, post the fucking link. And if I'm wrong, I'll say sorry. But you're starting to piss me off. You can't just be calling me a scammer and not provide evidence. And if it is evidence, I will be brutally honest with you. Like, I know I'm not scamming. Like, ask me anything. The hardest thing to remember is a fucking lie. Anyway, so he like rattled me, pissed me off for a bit. And then I had my Twitter link. In my Twitter profile, I posted a Discord link. And I didn't update it because I don't pay for Discord. Like, to have a fancy Discord. So I don't have a vanity link, which would be like Discord, African Crypto Warlord. But anyway, these fucking scammers, as soon as my Discord link expired, because usually the link like I posted here will only be valid for 7 days. Now they'll take this link if I don't delete it, and then they'll make a Discord where it says connect your wallet, do this. I was like, oh my fucking god, bro. I'm literally like 295 people on YouTube and 1,000 people on fucking Twitter, and you're really gonna try to pull a scam like that? It's like, these hoes are looking for every opportunity. So I learned that. So like, just know that if you do see a link on a YouTube video and you want to join the Discord or something like that, and it looks like this, discord.gg and numbers and letters, just make sure the video is like hopefully not older than like a day, but max 7 days. You know, just heed caution, because this is, you connect to this thing, and if you've already connected a fucking NFT wallet, your private wallets, whatever they're called, ledger things, those web browser wallets, Dex wallets, like if that thing's connected, there's like a few bots, there's 3 of them that will do Bitcoin wallet. If that thing's connected, then as soon as you click that bad link, they've got your fucking address. And then you've connected to the bots, so then they can just see everything. Like it's like not the information you want to give away to a dodgy ass looking link like that. So yeah, I gave the Oak problems, and I did say sorry, but he was like poking my leg for a long time, man. So I sort of lost my patience. But that was the first time I learned that scam. I was like, fuck, like for real. I was like, come on, we're scalping for $15, fucking Bitcoin here on a good day when I started a challenge, bro. And the Oaks are trying to pull stunts like that. So yeah, just be careful with those links. But that's the Discord link. I think I've seen you in Alpha Trading, so I'll just add you. I learned my lesson from my first year. Yeah, that's a good thing. All cold storage. Yeah. I don't really want to disclose my position, but I do like to have my accounts and my coin holdings spread across multiple different ways. So to access a DEX, and maybe, and a few to access a bunch of sexes. Don't really want to disclose how I do it, but yeah, like if XRP pumps to $1,000 fucking dollars, I want to make sure that I maybe have XRP on one exchange, a little bit there and a little bit here, just in case one exchange goes down. I can still capitalize, a couple percent on the total portfolio. Just have it there. It's like, fuck, okay. Because, if it hits $10,000 or something, man, you know how many people are going to be logging onto these exchanges? Bring everyone back. So that fucking downtime, different exchanges, be ready for it. That's a plan that obviously I maybe over-prepped for when I did get into crypto. But it has worked, especially for VeChain and stuff like that. I can't get into BitTrue. I can get into it on another exchange. So yeah, I sort of plan for those things. But it's a very rare event. It's one every 600, 700 days. But luck favors a prepared man. So I do like to break it up. So yeah, SPX, I've been looking at SPX. We're trying to look for $20 moves, at least with today's volatility. So tomorrow I'm going to be doing the same. I'll go through it with him. We'll see. I might bring him in onto the room in the Discord. I think, but I need to pay for Discord. Fuck, I'll figure out how much it is. Because I don't know, is the stream quality good here? Been on for quite a while. It should be like streaming at 180p. That's what I've set it at 30 frames a second. So you might see every 2 seconds a candlestick change. I can't really bump it up to 60 frames a second. I think it would cut as soon as we get into, as soon as it goes from 180 to 720p, I think it would just cut. Okay, so sold 32nd. I'm gonna try to do a little bit of rounding here. 82. These guys are way off. We're hitting the cone. What's that? 66 region. Let's see if there's. Is this cone in the right place? It does look like it's held itself. Yes, it is. Let's go check. Zero flash and vol. Yeah, buddy. Okay, so you see, if this holds, this would be a perfect example. These probabilities are still in the book, but if this thing holds green, please hold green, so I can show you guys where my cones come from. Just hold green. Come on. And the whole game changes. If this thing holds, you puss. Pull up, 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 pull up. Fuck. It would have been quite nice if that all flashed green. It would have given us a black hole. We put on a new cone, and you'll see the range just becomes so tight. So instead of there being like 5 cents down, 7 cents up, it'll be like 1 cent, 3 cent, 1 cent, 3 cent, 40 cents, 5 cent, 3 cent, 5 cent, 30 cents. So it would have been nice if we could see that flash live, see how that distribution plays out. Fuck, that would be cool. Anyway, so that cone is in the right place. What have we got? We've got 4 minutes. Okay, so we're looking at HBAR, SUI, Bitcoin, Let's put everyone on the 1 minute. Let's get that all good. VRE on. Make everyone big. So we're looking for tomorrow's magnets. If you have a coin that you'd like, maybe Satoshi sticker. I think I saw you post. Did I get your coin in? Fuck. H bar. Yes. H bar. Make that big. It's on the 6 hour. Put it on the 1 minute. Make that big. Okay, so we're gonna look for the Sui 1 minute this side. Okay, so I'm gonna try front run them, put them all on 30 seconds. That way we'll get it 30 seconds before the 1 minute opens. Closes. Sorry. I could do 1 second, but it would be so hard to try to figure out where it prints. I think I'd waste time. Okay. 2 minutes. I'm just gonna switch off the mic for a second. We're gonna look for, this could be a bounce here on Bitcoin for at least another 2 minutes until you'll see a white dot pop up. A white dot, yellow. You see this thing, it just, wow, a yellow flash to the right, a yellow stripe to the right. I'm just switching off the mic, I'll be right. And that will be the daily magnet. That will be its best friend. That's where it wants to be, above or below it. That's 80% mean reversion trade. And just use all the other tools to maybe get the maximum out of that entry, of that idea. But at 80% wants to go hit that line. The yellow horizontal line that will print in 1 minute and 20 seconds. Just press live on your YouTube. I think you will have delay. Okay. Bitcoin, MEX, perp, 78263. Get short. Look for short. H bar, get short. 1438. That's an initial day target. I would look to get short of. I'd look for it to go down there. Yes, I can pump up. You saw Bitcoin respond to it quite quickly. This one, fuck, where's this one? Sui. Where's this one? Wow. Okay, Sui's matching up with the 90-minute reverse wave trend down here at $1.94.22. $1.98. Fails here. This is the third daily. So there's like, is this a daily? Did it print here? Where's the next daily? Is that exactly it? Is it falling from the daily? No, it's not falling from the daily. Okay, so where's the third daily? Third daily's up here to $2.05. Okay, let's just go back to the Bitcoin one. As you can see, as soon as that thing prints, it's magnet time, right? It did set in the high, gave us 90 seconds, sort of a lead. We do have the line up here to be like, okay, general bullish bearish structure. If this thing wasn't going to print, fails here, we do not want to go down at least to that line. But as you see, as it prints, it just wants to melt towards it. I would imagine. Let me go look at the volatility. Alright. This is on the 32nd. Let me go to the 1 minute. Got some pump there. I should actually deploy a 1 minute cone. Oh, I missed it. Yeah, so all these yellow lines that I've posted, that's the daily safety zone. That's where it wants to be. So I just saw a comment come through now. Black. H bar. 14 cents 30. Sort of lagging here again. Okay, I'll just do that again. H bar. 14 cents. 14 cents for. Sui. $1.94. So far away. Fuck, that's a serious short, bro. Sui must have put in a mean pump today, hey? You know, I'd imagine if it can hold this target, it's actually quite bullish. Down to $1.90 for the day. Given it's had such a big pumperoo, I'd imagine if we could maintain this 94, I would expect it to try be a little bit more longer term bullish throughout the day if it does and when gets here. Usually you would find it wants to slip down into here 90, but as the day builds out, we have this target building up here. So a little bit of no man's land in here. 92, 90 cents, and 94. Look for a reversal in there. Okay. Bitcoin H bar took a $5 loss on. What was that trade? Yeah, it did get to your loss at your 16 mark. As I said, man, that was yesterday's thing. I would have been for that aggressive long here, at least in yesterday's price action. Here it would be a little bit of a gamble, but yeah, if it was Bitcoin, I'd take the gamble. Just for that scalp, really. I wouldn't expect anything higher. But that was that reversal back into pretty much where you got stopped out. Quite shit. But yeah, with the VRE stuff, you'll be able to see. You'll be like, oh, okay, it is kind of melting back to the daily, which is a safe place. How many cents am I willing to give it off my entry to say that I'm wrong? And in that sense, you could have saved $3 but lost $2. You know, you can save money because you know when you're wrong. That's just if it goes bad, you know. So you can reduce the amount of risk you take. But then because you can do that, you're also now opening up the door to be in a lot more trades. So you have to find that fine balance. Everyone has their own. Wait until 7 o'clock my time. It always happens, buddy. It was a $5 lesson. One of the cheaper lessons you could ever pay for. That's how I look at my show. I'm like, I know when I break the rules, and I sort of know when to break the rules, and I only really break the rules once I've been abiding by them for about 20 trades in a row. Then I'll go against the rules, maybe for 2 trades. But that would only be for Bitcoin to go against me by $20. But that'll be a high risk trade. So I'm risking $20 to be like, fuck it, I'm going to set this thing out for a $100 move. Which means if I get it incorrect twice, I've lost $40 in the spread. But then if I go back to using the rules immediately, I'm looking for $30 to $40 in the spread. So I can lose out twice on a trade, breaking the rules, trying to 2x the initial, risk 20, make 80, make 100, double the risk, and just know as soon as I go back to the system, my next trade should yield me just below flat. Next trade on will yield me back in profits immediately. And that's on the 1 minute trading Bitcoin. So it's like, went against me $20, went against me $20, fuck. Wait for the next trade that you know is going to do $30, because if it's going to do $30, it's more than likely going to try to do a $50 move. Sick. Bang, and I'm back in. And the best trader I've ever heard, and I wish I could find that podcast again. This blew my mind when it came to, okay, so Sui's trying to put in some action here. Holds below the weekly. Is that weekly above or below? Okay. Weekly target, you would expect Sui at $2.11. The daily target, I would expect it at $1.94, which would mean for Wednesday, if it was to hold this $1.90, $1.94, I'd expect for Wednesday to Thursday for it to push back up to $2.11. And that's me just looking at this on the 1 minute. Just going, this probability to the downside. This one is a more immediate probability. But this one I know is a probability that's sometime in the week. So I'm going to put the more immediate probability, because I do want to get it up in here knowing that sometime in the week is 80% chance. Has it hit it? I don't think it's hit it yet. I know that there's an 80% chance of it getting up there, but I really wouldn't mind a nice entry from somewhere down here. And now if I was scalping, obviously this is a little bit of a tetchy time because we are at the weekly. So we are at the 50-50 point. But I would know, ideally scalp towards this thing. And if it's above it, I would want to try scalp up. So after this touch, because we've printed a new daily, I'll make my decision. As if we get up there, I do know I want to scalp towards the upside. If we fail here now, I do know that I initially maybe want to scalp towards the downside, but I would do this spot. So I just try to sit on my hands. And every time it hits one of the lines or something, I'll just try to take a little bit out. And then, because I've taken a little bit out, I can give this a little bit more space for when it does come in. So I can take those profits, put them on as my risk here, to hope that it does pull all the way back up there. But now initially I'd be looking to scalp to the upside. HGS for 202, 203. 2 cents, $2.03. Okay, I try to keep my loss as low as possible after my first 2 years. Yeah. Oh, I didn't finish the story. Anyway, so there's a saying, and I learned this from my friend Crown. He brought it to light, but I don't think it's his quote. But you kill an account 2 ways. You kill an account 2 ways. Death by 1,000 cuts. So a lot of trades, a lot of small trades, but you messing up your risk profile. So you're getting more wrong, and you're taking too profit. You're getting a lot of your trades wrong, and then you are taking profit too soon. That would be your initial first problem. You kill an account by 1,000 cuts, and then you kill an account by a couple big blows. So that would be, you really have crazy risk management. To me, that would be like, I don't mind if the price goes against me. On spot, 5%. To me, that'd be fucking crazy, bro. On anything. If it's an alt, and it's a stupid one, I wouldn't want it to go against me 1%. In this case, for this $2 one, I wouldn't want it to go against me 2 cents. And that's being very fucking polite. I literally wouldn't want it to go against me half, 20. So there's a cent, 20 units. If I was trading a $2 thing, I wouldn't want it to go against me 20 units. If it has, I've fucked up. I'm not paying attention to what's going on. Anyway, so that's one way. It's death by 1,000 cuts and death by a few big blows. So as I said, that big blow could be like someone using leverage and their like stop loss is like 3-5%. Doesn't matter your leverage, man. If you get a general winning trade, general assumption of a winning strategy is 6 out of 10 in a row. You have $100. Call it 10x. Your risk is 5%. The asset on spot goes against you 5%. You've turned $100 into $50. That's your first trade going wrong against you. You just half to account. Your next trade, which you would also expect to break even or go against you, you're going to risk another 5%. You know? Now you're gambling. If that trade goes your way, it needs to go your way 10% on spot just to break even. Now to make the additional $50, it needs to go 15% in your way. That's fucking stupid numbers. Right? So like, I don't know, everyone manages and makes their money different ways. If you guys pay attention to something called the Robbins Cup, that dude's risk is like 3%, because the trading fee is like 1%. Right? Like, I don't fucking know how that oak makes money. But he does. But he has a special trading strategy just to win the Robbins Cup. Anyway. So, like, there are things that work, but you gotta figure out what you're doing, you know? He trades completely differently than how he trades in the Robbins Cup, you know? So, he's usually taking profit at 1%. He's not risking 1%. That guy. So just type that in. Robbins Cup winner. He's like I think he's like 55, 60. Sort of a buddy. Every trader is different. I really like to see how different traders do it. Yeah, for sure. I'm not going to shit on anyone that has a winning strategy, bro. I definitely won't. Because I've been around the block long enough. I've been staring at the alpha trading stuff. And I prefer this to all the other stuff. But like, my mates can throw up Fibonacci's. And I'll be like, okay, what time frame are you throwing up the Fibonacci's on? And if I really wanted to try and validate a level, I can with this stuff. But this just loads for me, man. I've done so much back testing. Each line if you were to use something called bookmap, each line is a heat. It throws a heat signature. So let's say there are a whole bunch of sell orders sitting here right now. As soon as you saw that orange thing go up, on a bookmap, look into bookmap or tensor charts, but bookmap. It shows, if you've ever seen a liquidation heat map, it's the same idea, but it shows live orders of limit orders and a whole bunch more shit. But anyway, for limit orders, you'll be able to see them sitting. And then as soon as this orange line goes up, you'll see like at least 50 to 60% of these sitting orders, they move up to here now, the sell orders. And inverse here, the guys that are wanting to buy, you'll see that thing's been sitting there for 90 minutes. They lift up and they want to buy at 99 now, just those limit orders. And what they're trying to pretty much do is just capture. When they get filled here, they're just going to try capture whenever next it touches that orange line. So even if it does come down, they've captured it here. I wouldn't trade it like that, but they're going to capture it here in the hopes that if this does come down, even if this does go all the way down here, by the time this orange line gets to where this green line is, they've maybe made 2 cents. But if it does go in their direction and reverse, that orange line starts bumping all the way up into that weekly thing. So that's a different kind of trading strategy. It's like a turtle, not a turtle strategy. It just takes a long time and not how I trade it, but that's one of the places that you would find something like that happening. Just on a long-term bar chart, I'll go, I need to watch more videos on how to use it better. I want to buy Bookmap again. You don't have to buy it. I wouldn't buy it necessarily just yet. I think you can get free access, but it'll be about 15 to 30 seconds delayed. But you'll be able to load up Binance. You'll load up Binance there. Maybe your internet connection is better than mine the last time I loaded it up. But yeah, you'll be able to see. You'll be able to see. Bookmap is actually, people use it as a tool to trade. That's not what it was intentionally designed for. Bookmap was designed for backtesting, live testing strategies. Because backtesting is stupid. Unless I don't even want to get into it. It's stupid if you're going to backtest on Ninja, on TradingView or something. You have to be recording the data to a hard drive with no downtime for, I think it's like 3 to 5 years. Or you can buy the data for a stupid amount. But anyway, you'd use that, or you can use Bookmap. So you'd use that for your backtesting, and then you go and spend money on Bookmap. This is how you actually quantify a strategy. If you were to spend all the money, and any strategy you do take on, this is actually how you're supposed to verify a strategy that works. Is how I would do it. Is how I've done it. Anyway, you'll have your backtest data. Anyway, I've been backtesting for 4 or 5 years, like live backtesting. So I considered that. That was all live testing. So I'd fine-tuned it for 4 years, and then I waited 2 years just staring at the charts for about another 19 hours a day. Fine-tuned it again, and I knew I'd done all my live testing, and that was done on XRP. Anyway, and during that live testing, I used Bookmap for every one of the lines that you see. So every time they change on the candlesticks, you see on Bookmap that it lights up a new buy or sell level. And that will do it on the cone as well. So now on the cone, because they run like this, there's something called iceberg orders. So because they run at a diagonal pace, this is on 24 hours. On the 1 hour, you'll see it a lot. On the 1 minute, you'll see it a lot easier. As I said, I should have loaded the cone on the 1 minute. Anyway, you'd be able to see the grinding happening, and that's the iceberg order. And that's another thing. I hate trading and looking at charts by myself. Let me, you join the Discord. Join the Discord. Did you join the Discord? I can't see you here. Not that I'm, anyway, you did ask for the link. I just can't see you here because I want to add you so you can see the stuff. If you are in here. If not, I don't really mind if you're not. But anyway, I think I do know what your name looks like on Discord. It looks about the same as on YouTube. But yeah, I want to do the live streams there. Like if I scalp live, I want to do it there. Because then there's no delay. But then I have to boost the server. But it doesn't really matter. Let me just scalp. Let me go make a couple $100, and then I'll see to boost the server. And then you guys can be live in there with me when I'm scalping. I'm gonna look to scalp Sol first. Let me see if I can pull off a couple dollars there. Then I'll pay for Discord so we can post it in main mind hub. But I can't see you online. Okay, cool. Yo, sick. I'm gonna add rolls. 1, 2, So it's a little bit quiet, but I'm getting bored here, so I'm gonna start kicking this into gear. Yeah, I've been sitting on my hands. I'm not saying I suffered a lot of anxiety. I was just looking for a lot of places to fucking trade zero fees. And it was just so much stress. Because when you have a taste of the wind, dog, and I was able to taste the wind that I can taste at zero fees on a 1 minute. I've never made money so fast in my life. It's like crack. Yeah. So I was chasing. I was just like, fuck, I need to do this. Like, by now, I could have had maybe 70, 100 grand at this time. I started in April last year. This time, pretty much. 22, about 350 days, I would have had about 100 grand. You can just go check. I'll see if I can find the thing. But I'm not even going to shit. It would be about 100 grand. If I should trade every single day, making just 1%. My average day was 3%. So 100k is very much doable at zero fees. Anyway, okay, cool. Glad to see you. And they got a red name. I'm gonna delete that link. If anyone does watch this later or whatever, if I do go live, yeah, so the delay is alright, but you have to keep on pressing live, because I feel like you'll be buffering at 10 seconds. So here, I'll do a test. On Bitcoin's next 1 minute candle, so let's say I say buy, it might be, I'm going to draw like a line like that. It's just a flash, so I can see. And that's the new print. And on my screen, that's done. It's like 5-7 seconds delayed. And that's me watching live on mine. And when it gets volatile, 7 seconds could be $80. And you guys know that I really wouldn't want to be chasing. Yeah, but the Discord will be like live. That's the difference. Discord is like right now. Like my voice is even delayed here by 5 seconds. So on Discord, the voice is instant, or at least a second, and the video is instant, because the voice is instant. So yeah, actually, let me go check Discord. Let me see how much it's gonna cost to do. HD streaming. Better audio is 1. HD streaming. Level 2. What is 7 bunks? $34 a month. $5 each. You could be paying $34. Fuck it. What's that? Yeah, okay. I'll make that a little challenge. You can judge me by my trading activity if the server is boosted. Because it'll only be $30 or $35. So I'll definitely spend that to sit there so we can like voice chat. Or just, I don't know, man. Just be more fucking effective for $30. I would enjoy it, because then we can all hear each other like, oh my fuck, Bitcoin just dropped $1,000, and we all laugh. So I think it would be cool, because I don't really see. I come from a community where like a lot of the crypto guys I know grew up around. They don't really trade live, and I've been wanting to trade live for a while. right? Because it's been a goal for like the last 6-7 years. I was like, oh, not that I wanted to make YouTube. I was like, you motherfuckers are wrong. All you guys that I watch, you've destroyed my soul. You guys are wrong. And then I just said, fuck it, dude. Because my mates will ask me, oh, where do you think Bitcoin's going to be at this price? Like my real friends and that. I'm like, oh, fuck, dude. We take different risks. Someone's like, you know what, fuck it. I just go, bro, you asked me that question in real life. I say, what's your time frame? He says, in the next 6 months. I say, what candlestick do you watch it on when you look at it? He goes, the daily. So I go, okay, sick. Those are your targets, dude. And it's not that I wanted to be right. I just wanted to be like, it doesn't matter what anyone says on YouTube. It's just like, this is what fucking happens, man. Alright? I try to deny it. I've spent my money being wrong, figuring out the limits to my system, knowing when I'm wrong. It's just like, I don't want to like brag. I don't want to say anything. But if I have zero fees, I honestly feel like I'm one of the best Bitcoin human traders in the world. Full stop. Full stop. When I have fees, it's very scary for me, man. I'm not used to that. Fuck. I'm not used to that. I built this so that I could trade the XRP ledger, and that thing fucking hasn't come right. What I built this to do is a strategy, is to pay 5 drops and be right or wrong in 6 seconds. It's this time game. It's a pixel time game. That's what I built. So it's very tough when I have high fees. I want to have fees. But if I'm investing and stuff, I don't give a shit. 5 days, 7 day, 21 day. Let's load this thing on a 21 day. Which one don't we need? We don't need the 7 day. This is my cheat sheet, bro. This one I learned. This thing is RO. Allah, 21 day. It will fuck you up. So I try to deny it on XRP. I try to deny it in a cycle like this. It crossed, and I tried to buy here. And I was like, it's going to reverse. This thing just doesn't bounce there. Just follows through. Doesn't bounce, just follows through. So I denied it one time. And then I thought that it was going to carry on going down a little bit more. And I didn't sell. But I didn't believe that it was going to go down more. I didn't realize how strong the 21 day moves are. Anyway, so I learned on XRP. So when that line is red, you've maximized the best you pretty much can. Like when it's green, man, go shout to your friends, buy Bitcoin. Because in a couple months, what's that? That's usually like a 6-month move. Yeah, so that's August. It actually sort of turned green at that work, but we'll just go open on August and a breakthrough. So 58 August, September, October, November, December. January, February, March, April. It's like 8 months ago. Anyway, so then the top being here, so that's 5 candles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 months. Up here, you can just sort of see like it. Obviously, man, it can do the stupid shit at 250k, but on the 21 day, as soon as they start crossing through together, it becomes very hard for it to push up. I can show you this on XRP as well. Sorry, I'll check the stream chat now. I'm just closing the Discord. Checking how much that thing is. I think I'll do that, dude. I'll do that. Do you think XRP could flip BTC? Okay, let's define flip. Price returns, because it returns, I think Bitcoin also started out at like a cent, you know, in those low turns. So we're talking, what are we talking? Anyway, so here's a 21 day on XRP. Sort of same thing like Bitcoin, a little bit red, but gave you the good move, bro. As soon as it went green, gave you green at 41 cents, it gave you the exit at $2.32. Now you can do this on any other shitcoins, really. Obviously, each one will be giving you better, worse returns than the next or the previous one. So here, I would remain bearish for the next 8 days. I'd wait for the 21 day to cross. Go green, I'll get bullish again. And it can always get very close. Like at these dojis, you would have found it fucking did cross. But it's still got 8 days till the close. So if you do take those longs or whatever, you really got to like look at this and go, I need to stare at this. When it does touch, mark that price out. So if it does go green, I want to mark that price out. Let's say it goes green at $1.88. I want to mark that price out. Then when it crosses, or when this one goes green, I want to mark that price out. And then if it crosses, I want to mark that price out. And when it gets above it, just by a pixel or more, because sometimes it could be 1 pixel, it could be 5 pixels. Just depends on what the candles look like before it, but it doesn't really matter. Just mark out as soon as it gets above that thing, and then I know, okay, that's the range for that breakdown until the end of the 8 day. And if it's above any one of those lines, I would imagine I can get more bullish and bullish and bullish until it does close. So that's the 21 day. They say that Bitcoin will go to zero, and XRP is the real coin. Let me just take a deep breath of some green tobacco. But my first observation will be, I don't think Bitcoin would go to zero. Only time it could go to zero is if they're able to lend out more Bitcoin. So like on leverage, let's say there's only 1 million coins, there's 21 million coins, and I think 10% of the supply has been lost. I know my brother used to mine Bitcoin and stuff, so he's maybe lost a couple when they were like $1 or something like that. Obviously it hurts now or whatever, but I don't need to get into it. But you know, a lot of people that were mining and stuff have maybe lost Bitcoin. You've connected your laptop to a mining pool, you've maybe mined a couple fractions, so that number can add up. But anyway, long story short, I'm gonna guess it's like 20% of the Bitcoin has been lost or can't be accessed. And I think there's 21 million Bitcoin. Let's just say that means they can only really access 19 million Bitcoin. Okay, like if everyone was somehow on a SEX or lending their money out on Ledger, like all the money was technically liquid, 19 million Bitcoins were liquid somehow, somewhere, and they lent, let's say, 19 million and 1 Bitcoin, and they can hold that 19 million and 1 Bitcoin, yes, then I can see it going to zero. But now that's very hypothetical situations, but those would be the numbers where it's not a theory, it just becomes like a numbers game. It's like, okay, well, you're lending out more than what's actually on the market. So someone's actually here taking on 1%, is taking on 1 Bitcoin worth of risk, then there is actually Bitcoin available. And then if that happens, yes, and it starts to go wrong, where maybe they're like lending out 23 million Bitcoin, I could see an example of something drastic like that going to zero. Because if it did pump, you know it's going to dump, because they have to unwind like 2 million to 4 million Bitcoin long. So you know it's naturally going to not go high, because they have to unwind it. And to trap them, you would just dump it, because they would have to dump again and then try cover, and it just becomes a perpetual problem to the downside until someone steps in to buy fucking couple 100,000, I would expect, at whatever price that is. It would throw that balance off. But yeah, so let me just smoke the green tobacco. But anyway, so that's the Bitcoin going to zero part. I don't really believe it can go to zero, but I'm not going to be rude. $3,400. That's like the crackhead on my charts. $3,400. $7,100 reasonable crackhead number. Did I have it up here? It's a 5-day. That one's at 37. I think I have numbers down here somewhere. Untouched VREs. Ultimate downside. Untouched. That's a monthly touched. The monthly touched. I'll just say here at 32. I've also marked these out. I should have put them on stream. 29. 26. Those are just the weekly ones and the monthly ones. Then I have dailies that are hidden in here. But yeah, for the ones that would just be of relevance, whilst I'm waffling, talking bullshit, the closest one right now is 36, which is ironically the bottom side of this cone on the 5-day. So, just saying, 56, 26, 56, 26, downside. To me, I know it sounds stupid, but fuck, bro. That's what I expect. It's not the fucking S&P 500. But yeah, only time I would say that VRE, it's on the 5-day. I can show it to you on the 24-hour or whatever, but it's there. Only time I'd say that gets invalidated is when the 5-day flashes zeros again. So it's not going to happen for a while, because you can see that they're all a little bit over the place here. Long term, still low. Left shoulder and that bell curve is increasing. Thin tail's increasing. Right shoulder's increasing. Fat tail's sort of contracting, increasing, doesn't know as of yet. So it's still got a long way to go until these guys need to flatten out as well. The right shoulder, left shoulder. That could be 6, 7 candles. Then maybe 15, 20 candles to get them all to line up after that. 22 times 5, that's 100 days. So, yeah, fuck, 100 days, that's not a bad target down there, that whatever it was, not on this coin, the other one. Fuck. No. This one that's curling around. And as this cone curls around, that is actually a bullish posturing. So you'll see that some curl around sooner, but down here it's the whole cone is actually starting to try curl around at 37. So if it does get there, it's actually bullish, because the cone is now moving into a positive skew. A positive skew. The whole cone is in a positive skew with a negative drift, but it would put in a very big bounce back up into the negative drift, at least on that side. What's this one saying? 5-day. So yeah, that's just like ridiculous targets to the downside. But like I don't know, dude. As I say, I want 68, bro. I want 68. I'll be happy with 68. Fucking 68, fine. I'll believe you can go to $1 million from here. Fine, I'll believe you go to 250k. Then you're gonna pull all the way back down to fucking 36. You ain't gonna outrun some of these untouched VREs. Anyway, I'd like a touch at 68. As I say, we are right there at that point on the 3-day. Invalidation is what, this $80,000 target. You get into this one, you start catching that positive skew. You see it, as it turns positive, it hits and it bounces. So here it's not really starting to increase. So if it does get into this range, I would be invalidated. Go look for 89s. Initial target, 87. So about a 10% move. I would start to look once we get above 80, 81. Are there any other coins you guys want to look at? So that fucking I'm a retard. I'm my favorite retard. Bounce on the 1 minute. I've been promising coins on the 1 minute for so long, just to show you guys how I would trade. Anyway, let me go look for 1 minute things. I'm just gonna mute the mic for a minute or two. Need that full screen. We're on mix. We're on mix. We're on mix. Okay, be right back. I wish I was able to. So how I know that it's bullish or bearish, at least on the 1 minute, is I usually would come in, I would scalp along this green line, obviously with a little bit of discretion, because you'll see that these two green lines, the one on the left, they're not meant to match up. This is more institutional order flow. This is more retail order flow. But anyway, if I knew that it was to be bullish, this is Bitcoin on the 1 minute, I would expect it along there. And I did hit 300. And in my brain, I would have gone long, yes. And it only did $8. And I would have caught cold feet because I would have expected at least a $20 or $30 move. I got $8. It hung around there for about 5 seconds. And just out of discretion, I would have just gotten out of that long, knowing that I'm looking for another one here, maybe a little bit late. Fuck. If it holds, see, here I'll try long. What's that risk? It's a $10 risk. See, I'd be kicked out already. But I'll try re-long here again. See, I would have preferred to have maybe waited for a pullback. Now I'm going to try long it again. Let's just see. Ooh, that's a sneaky pump mode. Let's see, 94, take long. And I would only give it to 98. So I did lose out because I did enter at 25. So I lost out on $20. We 90. What did I say? I'd only give it to 98. Oh shit! So a little bit higher. So it's always 6. It would be in the re-entry, and now we're sitting here. So we've already made back that gap immediately because I knew I was looking for a long. I didn't get thrown off because I was wrong. I just knew, like, I was like, fuck, I do want to enter in there because it was that move that came out. If I did enter in here and I held it, it would have gone up. But I immediately folded, knowing that if it does get here, it doesn't matter. I'm going to try buy here, but I do know there is some discretion to the downside. So I do want to try catch a wick on the outside of this orange thing, because then I know if I don't take profits anymore, I can just ride that orange line. You know, it's a vent. Now it's about 8. It's about match even. It's about $10 above where I would have entered. But now you'll see that it can fall down very quickly. But I can use that as a discretionary. Okay, I don't want to take profit until it hits that fucking orange line or that orange line. This is just reversing the trend. Here's a point that you reverse the trend on these orange lines. So whatever trend it is, it's going up, it's going to hit the orange line, it's going to come down. So it's reversed that uptrend. Here, it's coming down, but it's still in an uptrend, but it's just going to quickly try and reverse that downtrend. And if it does, for the uptrend to carry on the higher term time frames, it needs to break above that orange line. Here, for the long term, for a longer term downtrend to carry on, you're looking for it to carry on down here. Ideally, I would want to give it some patience. I want to look for a long here, about $100 now lower than price. But if it's free, I would like to chase it. That's a very dirty long. There was nothing really there that would have been more of like, I got 8 trades right in a row. I'm willing to risk $20 on that to maybe get a pullback. Oh, fuck, 60. And that's already been up there for too long, yeah. So that's not kind of, that's with like breaking rules, just like a little bit of gambling, but with understanding the nature of the beast, not just blindly punting it. Just the flow, breaking the rules, but in the flow, being able to break the rules, because I do know as soon as I go back to strategy, I can make back that loss. 30 seconds, 90 seconds, I can immediately make back that loss. Okay. Lost audio. Okay, yeah, I think the audio should be good. I did say I was switching it off. I think the audio should be good. Yeah, so if you hold that orange line natural, try push up into this zone of liquidity that's building here. So if you use bookmap, you'd have seen a lot of sell orders getting put in here. Right, so that is a place of auction. Halfway to that auction is $50 up from here. Let's see, is there another cross that's happening anywhere else? Sort of still trying to, if it holds that, that's a hidden bull div. How many minutes has that been? But like a hidden bull div, I'm guessing on the 15 minute. I'll try set in here. As I said, we are looking for that to be a responsible trader. The ideal strategy is to pretty much try and, if I could hold it perfectly, is to buy here, sell there. So that's $100, it's $150 range. I would at least like to capture half of that. So either know I want to buy here or I want to buy here, but I did not have been planning that for a while. So this is a $100 range. I start to get cold feet. I'm 33% through there. I would like to take some profits. If I was spot 100% in, it hits this line, I'm sort of feel like I'm gambling. Anything above 165, I would have liked to have taken profits. I think I'm going to take profits now. Yeah, just take profits. So it would have got me in at 178 because it would have been 1 second or so slower. That's fine. I got 33% of the initial range. obviously I'm talking about this, I would have wanted to have immediately started to chase it up. Not gonna lie, because you are leaving some stuff on the table, and that wouldn't have been perfect. But I would have maybe got in at 90, maybe got out at 210. Just adding on at $20. It's just rounded up to like 40% of the range. So I'm not capturing the whole range, but I know I've got 40% of the range. I would like to buy again somewhere down here. Then you'll see how immediately, if this trade comes correct, you'll see how I start to capture more than just this pump. So I'm looking to try to buy down here. So let's just say I got, so we bought that at 115. And that one sold. So I need to try buy here. That's what I want to buy. So 166. A little bit more juice, thank you. And now if I want to, I sort of want to get selling again, because I've already beaten this candle to the upside. So anyway, so that's 115, that's 115. I think I got 115 into 178, that's 60. I know I would have got another $20 out here. That's $80-ish. We find there we did want to get in here around about this 168, 170 region, and that's already giving us what, 70, 30, that's 30, that's 30. It's $150 move in my, yeah, that's perfect. Anyway, $150 move. I said to the red line, I'm more than happy. And that's on my terms. You know, it's on my terms. This thing did 115. I missed 80% of that candle, and I made $60 there, just on a pullback. If there was a whole Bitcoin at 0 fees. Alright, so now I'm going to do the same thing with Sol. But I'd just like to show you, like, that's the idea, is to go from this blue line to that blue line, and just try to catch a little bit of variance, knowing I'm going to try push into that white line, look for anything that's going to tell me otherwise. Still technically trying to push there. Sneaky pump mode into that white line, bang through. Now, if I did hold the trade all the way through, I'd need to go look at the 2 minute, the 3 minute. See if those volatility indicators are kicking up. Because if they are, then they're going to give me a fucking another $350. Am I brave enough to hold that? No. If I was to try and be responsible and I bought here and I got to the white line, maybe I'd take off half. But that's not how I trade. It would have hit that thing, pulled back, I'd immediately try to get back in. If it went against me, that's fine. You know, you got to make some profits so that you can take a little bit of risk without it hurting your account. And once you can set that buffer, just call it, I want to win the spread. I don't, and it's the only way I can win the spread on a spot is when it goes up, but I want to win the spread, right? Because this thing can go $1,000, let's just say it can go $1,000 up, but it might move $2,000 going up, all right? I don't have the patience to try and catch that whole $1,000 move, but I know on the way up, at least till its highest point, I could have missed 80%, catch it, and then go and make $1,200 worth of spread on my terms, how I trade, right? So it's to beat the day. How I look at it is like if Bitcoin does 1%, and I know this sounds stupid, double top on the 1 minute USDT dominance. We'll do this one. I don't really like the dominance on the 1 minute. It's dope, don't get me wrong. Sometimes I do throw it on the 1 minute when I get like, sometimes I can get about 7, 8 trades wrong in a row, and I just throw this thing on the 1 minute and I go, okay, restart the day. And that's not a lot. That's maybe just like you pressing market buy on Binance, bro, with 0.1% fees. If I get 8 trades wrong in a row, or not you or anyone who trades on Binance, not you, but if you're trading Bitcoin on Binance, that's the equivalent of me getting 8 trades wrong in a row. It's a take a fee of 0.1%. Anyway, yeah, I think the one was good for your entries. I do dig the 1 minute. had to double screen it, to be brutally honest. And it took a lot of brain power. But I did sort of say like, okay, don't worry about the orange lines in this manner, but we're going to just focus on the means. I didn't know. I was like, okay, if this thing starts looking like it's breaking above the means or breaking below the means, you'll see Bitcoin's doing the opposite, right? It's going to try to break below those means. So I'd look at this mean here. This is the 1 minute. I'd look at that one. What's the timestamp? 254. And this one, where's 254? I'll try and compare the means. 254. Yeah, so they're both at the means. So depending on how well maybe you're good at spotting longs. So if you're good at spotting longs, you would go, when do I want to hold USDT? Now. If I'm holding Bitcoin, I want to change into USDT so I can hold it long. As just holding it long will naturally give me more Bitcoin when I don't want to hold USDT anymore. So it's the easier way to look at it. This one's actually on quite the push. We're our new daily. We've still got a long way to go. Yeah, dog. Still got a long way to go. Coin's sort of coming into probabilities in the next 10 minutes. The bottom side of the coin. So a good reversal if it does get there. Bounce. Try bounce. Let's see. This one's in a very weird place. So here's what sort of happens. And I'm not going to say a rare event, but I've seen this happen on Sol a lot. It's usually good money. It hits the bottom side of this cone. It ideally breaks outside of the bottom side of this cone, just a little bit, and that automatically keys up the top side of this cone. Right? Both models have been broken, and the safest place to be is some place in the middle of the model. And you can start to see, at least if the middle of the model is all the way up here, at least on that cone, 82,200-ish. Here is 79,700. The top side of this model, like if it breaks back out, this model here, if it does get above the bullish line on the pink non-skew, you see it throws itself into this model, and then it becomes one of those stupid trades. So it breaks the model here, it tries to put a serious reversal in, and then it can put a push for monthly mean at 84. And these are those stupid candles. Okay, let me get rid of the volatility. They build like this. I don't really draw. But it will look something like this. Down, bounce. There's going to be some noise here. Might hit that one. But anyway, so you're going to have a bounce. And maybe a V-bottom. But then it starts to build that slow thing, and then just send it into that region. It's just like an accumulation. And then, yeah, depending over here, it can either just take a while to build out. When it gets in here, it could just fuck around. Oh, can I pull this over? More than likely try to pull back into that daily mean-ish region, back into that side of the cone, and then try to do a small build up, or it comes into this cone and it just does something like that, straight into the other side. Just shoop, like 5 minutes. Shoop. So there's quite a big lead here, and that's only going to happen if we don't print another zero in 1 minute, on the 1 minute. So that is the kind of move, if this cone holds, is my expectation. Yeah, I think it's good for your entries. Yeah, I use the 1 minute. I don't use the 30 second. I may have to use 30 second on Solana. The 1 minute entries are they're too slow. The last time I tried to scalp it, I had the 1 minute. Now I got the pro package or something, or whatever. And I never really needed the 30 second. But then I did do some back testing for about the last 2 weeks on the 30 second for Solana. And I think it's going to be a lot better. Oh, sorry. It's going to be a lot better for me to Try and scalp how I want to scalp. Alright. I just want 10, 20 cents, 30 cents. Just chup, 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 chup. So on the 1 minute it was a little bit more. It was a very late. There's too much variance around my things on the 1 minute. On that 30-second, it's nice and tight, so I would know, okay, fuck, this thing's going green. Just, oh my gosh, if it holds green above the orange line, you're more than likely looking for a long in continuation of the next green. And if that happens, we're looking for a quick mean. That's a 10, 20, 17 cent move, depending on how brave you are. That's where it wants to go. If it does go green, is here. Okay, so it didn't do it, but it did. It closed red, did that, and this one opened green. She wasn't getting beat up, so that's sort of why I was after. Fuck. Anyway, I'll look at something like this with all that negative drift, 50-50 negative drift. We carry on a little bit down on 30-second. We need to look for. That's in dump mode. You look for a little bit cleaner signal. You may want to pop here. I should actually see if there's a 30-second cone. I think that would complement the wicks. Should complement the wicks. Let's see. But yeah, it's usually 2 candle closes. This thing goes green. 2 candle closes comes in. 1 candle close usually closes green. The next candle close, if it closes green, you're gonna get the follow through at least into the mean. It just depends if you're fast enough. On the 1 minute, every time I'd enter, I'd be too close to this mean. So I'd get fucked 10 cents back down. So yeah, that's the kind of idea. I would like a pullback. Yep. I'd try re-enter here and just hope like shit that thing closes green. So whatever that was, 72, and I would need it to be 3 cents above my entry as a taker to make profit. So it's a little bit high risk. So I really have to plan these trades out. And then that's sort of where I'd like, fuck, okay. Maybe take off half because it is a 30-second now. Okay, like shit. Okay, cool. So I can pull back there and I've still made money. That's all right. So that was initial entry 72. And that was a 10-cent move. So got the 9 cents I want. Yeah, that's the full 20-cent move, at least on the 30-second. Perfect. Orange to orange. What's that? 70, 99, 72. Even if I was picture perfect, so I'm a taker, I would have maybe got 96 if I had the balls to run it all the way through. But yeah, so that would have been on. I'm looking to do about 10. That would be about $2, $3. That's perfect. That's perfect. That's in a minute. Jesus, you couldn't ask for more. So yeah. That is what I want to do. Well, I don't want to do it. I choose to do it. I'm just a bit lazy to do it. So now, it looks like the stream is running good. I'm glad, because the last time I did this, it kept on cutting out. I might try with 60 frames a second, guys. I'll start the live stream on 60 frames a second. See how delayed it is. Hopefully it's not as delayed as it is. I just need 10% to the upside. But you leverage on 20, bro. So you need 10% to the upside on Sol. On which coin? The 20x is like 200x. The 200%, bro. Yeah, I also just needed 200%. Fucking Gucci gang. What do you mean? Come on, bro. Gucci gang. You gonna buy me a Gucci handbag? I'll buy you a Gucci handbag. How about that? Is that what 10% up on 20x gets us? Fuel a fighter jet. So yeah, it's quite a nice little play. Let's do zoom out. So it's doing on the 1 minute here. Obviously hold that white line. Next probability to the upside is the blue one. And this is where it becomes, this is the kind of shit I really want to dial in with Solana. I would love, especially when the 1 minute's so far out, love to just sit in a trade. $6, just call it $7. Sorry, $107. Let's just call it $107. And sit it up there into $1, like by the time it gets there, $1.09, if it does get there. That would be the perfect, anywhere from that variance. So like, oh well, I got below it. But then if I do enter, I do want to enter again somewhere down here, you know. Just saying I have a bullish perspective in this circumstance. I really want to get that because that's quite good, bro. It's like $18. But I do know I can beat. I do know I can make $18 faster than the probabilities of this thing just ripping up in 3 minutes to there. And if I did, I'm sure I'd make $10 of that. But fucking around in the variance, I could make $4, $5, $8 trying to wait for it to get back into this region. If that's where I technically think it may want to go, if it holds above this white line, at least into the orange region. Just play that. Saying 10% on the P&L. Yeah. How long? How long? In the day, in the week, in the month, in the year. You know, hedge funds, they pray for fucking 12 to 15%, dude. They fucking get liquidated. And that's in a year. 10% P&L. You know, I'm not going to say it's not doable. Doesn't matter what time frame you use. It's not doable. You have the volatility. So, you know, when it starts to contract, candles are going to get smaller. When volatility contracts, the candles are going to get smaller. Now, you have to figure out, are they going to get smaller going up? Or are they going to get smaller going down? And that's the other side to volatility trading. Sorry. There's a lot of people are really good at trading expanding volatility because, yeah, that's trading the trend. Counter trend trading is contraction and volatility. And if you can pick the contraction phase out, you can either hold on to your position for a little bit longer or you can counter trade. You know? So that's a lot of people can do the one side of the coin, but you get quite limited to a few types of trades. Whereas if you can get the contraction trades in volatility, and then you can see the contraction phase move into an expansion phase in the direction that you're wanting it to go, then you get the juice from the contraction phase. You're covered. You get the profits from the expansion phase. You can then maybe counter when it moves into another contraction phase of volatility, and you're good. And then you can eventually catch the flow. But yeah, so try look for contraction and volatility trades. As soon as you can see those, you'll see why you might be wrong in the expansion trades. Because the expansion trades are the easier ones to see. Easier. Oh, volatility increase. Pearson correlation up. Right, volatility increase. Oh, Pearson correlation is above 1. Pump. Here, volatility contracting. Price sideways. Price try and float up. Even though price go down. Limit orders. Now 50-50. Limit orders. Price go up slowly. That's just what that's telling you. That's even though the momentum oscillators is saying, dude, it's time for a short or whatever. As long as this thing's holding that signature, that thing doesn't isn't to be used yet. It's touched there and it's lost its signature. Now you want to start looking to use the momentum oscillators. It didn't. No. You see, every time it says positive drift, you could have taken profit there, but you wouldn't want to short because of volatility. Still saying it wants to slide up to the upside, small candles. Let's see. Still saying slide up to the upside, small candles. So that's a contraction phase. So you got the expansion phase, which is the pump. Now this is the juice, the contraction phase. Negatively correlated. You're able to squeeze out just a little bit more. The extra bonus, but that usually doesn't happen. The extra bonus would be this thing starts to contract. This thing carries on getting close to -1, which means that it gets stronger and stronger to the upside. Contract, contract, contract. And then eventually this thing flips back into 0. And hopefully that thing triggers red expansion. Then you've gone pump, contraction, float up, pump. And that gets you into that kind of region. Here you've gone pump, contraction, up, and you're losing correlation just at the JMA. But yeah, so yeah, the contraction phase, there's a lot of, this is just on the 1 minute. You don't want to be caught up in a in a contraction phase on, let's say, a 15 minute. They don't hold for long, but they can hurt you, so you just want to be observant of them. Sometimes they hold for long, but they usually just wick out. But a contraction phase can get you out of your position. Or if you know that it's there, you get out of your position and reposition. But yeah, so you can see as long as it holds that signature, just want to carry on pushing up, and that's on the 1 minute. Pretty good. Pretty good for Sol. Wasn't gonna expect it to even try push itself back into positive drift mode here. Hidden bull div trying to play through. $107.60. Hold above there. That bull div will be allowed to more than likely play through, and this thing will hold positive drift. So another small little candle into this region here, maybe up 8 cents, and then it can carry on going up if it can hold that. Yeah, you see. Let's see. We want to get that flash off. 8 cents didn't do it. Oh shit. There's a regular bear. Uh-oh. So the bear only wins once this thing loses its signature. I like Europe. I don't like the Asian market. You know, dude, I don't really focus on that stuff here. I do trade at many. It doesn't really matter what time I trade. It just depends on the exchange. On MEX, I could trade America Open. So when America's stock market opens, I could trade it. I'd get hurt 3 or 4 trades, but then 15 to about 45 minutes afterwards, I'd be able to catch the flow. But when I was using BingX, just too fucking stupid. BingX was shit. I did make money there on the 0 fee. I had about $180 in 3 days or something. $140. On a $2,000 account or something. And the American Open fucked with me for about, I had to just give it 90 minutes on BingX. I couldn't scalp. It would give me prices. I'd press buy at my targets. It would give me prices like $50, $100 above on the 1 minute buy. I was just like, no. I do like MEX. I love MEX. I'm not going to lie. And I want to do Binance. I need to get the 60 grand. I should have not been a dumbass and sold my BNB when I first started investing. I need to trade to about whatever. What's BNB? So this is my next mission. I'd really love to do this, because if I can do this and I can trade, it's just a problem. Anyway, but I need to get 68 grand to just shit into BNB and not give a fuck if it goes. So it's a little bit less, 54 grand now. So I can buy 100 BNB. Let me see if I can pull it up here. Binance. fees. So it's like, as long as they offer 0 fees on their stupid. Let me see if I can do this. Let me see if you can see that. Music on. Yeah, so you can see the fees. This was one of my biggest fumbles. I used to invest in exchange coins when I first got into crypto, and I had quite a few of these things because I bought them at about $1. And I knew that it would come, but I would never realize that I would trade the amount of volume I do today. But anyway, so you need to trade equal to 5 million in a month worth of volume. But the catch is you can't trade it on the pair that I'm going to show you next. Anyway, but I can do 5 million volume. It'll be I would only want to lose 1% on that day, but I'll do a day of it, just trying to break even, make 1%, or not lose more than 1%. But I don't mind having a day for that. Breaking even, losing 1%, because in the next 30 days I can make 1%, guaranteed. So it pays itself off indefinitely for the next 30 days. Anyway, you need 100 BNB, and that's $54,000 now. You go to spot promotions, you go FD, and this one. So this is, I don't want to jinx it, but I have spoken to Binance Africa, and I've asked them if they can put me on this. I've requested VIP 2, and then I can do the Bitcoin trading challenge, but on this pair. So the take is 0 fees, and the spread, because I know I'd be able to make the money back. So let's just say I had 68 grand or 54 grand, and this is me, this is not anyone else, not financial advice, but this is what I've been able to figure out, is if I did have the 68 grand to shit on that, I'd make it back quite quickly if I traded $2 grand account. So just call it $55,000. I traded a $2,000 account. I'd be able to make back whatever I invest. It doesn't matter which way BNB goes. I'd be able to make back that initial investment of BNB in about 60 to 80 days. Because I'll try and pull 3 to 5% a day. So it'll be stupid numbers, but I have access to a book that has a spread of about $5. And it's got decentish volume. So it's like $5,000, $6,000, and then when I do start getting into like a $10,000 account, you really do start accumulating very quickly. And you start pushing it out to, let's make the spread $1. Yeah, so with slippage at about half a Bitcoin, you're getting $3 slippage, spread of $5, so $8 risk. But I would be able to find a limit, and it'll be a limit at about a 5 grand account, but then I can do $300-400 on that account in a day. A very good day would be 10%, but I'd be happy with $250-300 on about a 10k to a 7k account. And that would pay itself off quite quickly for that BNB. And that's what sort of you can put through the book here reasonably. So that's my next best option, because I can do that. I could definitely do that. It moves very much in my direction. And there's edge watching this chart if you do scalp Bitcoin and you have low fees. There's a lot of edge just watching this chart. Or watching this pair. Not this, just a pair, however you're going to watch it. Anyway, so yeah, that's sort of what I've asked for. So hopefully, their budget for Africa is like $20 million to $40 million a year advertising budget. And I got a good year could maybe hack out 400 grand, 500 grand out of that marketing budget. But the whole thing is I have zero fees. Hopefully the people that use it also get zero fees. That would be ideal, but then the next part of the contract would be, okay, but for how long do they get zero fees? Because it can't be indefinitely. But then I can also say, okay, they get VIP to zero fees, but then maybe, because I want the guys to have zero fees, man. This is how I make money, and there's no other fucking way that I would say, do this. If you have zero fees, do what I do. But if you don't trade anywhere near the way I do. I don't trade the way I do when I don't have zero fees. My edge is zero fees. Dominate. Anyway, so it'd be like, okay, so they'll be like, oh, maybe they can only have it for 30 days or fucking 90 days or a year. That would be so dope. Anyway, but then it would be like, okay, fuck, you're not going to give them VIP too. But then let's say the referral links, the guys who click on the referral links, the accumulated volume. All right, so now this is, I've been talking to the exchanges, so they think they can outsmart me or anything, but I know what I'm doing here. I've spoken to like 5 or 6 of them. So the accumulated volume, they'll be like, okay, in a month you need an accumulated volume of, let's say, 5 million. All right, or 50 million. So I go and say, okay, cool. Which would mean if on the other exchanges, on this exchange, it's a little bit of a fuck up because I'm not allowed to trade. The volume that I trade on FTUSD doesn't add into this equation. But on other exchanges, it would be, they'll say, okay, well then your referral link has to generate, or you and your referral link have to generate $150 million worth of volume. For me, that's 10 days. So I just go, okay, I'm going to be doing that every 10 days. And the thing updates every 30 days. So like, it's always going to be 0%. So they sort of forget to be like, it just needs 150 million volume. And I go, can my volume be included? And they go, yes, because they don't expect me to actually do 150 million volume, but I do. So that's sort of how I've been trying to cash them out. So I got so close. I got close with, I think it was BingX or Blowfin. Oh, I got a banger deal with Blowfin. I said no, as I say, no commissions, no bonuses, nothing. Give me 0% for me and my friends. I think they gave me 0% taker, but they said I had to hold, this is BingX or Blowfin. They said I had to hold the trade for 1 minute. So if I entered and exited, I'd hold the trade for 1 minute, then that trade would be considered 0.0, and there would be a rebate immediately. It's like rebated every 6 hours or something. So I would I'd be I'd be flat. I'd be immediately flat all the time. And yeah, even if I lose a little bit, that I wouldn't lose more than the rebate in the profits I actually make back. So, and when the rebate does come back in, it could be like $5-10. But in the time of the rebate coming back, I would have done $120 in 6 hours. So that's sort of what I was looking at there for Blowfin. So they did hook me up, but they didn't they just said that was the last thing, just like, you have to hold the trade for a minute. I was like, fuck, I've waited 4 weeks for you Oaks to finish up on this deal, and then he fucked me in the end. Anyway, but I'm not going to talk shit about them. They at least tried their best to accommodate me with what I was doing. Yeah, because I told them straight, I was like, I don't make money off referral links. I don't need to make money off referral links. I don't. I feel like it's like the cringiest way to do it. But then I sort of come to the realization that I have to fucking scratch their back, and then for them to scratch mine. So if I have to ask for 0 fees, I say I want 0 fees, 0 commissions, 0 bonus, and 0 fees for my friends. And then you get into the technicals, as I've just explained. When you start playing that game, just to try to get the bonus for community, because then we can all do it together. We can do like a training day together on Discord. Alpha trading, get you guys all signed up on a pro package, spend 1 day dialing everyone in, and then everyone just says this or that. I don't fucking know, man. But I think it would be an awesome 6 months. It was 390 days worth of trading. I think it'd be fucking hilarious. My on Max, I'm in the top 95% best traders on Max at 0 fees. It took me 50. It took me less. That's when I was trading with a small account. That was in 2024. 2023. I was in the top 95 percentile. Then they didn't give me an update for 2024. But yeah, which means I beat 95% of the orders that go through on Max on Bitcoin in the day or in the trading sessions that I trade in. Yeah, but that's only a 0 fee, buddy. And the spread was really good on Max. It was crazy, dude. I can get into it long and thick. I'm not even gonna. I got nothing to lie. I got nothing to hide. I think I have some of the order books saved and shit because I was trying to talk to other exchanges. So you can see how I trade. I'll see if I can post my last Bing X one. Yeah, I'll do that. I think I have that. I'll post that in Discord. That was last month. So what I used for Binance now. It was at 0 fees. It was very good. But I love Max because the spread was really good. It was about $1. I could give that quite easily. And it was very fast. Like, very fast. They didn't mind me in the market, and when I started to break about 3% on the day, that I would feel like they're hunting me. I know they are, because no one else is going to take the risk that I'm taking. I'm in flow state right now. So I'd press buy, and I'd get, like, let's say I press buy at, what's the price? Let's just say I press buy here at 59.7. They would fill me at like 59. They would fill me at, let's just say 592. They would fill me at like 608 if I was to press buy. So I'd be like, guys, you guys are fucking with me $10. So then that would hurt. So then I'd immediately have to sell because, you know, like it was $10 above my entry. This would be a little bit of, this is just an example of it going correct. But in that case, I just get out. In this case, I went correct. Anyway, so they fuck with me like that. Then let's say, sorry, I'm talking a lot. I should be drinking some tea or something to soothe my throat. If I was to press sell, they would maybe give it to me $20 lower than the price. So that's sort of the things that would fuck with me. And then they would fuck with me, so they'd counter trade me, and then I'd just spam them. But I'd only do like 3 or 4 trade spams. So I'd go buy now, I'd count to 3, I'd press sell. And I'd count to 6, I'd press buy. Count to 3, press sell. Then buy again, then immediately sell. Then they don't know which way I'm going. And then, yeah, the next trade I'd then match the direction. They'll just give up. So like this trade now, I'd look for the long. Here, 60, 36, 30, let's see. A quick long, maybe a $20 scalp. There you go. $60 scalp. Perfect, more than enough. So like that's if they're spamming me and giving me shit orders up there. That's how I'd reclaim whatever spread I sort of generally lost. It's a little bit of a high trade, but I do know that it's more than likely going to go against me, especially if I can't figure out what I'm doing and I've given it a $30, $40 range. They'll more than likely join me. And then there's a few times where I just press buy and it fucking rips. Stupid number, bro. Like $300. And that's maybe once every 4,000 trades. The market will just be fucking doing nothing. I'll take the highest risk trade I can, just knowing it's going to reverse. Like, stupid trade came down. It's going to reverse at one of these lines. And I'll just fucking take it, knowing like, yo, I can give up $40 quickly, yeah, even $100. But fuck if this goes correct. And I just press buy. It's a high risk thing. Obviously, I want to be fast enough to get out if it goes against me $20. I just press buy and the thing just says fuck you. And it just rips like $300-400 up. So that would be like every 4,000 trade, where they just join me on Max. And there's sometimes where where I've been able to like scalp a 1 minute candle 3-4 times. So it'll come up here, it'll pull back down, I'll press buy. It'll come up here, I'll press sell. Come back halfway down, I'll press buy. It'll then go break highs, I'll press sell. Then the next candle prints, I'll buy that low, I press sell. And you've just generated like $150 in spread in like fucking no time. And the candle's still just going up. And you initially bought there, you're just taking the spread. So you can pull off like $200 spread. The thing only moved fucking $70, $100. It becomes stupid when you have zero fees and you're in flow state and you have the tools. It really does. So I'd like to do that again. Anyway, so the first initial way to try and do that is do the Binance. Guys, I think that would be so cool. But it's still quite a bit of a pipe dream. So I think I'm going to have to grow the channel. I need to get to like maybe 500 subs. I think they want 5,000 subscribers on Twitter or 5,000 subscribers on YouTube. But the Africa branch did show interest. So I don't know. I'm just waffling here, but I think that would be cool, man. We can't choose Binance here. Yeah, so you're in the US. So I did put in the proposal. I was like, a lot of my friends are in the US and they can't really access Binance. So like to help build up, yeah, well for Perpetual, I believe. Yeah, so I'm only going to be trading the BTC FD USD pair, and that's a spot pair. If that does come correct, I pray to God that it does, to be brutally honest. Anyway, but then they'll be opening a Binance US. So I put that in the proposal as well. I did say, like, I do have a lot of friends that do live in the US, and some of them did previously open accounts at Binance US, so did I myself. And with the anticipation of Binance US opening up, you know, I think this could, like, just add a little bit of oomph to that future proposal, to that future opportunity. It's like, oh, this guy that I know trades on Binance, because you'll be getting better prices than fucking Coinbase anyway. So it's like, okay, shit. So I just want to trade the BTC FD USD pair. And it was a little bit of a problem. Justin Tron said something about it. It depegged 87, and ironically, that was the day that I sent it. That's the day that I got the reply, and then I sent thank you for the reply. And an hour later, it depegged. So I'll see. Hopefully they get back to me by Friday. I'll be right back. I'm just muting the mic. Okay, the mic should be back. Mic should be back. Might be A little delayed. Let's see. 18. Yes, it's about 7 seconds delayed. Yeah, so we can just, that is on the 1 minute. We can do the study again. Just to show you, man. Just to show you. This coin. See, this is the kind of shit I was talking about, bro. That coin is still validated, right? Anyway, here's Bitcoin coming up. Maybe an extra $70 worth of juice here if you're brave enough. But I'd look for profits, especially if it's zero fees. I know I can chase the extra $70 up. Maybe even catch a dipper route down and get an extra $100 up. But I do know it wants to go there. But we'll do the case study here on the left. So general observation. It did try its best over here at the time to go for the blue, but it didn't. Okay, in hindsight, especially hindsight here as it starts to break into that blue, your hindsight starts to go, okay, -1 on that blue, -1 on that blue. So it wants to go here. 89,920. Oh. No, we're above the 80 mark now. So just on the daily, next immediate target, 83,900, not 83,800, max 24 hour. But yeah, so we just got above there. Let's just go back to that 1 minute. Where was it? This one? Yeah. Yeah, okay, so it has to hold the positive skew. So now we're in here. So how I look at this, failure below here, range back into pink. Alright, so I'm not saying I'd look for a short, but I would definitely look for a short. Knowing $8, $20 against me, I want to get out, because that's the kind of shit that happens. So you got this weekly, all the stuff up here. But I would like to have looked for a short there, that's fine. Holds above here, it's bullish. Closes in here, this is a range. So now it's going to try be bullish, and if it's bullish, it's going to try be bullish. Holds this pink into that blue, 81.65. But let's see, initially, as I said, I was looking for a short here. If I wanted to hold very strong, I sort of want to be in above it. I'm going to try getting above it. This is quite dangerous though, because that is quite a big variance. I would have maybe thought it would have gone up $20, but anyway. Line in the sun would be in pink. So I'm not shorting, I'm only long. So I'm also going to start practicing the shorts. I'll do that on saw. General idea is close below the pink. Look for here. Anything, any noise, look for as magnets. Here, you can look to maybe reopen a long. Wait for a little lower, a little lower. See, I'd like the green touch, because then I know it could clear that pink quite nicely. Here's a little bit front run. A little bit front run. Okay, so it did smoke the orange. I would have expected that one. More institutional. What was it off by? It was off by quite a bit in my eyes. $20, $15. Okay. So just ping 60, 80, 60, 80, 30, 60, 80, 30. Now, we want to look at the volatility. Positive drift. We also weren't looking at the volatility. We're just looking at the fucking levels. And try push up. Let's see. Bear div. 415. $443. Any failure? $443. Back down to pink. $2.8 on Sui. Yeah, good. A little bit in no man's land here, but that looks like it could pay out quite nicely. What's your general downside target? Where you want to take profit? What's your stop loss? It's a good attempt. Very, very good fucking attempt. Could pay off quite handsomely. I don't know. I'll get nervous as soon as it starts to try and break highs. I'm not even gonna lie. Let's see what the direction of volatility is saying. I'm gonna try push for lows. Yeah, for continuation to the downside, I'd really need to see it down below 730. That's sort of where the perfect reversal would be as well to get back into a long. Yeah, for continuation down, I need to get 734, 209. So now start dropping your stop loss. Drop it to 2.8. Go flat. That's what I would do, especially if I'm running 20x. Fuck, I'd even drop it to 2.077. But I'm just saying that's what I would do. I'm not saying that's what you should do. But especially with high leverage, you've locked in. And if you are limit order in and you limit out, you got to figure out if you do that. If you're a taker, it's 0.1, so it has to have moved 0.2%. It's a problem when you trade high leverage. If you're a taker, yeah, so your break even point right now is 75.6 if you have a stop loss or take profit, whatever one where it comes back at 75.6. It's your break even trade. Your 20x? No, it's not advice. It's just something that I learned because I'd wonder, I'm like, why did Bitcoin pumped $100 and it moved whatever 0.1%, but I'm not in profit. Anyway, that's what it is. So you gotta add your taker fee up and your maker fee. So sometimes like you can take it in, load it to 10x. Yeah, so then you can drop 10 points or whatever, 10 units. Your break evens is like 78. Or you got in at 80. Oh, I'm measuring in the wrong place. Yeah, you got in at 8. Yeah, so this is your break even point now where it's back up at. But to go and have made, ooh, nice. To go and have made a quick 1% like that, I know it doesn't look like a lot on whatever account it is, but man, like a $500 account, $5, 1%. Don't go lose it now. Like, fuck, that was a quick 1%. Obviously, you want to try and max out, like, make 10% and stuff. When you start getting to a big account, that's not good. I'm not saying this is advice, but the coolest thing, you want to get out of 2269. 2269, 2269. You're looking for more than, you're looking at 15x, 2269. So I've got a 2279 here. And that's 25% for you. Anyway, so the coolest thing I heard was, if you're going to use leverage, you want to use leverage for the account size you wish you could trade. And now that could mean different things to different hooligans. But yeah, like, I can understand. But, like let's say I want to trade 10% of a Bitcoin, I would be running at 7x. But then I'd needed to move $80. I need to move $160 if I want to trade 10% of a Bitcoin and be profitable the way I trade. So that's why I just go, no, I'll trade spot I'll trade at the lowest fee possible, but technically 0 fee. I'll trade spot with 90% less leverage, so 1x, but I can get into 90% more of the moves because I don't have to wait for it to cover the leverage fee, pretty much. So I can get into 90 more things, 90 more trades. So leverage limits you to the amount of trades you can make, but if you had the same account size in spot, you'd be able to do 90% more of the trades if the trading fees were the same and the spread was the same, which spreads are the same, the trading fees aren't. So yeah, it's not a bad idea. I do see something like that. So you've got a little bit of a worry up here with your weekly. We've got a new daily all the way down here at 94. Like if it was to get absolutely drastic, bro, I'm not saying like hopium, but a minus 6.5% from pretty much your entry. That's stupid. I don't even know if I would be able to hold a trade that long. But that's if it does get absolutely drastic. If it fails, whatever is going to fail here, any of these lines put in a hidden bear div. So at what price are you going to take partial profits? So aka it can run back up to your entry and you've at least made some money. So at 10, if you're on taker, you sort of break even here. If you take in and you make it out. But if you make a maker, if you take a taker, that's a break even. If you make a taker or take a make it, that's a break even. Sorry. Good one there on the Sui dude. They got the big balls. Got the big balls. Let me know how it goes in the chat. If you want my Bing X history, ooh, it's got my user ID on it. Actually, I'm not a. I'll just get rid of the user ID. I'll post the trades. Bitcoin, what you doing? Bitcoin, looking for a breakout, Bitcoin, looking for a breakout. Slow bots and algos joining in for a breakout here. Expansion and volatility in a trend, looking for the upside here. At least such $120 move. Well, hold above the pink. She gets sending it. Sui. Ooh, Sui's obviously going to try follow Bitcoin. Sort of testing your limits there. You said your stop is 0.29. It's very high. It's a lot. It's a lot. 0.5. 0.2. Shit. So let's try to figure out what your risk reward is here. 0.2. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. About 5.5. So you risk 0.5% of your money to make 2.8 9% on your money. Look like they're retesting my order here. They're trying to get you out there, buddy. Trying to squeeze you for that cent. BitConnect, you're not doing anything, BitConnect. Why you not make big deal though? You're supposed to make big deal though. Why you not make big deal though? USDT, are you on a pump? Is USDT on the reversal? Not really. Not really. It's on the 1 minute. There's a ball hair away. Bang. Oh, Sui's a little bit slow. You're lucky. Are they dumping the Sua? So now Sui's going to try test you again. So wait, it's all right. Come be sneaky, be sneaky, be sneaky. Come, reverse quick here, USDT. Whoop whoop, spoof them all out. Spoof everyone out. Spoof everyone out. Beautiful, sweet. Are you gonna come on the reversal here? Yeah. Sweet might finally break, have a nice big breakdown, give you some chill. Just need this thing at the pink line. Does this set a higher high? Sui. Oh, it also did set a higher high. It just didn't off the higher high. It didn't hold up as nice as Bitcoin. So if it does get weak, it'll get weak quite quick. When Bitcoin gets weak, obviously Bitcoin needs to break this higher high, and you gotta hope that Sui doesn't break that higher high. Sort of, you can judge the strength and the weakness like that between the two coins. Butthole clenched. Gorilla grip. Yeah, dude, I was be shitting myself. You're so brave. I admire what you're doing here. 10x. Ooh wee. Ooh wee, come on, Sue wee. Shit. Okay, so hopefully they're dumping Sui and buying Bitcoin, huh? Okay, let's maybe get some more data on that Sui side. It's on the 32nd as well, so it's gonna look a little bit more crazy than maybe on the 1 minute. Oh shit. Shit. Uh-oh. Oh, Gogo Logo. Oh no. Sister Batina. Oh shit. I'll see if I can actually play that here. Sister Bettina. Dum ba da dum dum dum.
Oh shit! Human! Oh spam!
Very, very popular in South Africa. You ever go to South Africa, you fill up at the filling station, just put this on. Loud. Like 80%. Everyone will dance.
Sahaba man, Sahaba man, Sahaba man, Siyatapa. Dinamism, you were put, support,
get this taken down. Goes on for a bit long. Yeah. Looks reasonable. 205, 202. Holds 202, it's bullish. Sort of broke the model here. Needed to be good on the short. I need this to get into 206. Need this to get into 206. There might even be another bounce there, so it'll take a bit longer to try and break through. But yeah, I get worried. Anything above 2837, I start to get stressed for your stop. Your stop isn't actually in a bad place. It's a 1% chance it's gonna hit it on the 1 minute without looking at anything else. Then how long do you usually trade for? Like how long would you want to hold a trade for? This is one of my other favorite songs. J-E-H-S-T. Just mailman.
I'm a waste man, I'm a loner, I'm a spaceman, I'm a stoner. It's that fresh cut grass.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's an old song. It's like 14, 15 years old. Sui, come back in here. Come back in here. As a very tidy trade. Good one. I will say it was very good. Bitcoin didn't give a shit. Need to reset that coin. 200, I suppose. I'm gonna get flagged on YouTube. I'm gonna get flagged on YouTube if I play it. What's time? It's nearly 4 o'clock in the morning here for me. Okay, let's see if we can get some guidance here on Sol. Okay, I'm gonna have one more cigarette and then I'm gonna kick it. But yeah, I would imagine if you're looking for your 2.8 to sink, initial target for me would be 205, man. Yeah. This is a little bit tough. Like you got in at, let's say, 280. As you can see, as time goes on, the probability that, let's say, it does start to go against you, it starts to go against you at a higher price. But anyway, like you did get in there. Your risk is up here. So it's sort of, you really only worry until the blue line matches. Let's say where your risk is. So that's 56. I'll just do it from this current time. 56. So you got like 30 minutes on that trade. From here. Are you in Australia? 9 p.m. Oh wait, sorry, I thought it was 9 a.m. What the fuck, dude? Nine p.m. Kansas. Which one? What's your time zone? Minus which one? UTC. Which one's closer to you? Phoenix price will come down 2.9 from 209. It can. It's just sort of like catch-20 of having your stop in a probability. You kind of want to cut it off. How I try and do it is I want to make sure that I'm cutting it off whilst I can see that the next probability is a higher play, because that way I can save that cash on the way up and then put that short back in and have a little bit of protection again instead of just giving it back up. I can just save that juice because I do want that trade. I do like that idea if it does go up there. Hit it twice, but try and manage that risk back into that area if I do think it's still going to go short. But now that's with a lot of discretion and time. But anyway, it's going in your favor. Central time. Minus what though? What's Kansas City? Off UTC. This one. Bottom right. So like I'm Universal Time +2. Johannesburg. You're way more. You're like Honolulu, bro. You're like, I don't know if you're in front of me or behind me. That's how, like 14 hours away or something from me. Kansas City. Who's around Kansas City? That's an American city that's on here. Let me look at Kansas on a map again. I know it's in the farming places. I'm guessing it's in the middle. Kansas map. Yeah, it's in the middle, dead center. Okay, so Texas. Let's see if we can find something. It's a little bit too much for me to even think right now. 4 in the morning. I don't really feel like typing too hard. But yeah, you're quite a well way behind me. Be connect. Let me have a cigarette, and then I'm gonna have to cut it. Come on, BitConnect, load BitConnect. Hold the pink, back up. Sui, or you're going to try to do the same thing? Yo, okay, Sui's alive. Shit. You get wound up like a coil, huh? But still, let's see. This one made higher highs. We only really want to worry if Bitcoin starts to make higher highs. And by that time, breaks that lower high over here. And by that time, I'd imagine you're coming into your stop. Did you by any chance take profit? Oh, you're lucky. Are you UTC 5? UTC 5. So 5 hours ahead of me. It's not 9 p.m., it's 9 a.m. Or -5. That would be 11 o'clock for me here. It'll be 11 o'clock. Anyway, going into your... Yeah, man. I don't know, dude. My mate Lemons, if you trade with leverage, you got to figure out a way to make sure that that trade becomes risk-free. So however you do it, some guys will take off partials so that they lock in the profit, then when it goes back to their stop loss, they've at least locked in something with their time. Some guys will just close out the whole trade. But you just got to figure out, like, let me lock in my fees and double my fees. I don't know. I'm not here to advise anyone on anything. The variance changes all day, every day. So that's not going to work now, but it could work tomorrow, or could work today and not work now. But you'll have to figure out, using that AVP, be like, okay, yeah, you got kicked out. No, why did you add on? So where's your stop loss now? So I'm guessing you raised it 1%. Or 100 units. Well, it depends. What time frame are you looking to get that short on? Because you've been holding it for quite a while, man. You see, like, the idea of taking profit, let's say you took your profit, so it became a risk-free trade. Then it hit your stop loss. I'm not going to say this is ideal, but because you took your profit, you can then go and say, okay, fine, I'll take whatever profit I made there. I'll add on margin or whatever, aka reduce my leverage by whatever that is. And then you can, like, build a position. But, like, that's, you know, you got to be very clever at what you're doing, because you could just keep on building a position the whole day and it just goes against you the whole day, but you've been perfect at building that position, you know. So it just becomes, you just got to know when to just say, fuck it, I'm going to just long it. Just uncover, long, wait, and then the next trade I get into is a completely different idea. Not different idea, just from a different perspective. I'm at a higher price. Okay, it might not get all the way down there where I want or whatever. But yeah, to add on to lift, I think just know when you're wrong, dude. There's no point in there's no shame in being wrong. If you've decided to manage your risk, there's no shame in being wrong. You rather want to lose money managing risk than lose money adding on and then losing money again. It's not gonna help. Whatever your risk profile is, but this thing could squeeze quite hard to the upside here. But yeah, as I said, there was a 1% chance it did come in, it did tag you out. So it's a tough one, Sui, dude. As I said, I don't know. I don't trade with leverage, but I think if I do 2x or 3x, we'll see. I'm gonna take partials for sure. As soon as I do higher than 1x, I'm definitely loading up to take partials. What's this thing doing? No friends for now. Wish. Have you been kicked out of that Sui trade yet? Did you uncover? How's my phone? Okay, I think I'm gonna have one more cigarette, then I'm gonna go. So I'm out. I lost 35. How much did you make today though? Did you disclose the day green? That's what counts. If it's 1 cent, it was $1. Green is green. You know, even flat. Flat sometimes better than a green day because you learned lessons and you got out by the skin of your teeth. But you know what not to do next time, so that you don't have to get out. Yeah, dude. You risk 10% of your overall day on a Sui. Perfect. That's fine. I don't see anything wrong with that. At least you're using some profits. And you haven't killed your profits by anything drastic. It was a good whole time. I closed on a trade from yesterday with $2,000. Oh, so you're feeling like your revolver's still got some more rounds in it, huh? And from 6-barrel revolver to what? Clip Glock, what do I call it? I feel like you just want to spray. I was in the shorts for a while though. Yeah, you were. And they were very good shorts. I think we went over them, eh? Very, very good shorts, dude. That's killer. Well done. You made more money than I did over the last couple of days. Well done. Even if you made $1, well done. Yeah, you got the switchy on, so now you're a little bit trigger happy, huh? Alright, it's fine. We only risked 1% of the count on the profit. That's chilled. It's just one round, bro. It's just one round of the whole clip when we send it. It's fine. Alright. I got a crypto banter page. Dude. I don't know. I see where Sheldon Snipe trades, but he trades with a $20 Bitcoin spread. So he needs Bitcoin to move $40. And it's a funded place. And then there might be trading fees there. So I don't really know how that pulls it off. But I'm not going to shit on his parade. Like, well done. I don't really know him. But I did see where he trades. Yeah, dude, crypto banter. South African oak. He's put in a lot of work to get popular, but I just don't like the shilling of the coins, making of your own coin if you're a creator. Like if NFTs or something, if you're a creator or some shit, fine. But it's not for the money. It's more for like the art or whatever. If you are a creator, sure. But I don't know, I don't really want to go down that. I've promised God that I'll never go down that route, so I know I'm safe. It doesn't matter how much money you offer me. Offer me 0 fees. Offer me 0 fees. Those guys are too drastic, man. I find a lot of YouTubers, and that's sort of why I did this YouTube page. Is because I found people are they're a little bit drastic in their observations. Like they're gonna say it holds 78 Bitcoin to 100K. They're gonna say 20% move, bro. We saw that today. 10%, 5% move if we're lucky. That's what is expected. Not 100, not only when it gets to 5 to 10%, then we can expect another 5 to 10% to the upside. That's all that is. Here, I could go and say, major rare signal, reversal signal seen on Bitcoin. Pump to $350,000. Bro, I'll put my dick on the line. Right? And then I'll go and say, as soon as this all flashes again, oh no, black hole happened, price to 80 grand or 350, what happens next? Like, I can do that shit, but I really don't want to do that shit, dude. I really don't want to do that shit. That's sort of why I've, I need to get the YouTube page going up and stuff, because I do like the community and stuff. We met some good traders in it. But yeah, I can do that shit, but I don't want to. I'll smoke it, bro. Smoke it. Homies don't even know that, just on the 24 hour, they don't even know that they're in a bear market, bro. Bear market's 89. Anything below $89,000 right now, a bear market, cut. This case here, 130, still bear market. Anything below 140, still bear market. Don't matter if we bounce here, still bear market. Here, clear 89, fine, bullish. You'll find that it's more than likely somewhere in here as well. Clear that, fine. Now we start looking for bullish upside. But that bearish market on a 24 hour. But then you go look at the 5 day. Oh, it's still bullish. Just about to break bearish. And that side is bullish. This side's just about to break bearish if it fails here. You know? So it's like, but it's still bearish here at 89. Even if it holds here, where's 89? Up here. Just below the skew. Below the negative skew. Still bearish. 89. 95. It's quite far away. But I wouldn't use that target. But here, 89. Still bearish. But so it's the same way I treat the 1 minute, you know, and obviously you're gonna take risk at a pink line to try to get it back into the mean. That's your general idea. But you know, if it fails this pink line, you've got to be able to manage risk very quickly, because you know it's gonna try push for 68. Now that could be 90, it could be $81 to $68 on the 1 minute. Doesn't fucking matter, but that's where the pink line is. And that's the slip. So you're putting a higher risk trade on now. Obviously it's wicked up, but if it holds above there, your higher risk trade is you wanting to return to the upside. Figure out, I would say I'm wrong as soon as I have 15 minutes saying I'm below. And then any reversal signature there on the lower term time frames, I might try push it back up, we'll see. But ideally no, 68 buy is the next solid buy. If I do get fucked up trying to buy a dip up in here, I'll just sit it out, wait 68k, make back whatever I lost, $500 in spread quite quickly. 5, 10, 15 minutes. As soon as it hits 68, 400, whatever it is. Holds that, you're bullish. Close below here, you're bearish. That's 5 day anyway. I can talk shit about it. We can talk shit about these people all day, but it's not what we're here to do. Wow. Did Sol do that gap thing from the one coin to the other? Or was that Bitcoin trying to do it? To break that coin? Yeah, it did. Okay. just so you guys can see it a little bit better. And then I'm going to have to go to bed. I need to eat. I've been on a fast. I've been fasting actually. 24 hours, 24 hours, 24 hours, 24 hours. Just not hungry. I get anxiety when I don't trade. I feel like I'm useless, so I don't eat. I get stressed. Anyway, so it broke that at 108. Jeepers. 115, 121. Anything above 108, 115, 115.70. If it does fail here, retest 109.26 region. Just still above here at 108. Could get slippery back into that 108. It's a fucking dodgy trade. If it does pull back, maybe another bounce here. Last hopium bounce to try to get it into the weekly before. What's today? Monday. Get it back into the weekly before Tuesday close. Wednesday open. 12 hours before close of tomorrow. 12 hours of open on Wednesday. Try to get it back into here if it can hold 109. And it's pulling it out on the 1 minute. Because we're sort of already into this day. 10% down on the day. Well, done on time. BitConnect gets bearish. 80,460. Close below there. Back down to 79,690. Hold above 80,460. Go to $81,220. Alright. Thank you so much for joining in. I'll definitely do some more live streams and stuff like that. I appreciate you guys. I wasn't expecting this thing to go for 6 hours. But yeah, this is about usually how long I'd have a trading session for. Maybe 8 hours. Given it's a bit bearish, I'd just say, fuck it. I'd rather just get the sleep, to be honest. But yeah, could usually push for another 4 hours, 2 hours. It would be a normal trading session for me. So yeah, thank you for joining in. I hope it was helpful, especially if you have the Alpha tools. I haven't really posted the links there, but just post in the comments. Much love to you, and I'll catch you on the next one. Shot, dude. Much love. Stay blessed, bro. But yeah, to anyone, I see that there's another viewer here. All these tools are Alpha trading tools. You'll see maybe in the next video I upload, I'll put the link there for 7 days. Or post the link here. Have a good one. Ciao, ciao. Much love. Much love. Cool, man. Yeah, dude. You can just sit there and ask AVP 1 minute. Mind saying this. Just give me the tickers that you've loaded up. We'll even load up. Let's say you want the 1 minute, 5 minute, 15 minutes. So we'll do the 3 tickers you have loaded up. Just for you, you know what I mean? You can just message me there. Or you can ping me on Discord. Because I'll hear the Discord one. And you can just say 1 minute AVP, I see this. And I'll say, that's what I see here on my one. And you'll see the free tools from Alpha Trading and then the pro tools. Like playing off together. And then I'll give you 2 numbers that you could maybe adjust your AVP to. And then you'll get closest signatures to maybe what I'm getting here. So I'll give you the 2 outside. I'll give you the thin tail and I'll give you the fat tail. I'll give you those 2 numbers. And then you'll see here, you'll get decent readings. And then we'll program your PCs and stuff to that AVP. So you'll get sort of the signals that I would be looking at on the 1 minute, 3 minute, 2 minute, 5 minute, 15 minute, 45 minute, 90 minute, 3 hour, 6 hour, 12 hour, 24 hour, all the way up to the 21 day, 90 day. So we'll give you those thin tail, fat tail events for just keeping it symmetrical like that. Cool. Much power, stay well. Thank you.